It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from yesterday to the DreamLeague Season 19 group stage. We are going to be having some epic matches today. My name is SunsFan. Joining me is the Cinder Man. How are you doing on this loveliest of 3 a.m.s for you, Cinder?
I'm doing great on this noon of mine. Yeah, yesterday was very action-packed. I think a lot of things went according to expectations and some didn't. So we'll see today. But I think one thing about all the games we covered yesterday was it was very, I'd say, high quality. So hoping for more of that today.
The casting, not so much, of
Yeah,
course.
I mean, what can you do? You get what you pay for, you know.
Yeah, not paying very much of this, I'll tell you what. But yeah, today, so first match today, we have Shopify versus Team Aster. Shopify they have a stand-in for Mr. Abed. It is Mikey. Do you know anything about him? Out of curiosity?
So he's, I believe, a 17-year-old pub star.
From?
Sorry?
Do you know where he's from?
I forgot which country he's from.
You can do it, Cinderin. Why would I be asking?
Is he from Iran?
Yeah.
that was
according
my-
to Wikipedia.
That was my gut feel, but I wasn't sure. So
The thing is, like, okay, I'm actually going to check right now just in case they've updated it, but I couldn't see what his actual name was, because that would be the dead giveaway for me. So let me look that up real quick, Cinderin.
Okay.
Keep going. Keep talking about whatever the hell you were talking about.
He's been ranked 1 on the Europe leaderboard, and I think he's a really, really improved player in the last year. I remember Mikey being solid, but not like a standout player, maybe 1 to 2 years ago, and now look at him, you know? So he's been improving really, really rapidly. I can't say I'm too surprised he gets a shot like this whenever a stand-in is needed for a team in that position. And yeah, I mean, so far, Shopify Rebellion's results yesterday were pretty good, right? They got a draw and they got a win, so they're currently tied for first place in Group A. So it's so far the results are solid for him. But yeah, it's
they are
interesting. I'm
they
curious
are
to watch him
3-1, 3-1 so far, and Aster on the other hand, the complete opposite in 1-3. And we kind of talked about the Chinese teams coming into this tournament. You, for the first time in a long time, were wavering whether you thought that China would do well, because it's just, I guess you finally hit your limit, huh?
And remember,
finally hit your limit of Chinese teams just not really performing too well on land.
remember what I said yesterday, that I could curse players or teams about winning and stuff right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I picked LGD to get top
Anti-curse?
3, and then they didn't go. So, you know, that's
That counts, by the way. That
that's the-
counts as your prediction.
That's the ultimate curse right there. It's like, okay, I believe LGD could get a top 3, and then they don't even attend. So, Yeah, so what's interesting about Aster is that they were off to a really hot start in China. They were 4-0, they weren't losing a single game in their division, and then they lost 3 series in a row in the end. So they were really on a downward spiral, and then they go into this tournament. So I think momentum for them, unfortunately, a little bit against them. But as you know, with that, it can swing in one series. If they get one hot streak going, let's say they win 2-0 against Shopify, I think they're going to be back in really good shape, but this should be a tough opponent for them, especially given that I think one of Aster's biggest qualities in China has been their laning stage, but I think Shopify is one of the teams that can really match them there or even beat them. It's one of Shopify's specialties, is strong lanes, so... Aster don't play too well from behind.
Yes, and Shopify, like you said, are the kings of being ahead, but they do have a stand-in like we talked about, so...
Yeah.
Kind of a wild card right now. Shopify, they split their series with Gaming Gladiators and they 2-0'd Entity. And Entity kind of, I mean, they're going to remain Div 1. I'm not going to say they underperform because, I mean, I guess you could say they underperform just based on the record, but the competition in Western Europe is absurd. So I don't know if you can really hold it against them. But then from Aster's perspective, as we're going to get in the draft here shortly, who did they play? I think they 1-1. Yeah, they split the series with ex Hellraisers, and they 0-2'd, aka lost the series against EG. So yeah, see if they're able to bounce back here.
Yeah, we covered EG's other series yesterday. They looked very good, so I can't say Aster losing to them is an alarm bell, so to speak. They drew against TSM, but in the game EG won, they looked great, and in the game they lost, they made it competitive, even though they had really bad conditions. So.
Yep, as the bans have already come underway. Nature's Prophet. Wow, okay. Batrider, Enchantress, and Disruptor out, which means Brood is available. We saw this yesterday.
Yep.
Shopify don't really wait around. They pick it immediately.
Yeah, we'll see what Aster's solutions are. So they're going to grab Monkey King Jakiro. Monkey King, one of Monet's best carries, and they're obviously assuming this Broodmother is going to go offlane for Saberlight. I guess kind of the saving grace against Broodmother in this patch is that the hero seems conceptually extremely powerful and is banned most of the time, but I don't really see any teams played in any other role than offlane. So you can at least pick a good lane against it to start, so you can get off on the right footing. And this lane is really strong against Brood. You have a strong slow from Jakiro, you have an attack speed slow as well against the Insatiable Hunger, and Monkey King just wins against most melee heroes in a fist fight, right? So, because he has a staff, and that's kind of unfair in a fist fight.
True. It's a really long staff, too.
It's kind of like that scene from Indiana Jones with the gun, you know?
I cannot believe you actually referenced a movie correctly. Congratulations to Cinderin. Did you know that that scene was improvised, Cinderin?
Yes.
It was not in the script.
I did.
You knew that is unbelievable. Everybody, let's get a round of applause for Cinderin. He knows something about
way too kind.
literally
Thank you so
anything
much.
other than Dota, as Rubik is the second pick.
I know about a lot of things, just not movies. Come on.
Just Dota and poker. Okay, I'll give you poker.
All right.
I mean, you think you know about food, but you just like starters. That's your only actual opinion.
I see. Yeah, I
So
mean,
what
now
makes,
that I think about it, we don't talk about much other stuff than food and Dota, do we now?
Yeah, we need to expand our friendship a little bit, I think.
Yeah, we should talk
can
about
work on that
politics on the
another
cast. What do you think?
Well, I think we align in most cases, so it
Yeah.
actually wouldn't be much of a conversation, or not much of a back and forth at least. So second phase of bans here, we're going to get Pango out of the pool. Obviously, they're going to be targeting things that are decent against Brood. I'm not sure there's anything that's just amazing. I mean, we saw the Disruptor picked yesterday. It didn't work, but theoretically it is good against Brood, but that was already banned in the first phase ahead of time from Shopify.
Yeah.
I mean, Monkey King, the Boundless Strike is good later in the game for the spiders. Is there anything that like really stands out as a Broodmother pseudo counter?
I mean, that's the thing about the hero, right? Is that when you think about what usually counters Brood, a lot of those heroes don't really work when Brood goes Greaves Pipe, because you protect your spiders, and even if you do kill the spiders, that's not all Brood has to offer in the fight. She's still an aura bot, she's controlling the map, and there's no inherent complete counter to that, because if there were, then Brood wouldn't be an overall first pick in the draft if people could just counter it, right? So it's kind of hard. I think the way you counter Brood is with playstyle rather than heroes. So obviously you need to pick the right heroes in order to execute that playstyle, but generally what you want is you want somebody who can handle the Brood's lane and just sit there, which is why Shopify banned the Timber here, because that hero is really good at just being in Brood's lane and making Brood not pressure. And then you want a core of 4 heroes that fight really well on the opposite side and can control that, while Brood is a sitting duck at bottom, right? If you can pull that off, then effectively you can make for an even game and you can negate Brood a lot, but it does, once again, require the right conditions. And Shopify will do their best to prevent that by banning the Timber. Maybe they'll also ban Tide. I don't know if XXS would want to play that against the Brood. That's also a hero that Brood does nothing to at all, because of Kraken Shell and Anchor. They ban Dragon Knight. It's another hero that can sit there.
Yeah, and that's a good way to push towers as well.
Instant
as
Invoker
Invokers
ban
quickly
into Storm
banned.
pick.
Yeah, Aster, it feels like they have something set in place, knowing that Broodmother was going to be that first pick, because they have not spent any time on the draft, really. No reserve time, that is. Insta picks the Storm. So now you're revealing your... Well, do they flex the Monkey King at all, or is this strictly Monet?
I mean, Baboka is really good at the hero, but I don't think I've seen them play it very much on position 4. I also personally don't think it's that good, which is another story, but I think OG did play it yesterday as a 4 with success against one of the games against Nigma. I think Taiga was playing Monkey King. It can work, but in order to play this hero 4, I think you need to have more information, which, I mean, they're getting now. Maybe if the support matchups are really good, they can pick another carry that lanes well against Brood, but given how Aster picked it, it did feel like a core-to-core response against the Brood. Ember.
So, assuming this is the Mikey hero.
Yeah.
So Ember versus his brother Storm. So Aster looking still for a support in off lane, and Shopify looking for a carry and a support. Rubik. I know that Crit loves this hero, but it doesn't necessarily mean... Okay, yeah, that's the Crit hero in all likelihood. Unless we're going to see a position 1 Arteezy Mirana.
It could be a 5 Mirana for Fly as well. Teams run that too.
How often do we see position 1 Ember? Is that ever a thing?
Sorry?
Do we ever see position 1 Ember with like a semi-carry mid?
Not really this patch. But yeah, it is a thing of the past, which made Ember even better in that given patch, was that it could flex 1-2, but I think Ember safe lane nowadays is too slow and too weak. He's too exploitable in lane, and when he does come online, other carries just outfarm him most of the time. Such as this one. So you were right. It's a 4 Monkey King, most likely. They will pivot and get the Naga versus Brood matchup, which is a hero Brood just doesn't really do anything to in lane, and that Naga will usually free farm in. A little bit of an X factor in that lane. Fate Bolt is really good for helping Brood farm against Naga, so at least Shopify can make use of that to get some key CS and to ensure range creeps.
All right, Cinder, we saw the counter to Naga. Do you remember?
No, it was yesterday, so I already forgot. Lion.
That's right, it was Lion, so you make Mirana somehow a core and force it. Surely that'll work.
I mean, the funny thing is Lion actually has additional benefits this game by being against Storm as well, right? So it is, in theory, a really good Lion game, but yeah, Shopify have kind of already locked themselves in on the support positions unless they do want to play carry Mirana.
In your playing days, did you ever... I know that heroes were not as flexible back in the day, but did you ever make a call like that you had something planned and then you just had to kind of for this instance as an example, Mirana, nobody plays it as core, but like, okay, we have to do that here because it's just really good to get the Lion.
Yeah, I think...
Did you ever make a crazy call
more
like
often than not, it was out of necessity rather than optimization, right? It's like, oh shit, they last picked Brood, we have to change things up because we can't play our heroes in the normal positions. In terms of like pivoting, yeah, it happened for sure, but it was more often back then as well. Adapting on the fly was more something you did for solving problems that came up rather than improving your own situation. With examples like this with the carry Mirana, which is definitely off meta, right? It was also a matter of whether your heroes were or your players were comfortable. Like if your carry player doesn't like playing Mirana, then forcing that is probably not worth it unless you absolutely have to. So
All right. So
I don't know if Arteezy plays carry Mirana, maybe. And I also don't know hand on heart if picking line makes that worth it. I think in the other game that we watched, it was really good because the heroes that EG in that game had with the line made a ton of sense, and they weren't like brute forcing the line into their lineup. They were just picking a 4.
Right.
So, because they already had the Primal Beast offlane, which is a monster in that game.
All right, so this last hero for Shopify will almost certainly be Arteezy's, and
Yeah.
actually look at what he's picked this tournament so far. We have the Terrorblade, which is, I assume, banned. No, not yet.
Nope. Not yet.
But we did see Terrorblade versus Naga yesterday. He
Yeah.
actually played Lone Druid and Doom at this
He
tournament.
played
so
Doom?
far. Yeah.
Interesting.
That is very off-brand. Maybe he misclicked the
very-
Terrorblade somehow with Doom. I don't know how that would happen, but
Very strong anti-mage ban here. He's good against Storm, because Mana Void, obviously, and against the Naga, it's one of the heroes that can match Naga throughout the game. He has Spell Shield against the Ensnare. He itemizes Manta.
oh, we're gonna see it
There you
again.
go. All right. This is, I'm excited to watch this. I don't know if you watched the game yesterday when he played Doom. I didn't, but
No, we were casting. Probably.
curious to see. Oh, it was at the same time. Okay.
No, I just made that up to make it sound like I couldn't have possibly watched it.
It was at the same time.
All right, good.
I don't know if it was. I'm just backing up here.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. So under the assumption that this monkey is 4, you have a minute and a half here for Aster to come up with an offlaner to play against Doom. I mean, you could play monkey 3, but I don't know if XXS plays that. But theoretically speaking, that is a good core against Doom in an offlane position.
I feel like I've seen them. It's been a while now. I feel like a game or two where Baboka ended up being the 3 just because he felt more comfortable on the hero. I feel like that has happened before, but I'm not sure they would go down that road.
This is a good Monkey King game. I actually would like to see them make the Monkey King the core, but I don't know if they're going to do it.
I mean, is there any way you could possibly pull off Naga support?
You could, but I don't think there's any reason to do that. I think you just play the Monkey King 3, and you get a 4 that lanes well with Monkey King and plays around Storm. That would be one option. The other one is you keep Monkey King 4, you get a 3 that's strong in lane against Doom, and then by virtue of it being a good Monkey King game, your 4 Monkey is still going to find major impact if he gets 1 item. The reason this hero is so good in this game is that the enemy team has 3 melee cores. One of them, Ember, is obviously going to play on range, but the other 2 are going to be in your face a lot of the time, and they can't really fight into the ring if Monkey has any meaningful damage. They're going to get the Death Prophet here, so that's another hero that deals well with playing against these melee in-your-face heroes such as Brood and Doom, and if she has Exorcism running and a Siphon, she doesn't care too much about being doomed compared to other heroes. So, yeah, I think this is definitely comfort for Aster. For Shopify, I'm excited to see Mikey in action, and I'm very curious about the Arteezy Doom. I think both strategies look pretty good to me.
Yeah,
It will be a 5 Mirana.
I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think I've ever seen Doom played by Arteezy personally, even though he did it yesterday. But when I think Arteezy, it's Medusa and Terrorblade. That's like 90% of the games that I've watched of his. Sprinkle in some Sven here and there. Nature's Prophet as well. I'm just talking about historically, like throughout the lifetime of Arteezy's career. Yeah, Medusa. What do you mean?
I mean, yeah, he had a phase when he played quite a lot of Medusa, but it's not like his second most played hero, surely.
I haven't looked it up. I will be shocked if it's not Terrorblade, Medusa in that order, because I'm telling you, so many freaking games.
I
To the
think
point I
it's
was getting
Terrorblade
so tired of
Shadow
it.
maybe.
No, there's no way. Maybe this patch. Medusa, I probably hasn't played it this patch very much, but I'm talking like years and years and years. Anyway, I'm definitely right. Can't you tell
Okay.
by how confident I am in the way that I
Yes.
speak? So Shopify Rebellion versus Team Aster. Aster's got to get some wins on the board, or else they're going to potentially fall too far behind in the groups, and it's a cutthroat tournament, Cinderin. Half the group basically gets eliminated, and then there's a second group where some people get eliminated. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah, definitely need to get that upper half placement. Yeah, so what's the lane to watch here? I guess I'm very curious about how Aster's offlane is going to go into this Doom Mirana. I think on paper, this lane is good for Aster with Monkey King and DP. And then I want to see Mikey against XWY in that mid lane. For me, bottom lane is kind of predetermined almost. I think Naga's just going to farm here. I don't think Brew's going to put much pressure on her, the Naga Jakiro lane. So for a Shopify Rebellion in that lane, the goal is to, you know, maximize, get as much as they can, but they're not going to win, most likely.
Let's hope that Saberlight, well, I guess they're on LAN, right? So they don't have to worry about internet. He played in our tournament the other day, and his internet was completely garbage, so he had to abandon it halfway through. Thank you to Saberlight for participating, as always.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
He went
Cinder, who didn't even show up.
halfway in your tournament without, before he got bored and faked the crash. That's
Yeah, that is fairly
impressive.
accurate.
Looks to be 3 runes here for Aster, so a good little head start for them. Nice try from Mikey, tried to grab it with the sleight of fist on the rune, but did not manage.
So it looks
Do you
like...
know what? Do you know what his name means? The thing he has after his nickname, the tag.
You mean the obviously anime-related thing?
Is that anime related?
I would assume. I don't know why.
I just thought it could be Irani.
Iran.
That,
That's not a term at all.
that is not a language. You know what I mean.
Janab Kashan. I mean, Kashani sounds.
It does
Iranian.
sound like it, doesn't it?
Jaina? I don't know what that first part would be, though. Of course, I'm not fluent, so take everything I say with a grain of cyanide. That doesn't come in grains, I'm pretty sure. That's liquid.
All right.
But, yeah. So, what do you think of the lane setup right now? We have Arteezy in the bot lane. So he's going to be going up against the Naga carry. Trying to avoid the Monkey King?
Yeah, so I guess they're just flat out lane dodging to not get the Naga versus Brood matchup. So mission accomplished there for Shopify. I actually thought they were just going to play the standard lanes, but I do think this is a better approach. So for their sake, I'm happy with their choice here of swapping it up like this. This lane is harder for Naga, and it's harder for Jakiro as well. It's not like the top lane is great for Brood, right? You're playing into Death Prophet plus Monkey 4, but it's definitely a better overall setup for them. I think Doom just does just fine here.
Looking for a creep. Like the Ogre Frost Mage will be his choice. Delicious
that is
armor.
Very good against Naga in the lane.
And he's going to TP. Oh, my. I was going to say, if he ended up getting...
he got stunned by the
thing,
Bruiser.
Yeah, that thing stuns and does HP percentage damage. That would have been pretty brutal. But he avoids it. So, I haven't been able to see the Dooms lately. Obviously, this is a position 1, which is more rare. But he has not only Hannah Midas, which is not uncommon, obviously, but Arcane Boots queued up. But what do you turn that into later? Because I assume you don't keep Arcane Boots on Doom.
I mean, it probably turns into his Octarine, right? I guess that's what Core Dooms or Carry Doom will still buy. That's my best guess.
That's really late, though, right?
Yeah, it is. But the Arcane Boots are not bad for quite a long time, even on Carry Doom. You really have mana issues on this hero, so by having these Arcane Boots, you can keep your Devour going, you can keep your Scorched Earth going for farming. As First Blood will be spilled top. The lane swap that Aster went for, bringing Naga up top, gets punished immediately, actually. I think Death Prophet would not have been Death Prophet would have been able to protect better there for the Monkey.
Yeah, are you surprised they even bothered switching the lanes up? As we see some action bottom, Crit taking a bit of damage, but gets the telekinesis off onto XXS.
No, definitely not surprised with this. I mean, given how integral it is to how Aster function as a team, that Monet has a good lane. If his laning setup is poor, I think Aster are wise to move things around a bit, but yeah, it comes at the expense of the Monkey King, and ideally for them, I think they would also want to swap the supports around, but the problem is if they do a full TP swap, I think the adjustments that Shopify can then make is just effectively just going to match the lanes, right? They could just do the same TP swap and then we're back to square one.
Yeah, it feels like they have to layer it to some degree, right? If they do it all at once, then it's just a hard counter. We've seen that before, the musical chairs, as we've called it many a time in the past. As we have Baboka actually going towards the 4-minute water rune top, so they're going to deny both from Mikey, it looks like. Speaking of Mikey, on that Ember Spirit, he had 17 and 4 CS versus the 23 and 6 on XWY, so a little bit behind, but not a huge deal. As bottom lane, XXS taking a little bit of harassment damage, but able to sustain thanks to the very powerful Spirit Siphon.
Man, this ice armor is just doing absolute work for Shopify in this bot lane. They just trade so much more favorably than usual, and Arteezy's gonna go and buy the mana boots now so they can just keep this flowing. They're like added value because of this spell in this lane, right? Crit taking some meaningful damage. He might actually die.
Yeah, that's a lot. Crit Swarm, not in range, and here comes Arteezy with that ice armor like you talked about. Almost no point in even right-clicking him at that point, but either way, XXS
bit of a
still
mistake there
getting...
from Crit overstepping. He might have to go base now. Oh, he's got Tangos.
You see how much harassment they've done in this lane. XXS definitely feels pressured. Part of it probably has to do with the fact that he was top and had to transition over, but 12 and 2 CS versus Arteezy's 21 and 8. As Baboka, Boundless Strike onto 2. Nicely done. Trying to dodge the Star Storm, but not able to get most of the damage in. And, okay, Rubik in the bot lane. They're going to be able to get...
Oh, this hurts the DP. She's going to be fine, but will be forced down to about half health, and that is potential kill range if they can get a go before she gets too many siphons up. All right, she's actually... never mind that. She got a siphon ready.
And looks to be fine. Still has a salve.
Yeah.
And 100 away from his gloves of haste. Mid lane, though, Mikey getting some backup via crit as the Storm Spirit does barely die on the high ground. Now, Baboka is going to get telekinesis back into the fray. Mikey, he's getting extremely low, though. Looks like he's going to drop. So it's a mid for mid as Crit gets Ice Path. The Jingu's not going to be able to keep Baboka alive, but they do find the Rubik in the end. So it's a complete trade all across the board, but at the very least, from Shopify's perspective, they get the experience onto their mid laner.
I mean, the biggest winner in all of that is probably Pichu getting almost level 5 on Jakiro. He's going to be really strong when he returns to bottom, getting the solo experience there from the crit kill and sharing the one on the Ember. He's lingering in mid. I don't know if they want to try to put some pressure here onto Mikey, but they will. It's level 1 Flame Guard only, but mistiming the wrong cast order there. Has to use the Ice Path first on a level 1 Vortex.
Got the backup of Fly right now.
And yeah, bottom it is, as prophesized. Well, Monkey King was there, but Arteezy really wanted to go to town on XXS with that level 3 Scorched Earth.
And he gets the block off
siphons,
temporarily.
though.
Yeah, and the Ice Armor's keeping him pretty healthy. He will live.
Ice Armor is so good here.
Essentially trying to turn it around with Crit's help here. He does have Telekinesis and Fade Bolt in 7 seconds.
Yeah,
Let's start with the
here.
Telekinesis. Mikey, Sleight of Fist, ready to go. Remnants in, easy peasy kill for Mikey. Trying to eat through the trees here, but wrong one. Baboka's going to be safe.
Great rotation from Mikey, though. It's a very low commitment kill. Has to use only 1 Remnant and 1 Sleight, and in the meantime they have Fly taking up the experience in gold and mid. So nothing really lost there for Shopify in that rotation.
They might want to dive again. That's the first doom of the game. He just TP'd in here. He is dead. 20 seconds, no DP, no TP. Everything rhymes today as the tower is going to get pressured pretty damn hard, especially with that siege still intact. But in the top lane, at the very least for Aster, they're able to pick up a kill onto Saberlight.
It just doesn't compare in terms of overall game impact, right? This Death Prophet is completely shut out of the game and will lose her tower to this push. That move from Shopify is about as impactful as you can get 8 minutes in.
Fly in the mid lane, getting chased. Not burn away, but the tower does go down in that bot lane. So Shopify, let's see, from Arteezy's perspective, still working on the Hannah Midas, about 1,000 away. Let's talk about Saberlight a bit on this Brood. Has his Arcane Boots, going for a Soul Ring. Is this just the regular Greaves hype type of game?
Yeah, I think so. Both items are really, really valuable here. There's a lot of magic damage from the Storm and Jakiro and Death Prophet, and the Greaves are just always going to feel useful. So I would expect him to just go like a standard route. He could skip the pipe potentially and get something else if he sees value in getting like a quick Hex against the Storm, or Perhaps there's some merit to Crimson, but I don't think it's better than the pipe, to be honest.
Mikey, he's smoked up.
Yep.
Saberlight's in the area as well. There's a searing change to start things out. Siamese Cat is certainly dead. Monet in the trees will be fine. Not exactly what Shopify were looking for, but they'll take it. And perhaps they can use all these spiders and the full creep wave. Pressure this tier 1 in the top. They do see Monet, actually. He does not have song level. He's completely blocked in by these spiders. Are there going to be any TPs here? Buboka comes in. Another TP coming as well as they're looking for Saberlight potential. There's the jump in, Boundless Strike. A little bit off on the zip, but Saberlight finding the distance. Electric Vortex is available. And finally, they will be able to bring down Saberlight. Takes quite a bit of an investment, but they get the kill.
They missed so many spells there, actually, on the side of Aster. I mean, they do get there, but Storm had to deplete like 800 of his mana while having Arcane Rune.
And while that's
how hard
happening,
that was for them
Doom,
to find.
Or Arteezy, who again is the position 1 Doom, free farming in the bot lane, almost has his Midas.
He might just go 4-3-1 here. I like the choice of maxing Scorched Earth for the overall pressure he put on his lane, and now he gets to just greed it up as much as he wants. And this Midas is coming out in just a moment. He's farming these 2 camps now. Scorched Earth expiring though will make it a little bit harder, but he's going to pull back the wave as well.
Mikey mid lane, Boundless Strike. Ooh, they tried very good attempt, but not able to get the full stun lock. So ends up being a wasted macro pyre.
Oh, Moonlight Shadow XXS.
Yep, that's again. A Doom. Don't think they have the TPs available, but they are relatively close. Telekinesis back in. Arteezy, they might be able to get the deny onto XW or XXS, and they do not. Arteezy gets the kill. Crit. He steals Zip, and he's going to be fine. Although Storm Spirit getting some distance, and it's not going to be enough. So somehow Shopify get away with everybody.
That is the absolute dream outcome for them, unless Crit dies to Monkey King here. He won't. So the deny fails. Pichu waited 1 tick too long on the Doom. And yeah, as you said, Crit steals the Ball Lightning and even gets away. So no casualties. Aster rotate 3 heroes to try to help their DP.
To be fair, Jakiro has one of the worst attack animations in the game, and he's not used to CSing, right? Let's be real.
I mean, that's a major cope right there.
Just giving the benefit of the doubt. That's the other way to look at it, Cinder, all right? You know me, Mr. Positive.
Benefit of the cope. Oh yeah, you're a true force of optimism within the world.
Monet in the top lane. Satiable Hunger pop by Saberlight. There's the song as the slight came through. Will this be used to try to set up the Ice Path Macro Pyre? Indeed, they get to. Oh, actually gets the leap off in time, so Fly is perfectly okay. The song was stolen. Shopify actually want to fight here. There's the arrow, connects onto the DP, but Mikey's the one taking the brunt of the damage now. Has his Remnant up, trying to get the space. There's the Telekinesis, try to save him. The big zip in. XWY really committing here to get this Ember Spirit. There's the Electric Vortex, finally finds the kill. Has very little mana to speak of, but still ends up netting another kill onto Crit. So nice turnaround here from Aster, despite the steals from Shopify. Maybe not the best communication from them, but again, Arteezy has not participated in any fight because he is just full-on farming and even pushing this tier 2 tower.
That was honestly just godly play from Crit, right? So he Ball Lightnings in to steal Song as it ends so he can sing it. They could have full-on disengaged there, but they tried to turn it into a fight. Thing is, as you said, Arteezy wasn't there, so effectively they chose a 4v5. And I think if they would have just stolen songs, sung there, and then got out, that would have been such a big win already. But at the very least for Aster, they get a couple of stray kills, especially Ember being the bigger one that they managed to grab themselves there. But it doesn't really translate into a major advantage because they don't get any structural damage, and Arteezy is completely untouched. For now, trouble is brewing now, though.
Yeah, that's sounds like another Cinderin-ism, as Arteezy will most certainly die after being praised by Cinderin.
Spends his Doom as well onto the Naga, so won't have that available now for the next play, but
well, they're coming.
Looks like Shopify wants some revenge here.
Yeah, they do. It's going to run right into Monet. There's the Fade Bolt to start it out. Telekinesis. Arrow will not connect unless you consider that a connection onto the illusion, but they have the Searing Chains. Monet, no song for 60 seconds. One slight should do it. Down he goes to Mikey. And they're going to continue to chase and get the Jakiro as well. So sticking around a little bit too long was Aster.
That effectively just completely negates the Arteezy kill, right? Now that wasn't even that bad. And his Doom ended up mattering too. Is worth keeping in mind. They made that rotation with onto a half HP Naga that was doomed. If she was not half HP, I think she would have lived there. So, great read from them that they could actually get something out of that gank onto Arteezy for a return kill.
XWY, this is the kill that they really want.
Yeah, slight change into arrow could be big here.
XWY gets up the electric vortex first, though, but the arrow's coming. It connects onto the storm. Fade bolt, not quite enough. XWY is gonna zip all the way over to his base and will live with just 38.
Big mistake there from Fly. I think a little bit of old school Mirana brain there. He leaped in to get the double Starstorm, but that was not necessary. And he leaps into Ice Path and doesn't get it off. So that was definitely a possible kill. Alright, Baboka goes scouting, finds the ward.
Yep, he finds more than that. Finds his gravestone as well.
XWY should count his lucky stars for that. That is absolutely a kill if the Mirana does not leap there, but just Starstorms at max range.
And zipping in, XWY has actually used a lot of mana already, but looks like they'll find Saberlight pretty easily. But here come the rest of Shopify. They take out the DP. XWY uses basically the rest of his mana, but it looks like it's enough distance, although Saberlight's kind of blocking him in with the spiders. Nothing will come of it. Arteezy getting pretty close to his BKB. It's about 700-800 away. And from the other side, what is Aster looking for? So Monet, he's still working on his Manta. So just, if you remember, Cinder, it was only yesterday, so I know it's tough, but... The Naga had Manta at, I think, 12 minutes, right? Here we are at 16 minutes. He's his top CS in the game, but it's third net worth, so it's not like a terrible Naga start. Could have been better, but still 1,000 away from finishing Manta.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how good Hector's game was yesterday. It was incredible how farmed he was. He was having a total free lane against the Nature's Prophet too, so the conditions were definitely better for him as well. I would think Monet can pretty much match those numbers if he has the same game, but not the case. And speaking of same game, Baboka is also not having the same game as he usually does on Monkey King, just really being shut down. 4th death for him. And Shopify just owning. They've taken 3 towers, they've lost 0, so they have way more map to play. Brood is inhabiting the top part, and the Doom effectively is just free farming as a result of the pressure that Saberlight can put top, so... Yeah, I feel like Aster have not solved this Brood problem at all this game. With the lane swap that's Shopify did, at least find a little bit of a pick here onto the Mirana, but it's not a big deal for Shopify to lose a support here and there.
Oh, they find Saberlight though,
bigger,
so this one would be quite nice. Macropyre's used, Wukong's command as well. Crit is in the area, but all he has right now is a Spirit Siphon. Which won't help Saberlight too much, but they still will be able to keep him alive. Now they're going to turn this around onto Baboka. Has a ton of armor right now, but it's about to dissipate as Mikey big slide of fist onto 3 heroes, and Saberlight can still continue to fight. Arteezy has his Doom, but now they're next to the tier 2 tower. Uses the Horsey, gets off the Infernal Blade, and it looks like they're just going to be able to get this kill from afar in all likelihood. Saberlight with just... all they use is the slide of fist. So double kill for Mikey. They're going to continue on here. They're not really afraid at all. Looks like Siamese Cat looks to be next on the list. Infernal Blade again. Pops his wand. They don't want to go too deep, but triple kill for Mikey off of Sleight of Fist set up by the rest of his team.
Yeah. And XWI can't really go for a turn play because if he gets caught by literally anything, he's getting doomed and dies. So... I gotta say, man, Shopify are playing some really solid Dota so far. Not surprised they were able to grab a 2-0 yesterday over... Was it Entity, I think?
Yes.
With how they've been playing this game so far, it's looking really, really clean. And for Aster at this point, it's difficult. Naga does not play well from behind. You've lost the lanes, you've lost the map. You're effectively relying on getting a good team fight around Exo with Storm. Monet will find Fly at least, so getting one solo pick off there.
Yeah, that's something. Arteezy 1,000 away from Blink Dagger, and
XWY
they find him, Searing Chains. There's the Doom, and there is the death.
Oh, the classic Rubik.
Yeah.
Right there. That's the
I
Yapzor.
contributed.
Yapzor cosplay. I think I've told you the story before. He says, "I'll exit," because he was playing with legacy keys, and that's the hotkey for Fadebolt, so he would always call it X.
Okay, I thought you meant exit as in EXIT.
Oh,
Very
no,
nice.
no. But yeah, that's true. It's also an exit kill, technically.
Yeah,
That's true.
nice hit and run there. Legacy keys. Talk about being stubborn. Oh, Monet, he's gonna run right into
He's gonna be
Fly.
spotted.
Moonlight Shadow.
Oh, well,
but
who spots who?
That's true. They see Fly, and they destroy Fly. There's the song, and this is just
scared.
the getaway.
Yeah. Understandable. He doesn't really have any information about the rest of the map. The map's pretty dark for Aster. They have one ward bottom, and they have the one ward that he just killed on, but there's a lot of uncertainty there, so don't mind the defensive song there from Monet to just get out. Play it safe.
By doing that, that also revealed... I mean, obviously they know that there was a ward there, that they saw the Marana, but now there's information that they don't have wards anywhere else in their jungle, because otherwise he wouldn't have song TP'd, right? Knowing that they weren't even there. It gives up some information just by doing that as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Monet obviously has the Manta, 2.5k into his heart right now.
All right, Shannon, I have to interrupt you here for our favorite game.
I wasn't talking, but go ahead.
You were. Guess the win probability right now.
The win it's a Doom game, so I feel like this one isn't like crazy. Maybe 65, 35?
Oh, I'm impressed you were that close. It's 55-45.
Oh, okay.
Like, in my mind, this game is really rough for the Radiant, but not Gabe. Gabe knows what Radiant is looking for here.
Yeah, they know that, Doom is their top net worth, which it should be, theoretically, and
Yeah.
Ember is a stand-in. Gabe knows that, so who knows what'll happen.
Oh. Like, I've seen enough of Mikey's games to know where this one's going.
Well,
He's
the
been playing a
smoke
great
will
game
not,
so far in the Ember. Definitely
yeah,
can't complain.
Absolutely. And he has BKB, Maelstrom, and going to be going for the Shard into the Aghanim Scepter, so pretty much what we're used to seeing. The Maelstrom is just depending on the game, I guess. We had to praise him. Or you had to praise him. This is all
Well,
you. Pop
he's
the
gonna
BKB.
live, so it's okay.
Yep, he's perfectly fine. What a god Mikey is. Wukong Command comes out from Baboka, but the double searing chains. Saberlight is here as well, but has to kind of reposition himself.
Crit's
Either
gonna
way,
X
Shopify
them.
with 2 kills. Crit. Oh, what about Crit? He's going to X them?
Yep.
Okay, he R'd them. Wait, what's spell steal in Legacy Keys?
That's a good question, but he got a double kill with Fadebolt, so
Oh, okay.
he made sure to pay tribute again. Top lane Arteezy might be thinking about this if he can get a rotation from someone. Oh, he's just gonna go for himself. All right,
Well,
that's bold.
The zip in from XWY, that should put this to a stop.
Yeah, this is not happening. He was probably hoping that Storm was on the other side of the map and couldn't be there for the assist, but if Arteezy is quick to react there, he could have BKB'd the Storm jump, potentially, and maybe stuck on the Naga.
I mean,
don't know if
do
he
you
kills
even
there
get that
anyway,
kill?
actually.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's a hard
A
one.
little bit of an overstep there, but not the biggest of deals. Back to farming, 2-minute cooldown,
Still has skeletons, by the way.
and
on
Aster is
Arteezy.
getting run at bottom.
Yeah, while Arteezy
Nice
farms away,
boundless.
XXS and company want to fight next to their tier 2 tower, but looks like he might be taking the brunt of the damage here, and Mikey is there to clean things up. All they're going to lose is Fly for the time being, is Monet has his song, still not quite finished with the heart. Saberlight feeling very tanky with his Hood Greaves ready to go. Tier 2 tower still standing, though. I'm sure Arteezy, I would assume, is just looking for a Centaur creep.
Saberlight's just really being annoying
Yeah,
here.
He wants to
He's gonna
go
get
in here.
boundless.
Boundless Strike is there. Crit with the X, as you like to call it. Moonlight Shadow, but the Sentry is down. XWY is going to take a lot of damage from Mike, who pops
He's
that
feared!
BKB. And he's going to be
Oh
able to
my
zip
God,
away
that
just
was
fine. But no,
close.
he's going deep. He's going real
dead.
deep there. He's actually going to get the kill. What a sick kill double for Mikey. 4 dead. And another fight that Shopify win without Ortiz even remotely close.
Crit with the
a horse.
Shard Spirit Siphon. That completely caught XWY off guard. He got feared during that fight. And had to jump away too late, and then depletes his entire mana pool, and Mikey chases him down. And this is really bad for Aster now, because not only do they lose 4 heroes, they're going to take some significant damage. Brood has a big army of spiders here as well. They might be able to fend them off, but that was a 5k swing, more or less, in the last 2 minutes, and Shopify maintain some strong map control with this. They can keep sitting in this area, and with Crit having this spell for another 2 minutes, you'd imagine they want to look for more fights. This is such an incredible spell on Rubik to have. With the Shard, it's even better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a very good catch there. The fact that the Shard works with all shards in the game. Pretty insane with the right steal.
Might end up losing Fly here. He's being spotted.
Yep, this has happened
Too
a time
slow
or
on the
two.
Lotus.
Get that pretty easily, but Mikey
Nothing
wants to
comes
go
for
in
free.
here. Huge sleight of fist. They're going to be able to take out the Jakiro right off the bat. They're just going to fight inside this Wukong's command, knowing this is just a support Monkey King. And yeah, Searing Chain is going to finish him off there. The zip in, though. XWI wants to try to take out Mikey, but the rest of his team is continuing to fight. Monet is still very healthy. Crit attempting to get away, but it's not going to happen. Mikey with another sleight of fist. He's extremely low. There's the song. I don't think there's any remnants up anyway. They're just going to put the remnants down on top of him. The brother remnants, as it were. One more sleight of fist for the row, but it's not enough to stay alive. Storm still ends up dropping, though. So in the end, it's a 3 for 2. Maybe it's not the end, as Saberlight wants to continue to pursue this. Manta from Monet.
To give some
think he-
perspective
oh,
on that
Arteezy's
fight,
here
that's kind
still?
of...
All right.
Here he
There's the
comes.
Centaur. He gets it. The Doom onto XXS. Arrow to follow,
that's not
but
a good arrow.
way off. So he's going to end up living.
That was a 3v5, Shannon.
Seriously.
Doom never showed up, and Murano was dead in the start.
Why don't they fight as 5? I don't understand.
Shopify actually made that mega competitive because of the Spirit Siphon, the Brood with Greaves Pipe, and the Ember playing a strong fight there from Mikey. It feels like if they connect more heroes, these fights are just a gimme, you know? Like,
Yeah.
if Doom is ever there... But maybe he couldn't connect. He has the Travels now on Arteezy. Has split his Arcane Boots into working on that Octarine.
Still no Roche attempt in this game. I mean, that's one good
Yeah.
thing about having the Boots of Travel when you have a Brood Mother. If there's absolutely no creeps in the area, you can always just go on top of one of the Spiderlings.
That's
They have
true.
just Ultra Mobility with the Ember on top of that. Of course, with crit stealing Zip constantly. But he's perfectly happy with the Spirit Siphons he's been getting lately. Boundless Strike cleaning up most of the spiders.
Crit's gonna steal the treat.
Yep, he sure will. There's the Telekinesis. Arrow to follow. Monkey King is likely dead, but XWY jumps in. They're going to lose their support Monkey King, but it might be a trade for Crit. He's invisible right now. But they have the vision, and they get the kill.
Aster quick to respond there. Nice heads-up play from Crit, though, to immediately steal Primal Spring and then chase the Monkey, get the vision. But Aster were ready, so they get that trade at least. With that Orchid on Monkey King could come in handy.
Sorry, saw Arteezy blink away from his neutral and then had to walk all the way back. That's always embarrassing.
Unbelievable, this guy.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't understand why they haven't fought as 5, but I'm sure next time they will. Maybe he's waiting for this Octarine, which I think is 30 gold from being finished. Is this
Aster have 2 Orchids, so if they can outlast BKBs, they start having some serious kill threat with Orchid plus and Snare. Fly has the Lotus, so obviously that's one solution that Shopify do have, but he seems to be the primary target that they're killing first anyway if he shows.
Yeah.
It could even happen again now. He's showing up here with his gem. But he will just snipe that and get out. XWY, not enough mana to go for the kill and not enough information either.
Yeah, so Monet, not only with the Orchid, but very tanky. Manta, Heart, and Scotty will be next, already essentially halfway into it. And I mean, that's the thing about Shopify's lineup. I mean, what do you think about their scaling? I know Doom is crazy late game, but it's not a traditional carry. As
I
they're
mean,
gonna go for
Ember is
the
a
rush.
monster late game as well, and Brood will always find impact in all stages as well. It might not be through massive damage, but Brood is just such a thorn in your side with control. She can get Hex, Bloodthorn, or Yeah, probably
Roche
Hex
is going a
Bloodthorn, I think,
bit
would be really good
slow.
this
I think Aster are going to get here in time.
Yeah.
Ice Path is going to come likely.
They have
Going to connect on
Song.
3 with the Macro Pyre on top. XWY jumps in with a BKB. And you can see Mikey trying to do as much as he can, but this Wukong's command is really proving to be an issue. The snatch of the Aegis from Mikey, so technically Roche is taken by Aster. I'm not sure who got the shard. You can see that this fight continues to play out as Saberlight going to get stuck inside this Ice Path. He looks to be the first to fall in this engagement. Now to zip back in, that's going to be the death of Crit. So 2 for nothing, but the Aegis on the side of Shopify. And I'm not sure if Mikey, I think he already had shard, if I'm not mistaken.
This was Roche number 1.
You're right. No
So
shard. That's
even
for
a
next patch. My bad, guys. Leaking patch notes again. 7.33.
Oh yeah. If we need anything, it's for Roche to have more impact on Dota. I think that would be.
I think it also might drop an Ags 50% of the time.
Oh, the first Roche.
Yeah, first Roche.
Okay. What do you think about Roche dropping Rapier?
Yeah, that sounds
First
like
Roche.
Teams
Teams are going to start doing level 1 Roche again.
That's true. Yeah, I would
Get a
like
free
to see
Rapier
that.
for your lane. Go as Ember, you one-shot the enemy hero with Slight.
Let's not make level 1 Roche any easier, but let's incentivize the current version by a Rapier. Yeah, I like that. We should design a game together, I think.
Yeah.
I think
if
Shopify
you
want to
like
fight
that
here.
idea, I think we won't work together very long.
Very good. He
Arteezy with a
backpacked his
backpack blink.
dagger.
Arteezy, you need to move it in. He is not realizing he does not have his blink right now.
He definitely has not realized what is going on in this game. This is so weird. They're just gonna casually
Pops his
walk up.
PQ, he's
gonna...
like, oh shit, I can't blink. He swapped it in.
Oh my god, what is this? This is first game of the day type of I just woke up kind of deal.
Yeah.
They haven't fought as
sure.
5 the entire time, and then the one time they do, he backpacks his blink.
It happens.
That was his second use of the BKB, by the way. So
Yeah.
down to 7 seconds now.
Wonder if he meant to blink and then press his BKB hotkey.
Yeah,
Because
that's
he thought blink was there. Because there was no threat on him at the time
probably.
when he BKB'd there.
That's the thing with
Anyway.
pro players. They're thinking about so much more than a normal player would that they occasionally just have a brain aneurysm.
Yeah.
Or it's not a violent one. This is like it's a little baby one. Either way, not too much lost from Shopify's side. Tell me what do you think the Gaben percentage is right now?
50-50?
I think it's 50-50?
Pretty close. It's 55-45 again.
Okay.
Shopify lost quite a bit of their lead in this last
Yeah.
engagement.
It does feel like that.
The Roche kill going to the Radiant and the 2 kills they got there were worth quite a lot. So now it's on Shopify to get value out of this Aegis. Would love to see them take a fight where Mikey just plays hyper aggro and actually expends the Aegis early in the fight just to soak damage away from his teammates and key cooldowns. If they let this expire, I think it's a pretty big mistake, and yeah, they will be going for something now. Moonlight plus Invis Rune. Mikey is
nice.
very invisible if he picks this up. Alright, now
There
they
he
double
goes.
can't see him.
Yep, very important.
The tower is gone though. They might be too late.
They
Aster is
have
in
an
a
idea that
pretty good
Baboka
position.
might be in these trees. He's going to get the Boundless Strike with the Wukong's command, focusing down Crit. That is their target. They get him, but he buys back in the game. Now, XWY extremely low on mana as Mikey, he pops a BKB of his own, forcing the rest of Aster back. Meanwhile, the rest of Shopify aren't even remotely close, it feels like. So they're going to be able to take out Mikey, but this is just the Aegis. XWA completely out of mana now. There's the jump in from Arteezy. There's the Doom onto the Naga Siren. Saberlight going to try to keep them at bay here. There's the Infernal Blade, the jump in from Mikey. XWY still trying to provide some support. Gets off the Electric Vortex, still basically out of mana though. Mikey taking heavy damage, gets off the Sleight of Fist. In the meantime, Saberlight continue to right-click the Naga, but it's not going to be enough. There's still 2 dead on the side of Shopify. They finally get the Storm Spirit. Ice Path is just being such a nuisance here. Naga Siren gets off the
Oh
ultimate,
my god, if they get
and
out.
they are going to get out. Well, okay, just the Naga. The rest of his team's fucked. But Saberlight, okay, he looks like he's going to get dropped as XWY bought back into this game. TP to that outpost, and now Mikey on the run, half HP, Lotus Orb applied, but
it's a
now
dieback.
he is dead. Triple kill for XXS. I didn't even realize he died with Aegis, died again, bought back, and died?
Yes.
Again?
Yes.
Oh, dear. Very bad fight for Shopify, and Fly might get caught out now. Boundless Strike. And he's silenced, but does have that Lotus Orb.
Boboka giving the vision
Arteezy.
here for the Naga. They
Yeah,
want to
they
maybe get
Ooh,
Arteezy
okay,
here.
That was very nice. War Stomp into Arrow. But Boboka's still going to jump
They'll
on top
settle
of these
for flying.
trees. And they'll get the Marana. So a bajillion kills going the way of Aster. Shopify did
All
get
right.
some, but
Give me your probability now, Shannon.
I'm going to say 65-35 for Aster.
82-18.
Oh my god, one
Yeah,
fight.
that fight is the kind of fight that wins games. That was a 15k gold swing almost. Sorry, that's an exaggeration. It was a 10k. 10k swing, a fight against Aegis, and they win it handily. Just, it's weird to see, because Shopify's been playing such an amazing game pretty much up until this point, but that fight was so disconnected from them. They were not in the same targets. I don't know if I agree with dooming the Naga there either. Like, maybe they could have found a better fight together. But it got a little bit scrappy, and they're running out of solutions now for the Naga. She's reached critical mass. Ember can't handle her anymore.
XWY, he's going to get lifted immediately into the tier 3 towers, but the Bloodborne just rips Saberlight a new one. No buyback for him. So this is going to, at the very least, be a set of racks for Aster. And yeah, and that last, I mean, the big fight, Mikey
They can
was
keep
very
going.
deep.
I think Naga is almost invincible. Like,
Yeah, that's
who's
true.
killing her now? Arteezy's
No
build
Saberlight
does
for
not
50.
counter Naga yet. It doesn't have any AoE damage.
They do pop Fortification. And you can see Arteezy was trying to push the wave, but it's really the mid lane that's the issue. So no backdoor protection for Shopify. So the Exorcism will take out the tier 3 tower, and might be a second set of racks that Shopify will have to give up. Melee racks getting pretty low. And yeah, they're going to have to give this up. And we'll see if Aster want to play it disciplined and back off.
They do.
And it looks like they will do just that. But in that big fight, you talked about how you wanted Mikey to get really aggressive with it. And he did. But
He definitely did,
his
but
team was nowhere close to him,
they were not
unfortunately.
on the same page about how to execute that, I think, and what the exact timing of the go was. And I think potentially I've also underestimated just how strong Naga got before that fight, because thinking back on it, maybe you actually do have to doom her because you have no other solution for the hero. But unfortunately, when that doom came out, they were a little bit out of steam, and I think Mikey honestly making a mistake there, using BKB on his first life, I think was not the play. I think he has to go in without BKB on the first one, bait the enemy team to go on him, and then when his teammates connect, that's when you pop BKB on the second life. To get yourself a much stronger second wave of fighting, because sure, you were not dying during that BKB and you were putting some pressure, but you effectively spent your BKB making your team connect, right? And then you were susceptible afterwards, so it didn't really matter.
Oh, they're spotted. Success. Okay, big jump in from Arteezy. Gets the Doom onto the Storm Spirit, but the Song of the Siren, once that BKB is off for Arteezy, they'll have to back away.
Yeah.
Mikey gets off his BKB, but really to no avail. Feels like a wasted effort from
This
Shopify.
is real bad for Shopify. This is get the hell out of
And look
their
at this
territory.
Wukong command completely blocking them from one location. And this is looking real rough for Shopify.
Yeah, Mikey's going to try to clean up top, but he needs to be careful. He does not have BKB, so he could get Orchided here.
Yep, there's the Orchid. They have stuns on top.
Oh, they
of
missed the
Boundless Drive
silence
up
and
in
DP.
one, and he's going to remnant
Ooh, good
to their
sidestep
base,
from him juking in the
basically.
trees.
Jakiro is continuing to pursue, though, and they have XWY in the area. Get the Ice Path, so already half HP is Mikey. No TP available. Has the Remnant extremely slow, and there's still some mana to work with from XWY, so this should be a kill, and indeed it is. And while this is happening, of course, Exorcism is going to
this should be
secure the
game.
Mega Creeps.
Yep, GG.
GG's called. Arteezy
Oh boy,
disconnects
that one
extremely
can't
fast.
feel good for Shopify. They must have felt really good about this game for so long, and then everything just fell apart in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
But
that
like-
was... whew.
Credit to Aster. This game is not easy to play. I was talking about how this team doesn't play particularly well from behind. And they were well behind early on. They lost their lanes. They got out-rotated. Especially Crit for me, standout player of the game for Shopify. But in the end, wasn't enough. Aster weather the storm. They get tanky enough on the Naga. They reach their key items. And they win 2 team fights back-to-back and just close it out. Gaben knew. I told you he knew. He...
Yeah. It's
You had
it's
a
all
feeling.
numbers game, man. It's all a numbers game, and he knows the numbers better than anybody. I mean, I'll say from Shopify's perspective, like we talked about how they were up by quite a bit. I think you agree with me since we did talk about it a bit, but the fact that they did not fight as 5 when they were absolutely rolling.
Yeah.
Like Arteezy would show up really late, get off like a really weird doom. That happened like 3 times, I feel like. One time it resulted in a kill after he had already gotten out of there, or actually after he died, but the rest it was just a wasted doom. And he just goes back to farming. Then they fight 4v5 again, even 3v5 in some cases. I feel like that's when you secure the win. And then this one fight happens that, they just happen to make some mistakes. Like that'll happen in the game. But I feel like the game should have been over by that point.
I mean, it probably, when you look back on this game of Shopify, you probably feel like it's a mega throw, but in reality, we see the graphs, right? I'm not going to say the graphs always tell the truth, but they give some perspective on how well Shopify's lineup actually needs to play the game to win, right? They were crushing, and imagine if they weren't. Like, what if this game was just even minute 15? Then it feels really hard. So probably put themselves under a lot of pressure, and maybe Arteezy felt like he has to stay mega farmed in this game to have an impact later on. But if that's the case, then why did you last pick Doom, right? Like, then maybe there's another carry entirely that would have been more stock standard that could have got the job done down the stretch. But yeah, great game from Astra, I gotta say, considering that was a tough start, and they start off with a 1-0.
They do indeed, and like we talked about, they really needed it because they came into this 1-3 while Shopify were tied for first at 3-1. That'll drop a little bit now, but we saw a lot of 1-1s yesterday. We'll see if that continues here today. We'll see how Shopify actually can respond to I want to call that a bit of a collapse. I mean, it happens to every Dota team, but Aster definitely getting a much-needed win. So let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with game number 2 very shortly.
I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning,
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 between Team Aster and Shopify Rebellion. Shopify lost in pretty terrible fashion. I don't think there's any way around that, Cinderin. If you look at the graph, it's Shopify, Shopify, Shopify the entire way, and then the last, 4 minutes of the game, it is Aster. It's a huge jump as we get into the draft. Let's see what changes that there will be. So Undying and Brood, first two off the board. The Disruptor to follow. So last time it was Nature's Prophet, Batrider, Ench, and Disruptor banned. So already very different. Only Disruptor remains.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not surprised that Shopify don't want to play against Brood. I mean, they clearly know what this hero's up to, and that last game was very promising for them, obviously. But still, Aster found a way to break it, and this time around, the game is going to definitely be quite different. We're going to be starting off with the Nature's Prophet pick for Aster into Beast Snap.
Okay.
All right. Aster are very comfortable with their Nature's Prophet. They play it very well on both Money and XXS. And they're going to grab the Jakiro again.
Hey, he's feeling it after last game. You know, those ice paths were pretty god tier, I have to say. Any spirit hero will be very annoyed with ice path. Wasn't that changed in the last patch?
If you do get caught by it, for
the
sure.
last patch that was changed, right? It remains longer or something like that?
Yeah, I think the linger... Hang on, how much longer does it linger? I think you're right. Let me take a look here.
As we get into the second phase of the bans, Rubik is gone, Storm is gone.
Yeah, so the path lasts 1 second longer on max level, but the duration of the stun is the same.
Right. I mean,
But it just means that you cover the area for longer, which
Yeah.
is very useful in certain spots, especially like the Roche Pit, for example, where you just create... It kind of becomes more of a wall sometimes. It's like 4.5 seconds is a long time before you can go into an area. Shopify will ban the Storm. XWI last game.
when is
cost
the
them a lot of
last
trouble.
time that you have seen Bulba ban Storm Spirit?
Yeah.
They
That
know
really
that.
says
I
something,
mean,
doesn't it?
I don't know what heroes Mikey plays. I mean, obviously,
Yeah, he
played a
doesn't
very
have
good
Abed
Ember.
this time.
Yeah, there's no Abed Storm. It's like, I don't trust anybody else with this hero. And they did get wrecked by it last game to some degree. I mean, that wasn't the main reason, but yeah, we're gonna see the Primal gone now. So I think the thing for
Protecting our
Shopify,
Nature's Prophet.
there's not that much flexibility in their lineup unless you want to see a crazy. If Mikey plays Snapfire mid, I mean that is an NA special, but this is a Persian brother, so not sure
Yeah.
if that's in his repertoire or not. We'll see. I mean, that's one advantage that you have a player that, you know, haven't been able to scout as much, so you can pull out some weird stuff if they play it.
Yeah. At the same time, I don't know how much time Shopify have had to practice with him. Because it's one thing if the player has a unique hero in his repertoire. The other one is the team needs to be comfortable playing the strategy that that type of hero does in a pro setting. So correct me if I'm wrong here, but in a situation like this, I feel like most teams would have the ringer, as it were, play whatever they feel comfortable with. Like they're given a list, right? Yeah.
So they're
You
not
play
going to give
around
him
the
something.
stand-in, not the other way around.
Yes, exactly. So
But if, let's say he's a specialist in Meepo, right?
right, you have to play a
the
certain
team
way. Yeah.
doesn't play that way that the hero plays, then you have to scrim it a couple of times to get a feel for the flow of the game and what the hero needs to do. I think Mikey plays a really good Huskar, for example, but I don't know if Shopify want to play that kind of strategy. You know, that's the kind of thing. But all right, I really like the bans from Aster here. All three of them, I think, are super high impact bans. You're banning Primal Beast to protect your Prophet. It's also a good hero against Jakiro. Batrider is good against both of them as well, and you're banning the Rubik, who was a big thorn in your side last game. Stealing Ice Path is huge as well. Crit played a great game in the first one. So they're going to force him onto something else. And that could be the Snap. It might already be intended for Crit. We'll see. He's going to get a lot more info with this pick.
Clocky McClocky.
Probably a 5 for Fly. He would like to avoid the Prophet lane, so Aster, depending on whether they put the Prophet 3 or 5, I think the Clock will go to the opposing lane, if possible. So that is one of his worst matchups in lane. Battery Assault, even though it got buffed and does double damage to creeps, it's still, the treants are really tanky and kind of absorb the whole thing, so it very much negates your impact in lane.
Yeah, they have a good amount of zoning, I would call it. I mean, Primal Roar obviously has the side effect of pushing everybody aside. You have Cogs that pushes people around, and this huge AoE aspect that Snapfire provides with chaotic fights like that. Definitely work well together. And like you said, Nature's Prophet it feels like it works with everything right now. Okay, Puck was banned in the second phase last time, so it's open for Aster. So they likely have their mid. And who did you say plays Nature's Prophet? Is this mostly the off lane?
I feel like it's kind of a 50-50 split between them. They let it depend on what looks better in the game, and I would guarantee you now they're not going to pick... they're going to pick a 4 or 5 here just to keep that option open all the way until as late as possible in the draft, so they see one more hero. They obviously don't have the ultimate last pick of the draft, but they...
Ooh.
And we'll get a little more intel. Ricky!
Wow.
Interesting. Baboka, one of the best players in the world on this hero. Back when Ricky 4 started being a thing, this guy was probably the best, hands down, on
Can
Ricky
you
and
remind
Monkey King.
me what was changed in the last patch with Ricky?
Dart has shorter cast range.
That's right. It dramatically.
A lot shorter. Let me see how much.
Have you even seen support Ricky since then?
I've seen a core Ricky in the off lane.
Okay.
But yeah, the support Ricky, not so much. So I think the cast range went from like... What did it go from? Can I actually not see that in the game? Oh, there it is. It's 1,000 to 600 cast range, and cooldown increased from 12 to 15. So,
yeah.
Mega nerfed. That spell was also ridiculous.
All right, so let's just say Ricky's kind of up in the air.
Yeah.
And then Tiny is the ultimate flex, but this... I mean, Clockwork is basically the only thing that you can say for sure is a support. Beastmaster for sure off lane.
Yep.
Although, I mean, there is the mid Beastmaster, but that's kind of tapered off since they changed the Ags.
Yeah, people haven't really played that since the X's got nerfed on the Ags, so...
So then, is it a core Tiny? So I would say probably yes, since Snapfire is most likely your support. Because this is a crit special, but if he's already playing the Snapfire...
Given the matchup mid being Puck, I do think I'm leaning mid Tiny, just because... You get multiple benefits by putting Tiny mid. He's one of the best heroes against Puck, and you also don't have to play Tiny Beastmaster double melee against Jakiro, right? Which would be pretty rough. So
True.
I think you're better off running this Tiny mid, getting a ranged for, wait, hang on. Yeah, you're last picking a carry. So yeah, you're going to play Snap as the 4 here, most likely.
Okay,
Beastmaster
so
Snap is no
RTZ
joke.
hero.
That lane's pretty strong.
Yep. So
Carry
the question
or
is
offlane for Aster now.
where the hell is this this Ricky playing? We'll know with this pick, I suppose.
I mean, I'm assuming the Ricky is 4. I don't think they're going to play it on a core role.
I hope it's a core role.
You think so?
No, I said I hope.
Oh, you hope it's a core role.
Yes, hope. I know that, AI has not understood every word in the English language, but hope is a very human thing.
No, it's just there's no hope left, so I've kind of
see.
deleted that from my vocabulary. Hope is not a thing.
Gotcha. Had to get you some defragment software. Still with a full minute to go on this pick, so they can...
I'm kind of...
Shopify also has plenty of time.
I kind of like the look of Prophet carry this game, I have to say, but he obviously doesn't know his matchup. Carry to carry in the end. Let's see what they choose. All right, never mind. They'll play it offlane.
All right, so support CK. Got it. Easy.
So I find this a little bit puzzling from Aster that they're grabbing a CK carry into this. You're playing into Tiny, who has decent AoE damage and cleave, especially with the Ags. Snapfire support is one of the heroes that deals better with CK than most. You have BKB piercing stun from the roar, and you have last pick. So maybe the logic from Astra is Shopify can't find a hero that lanes well against Prophet and is good against CK. And that might be true. I mean, in theory, one of the crazy heroes in this game would be Timbersaw, but then you don't have a carry, right? So you're not going to be able to really pick that. You can't swap your hero. You could play Tiny Carry and Timber mid. I actually think that would be kind of cool, but I don't know if Shopify would go that far.
Will they pick Doom again?
I would very much advise against picking Doom this game. I think it's not as good a game for Doom as last one, and they didn't really make it work that well. What are they gonna pick here? They have a clock 5, so generally you play this with ranged carry, but TA and Terrorblade being banned out were probably the two RTZ wanted here. I'm running out of time.
Ooh.
PA.
Okay.
Well, good core-to-core matchup against the CK when she's farmed, but this is not a good lane. Clock PA. Okay, for a team that's very much focused on laning, this is... I mean, maybe the reason they feel like they can get away with it is that the enemy team has a 4 Riki, right? But Riki, Nature's Prophet, I think, have a pretty firm grasp on this lane. I think Clock will be struggling to get much done. The support can blink or tricks away, and the core in the lane has treants. So Arteezy with a bold choice here for this lane.
Yeah, this is a hero that needs to participate in fights at a certain point, Syndrome, so there's that.
Yeah,
going
but it
for
also
them.
does need items, and
Yes.
I'm a little bit worried for Shopify that this game could get too fast for them, and I'm saying that against a team that has Snap, Clock, Tiny, and Beastmaster even. Like, the rest of their heroes are very quick.
Yeah, you don't think that they can create enough space with those 4 heroes while RTZ farms up his first couple items?
They definitely could if the lanes go well enough. We'll see though. I think I really like Astra's safe lane as well. We haven't really talked about that, but the CK Jakiro against Beastmaster should also be quite fierce. So if last game was anything to go by, where Astra weathered the storm after being behind, I think this game they might actually start on the front foot. But we'll see. Always going to be an X factor with Tiny versus Puck mid.
Yeah, love me some core Tiny. Always fun to watch as we get into the game now. So Shopify versus Astra game 1 already went to Astra, and we'll see how Shopify can kind of bounce back, or if they even will. And very bold PA pick, which obviously how well does she lane these days? Because used to be one of the worst laners in the game. But they have buffed Stifling Dagger so many times over the years. I think the main issue is you have to get these couple items before you can even begin to think about fighting. Which I would assume is, I mean, I don't know if you go Battle Fury. She's going Ring of Health to start.
I think
so
you
that
have
might be
to
the
go
case.
Battle Fury to justify the pick against CK, right? Otherwise, what was the point? You
True.
want a carry that has cleave, and the evasion is obviously amazing against CK. He doesn't want to buy MKB. He can buy Bloodthorn, though, as part of his build later on. But yeah, for now...
And you can get Silver Edge on XXS, right?
Yep, absolutely.
That should be an interesting one. They're waiting for the bounty runes here. Everybody has a crazy-ass set. I'm sure you, Cinder, are not fans of a lot of these sets, especially the Pirate Clockwork.
There's just better ones, you know?
That's a really good one. Not as good as the Raptor, of course, but very respectable.
I like the Dinosaur Clock the most.
What did I just say?
Raptor.
Is Raptor not a dinosaur?
A Velociraptor is a dinosaur, at least.
So what's a raptor, exactly?
It's just not what that set is, I think. That's not the type of dino it is.
It's just easier to say.
I think.
Yeah, I think it's more of a T-Rex.
I don't know, man. Whatever.
probably.
Let's call the Raptor. Be done with it.
I can't wait for the first Ankylosaurus set to be put into the game. That's my favorite dinosaur. Probably make one out of Bristleback. I don't know what that dinosaur is, though, do you?
No.
It has a big club on its tail. Its top lane, Fly, Battery Assault, is a lot of it's being soaked up by the Nature's Prophet Treant, so this is going to be kind of a hard lane for Fly to find use in, I feel like. We'll see.
Yeah, he's doing his damnedest though. I mean, this is basically the peak time for Clockwork in this lane almost, is level 1.
That is very sad to hear.
Because it's only going to get rougher, right? Like, in the beginning, at the very least, if Nature's Prophet only has the 2 treants active, and you can... I mean, maybe you're a little bit stronger on level 3, to be fair, but the timing window is pretty narrow. So he's just going to get bullied away by these trees, and there's really not that much you can do, and in the meantime, Baboka will be annoying to Arteezy. Worth noting about Ricky, this hero has pretty good base HP regen, so is actually quite nice support against the harassment that PA can offer in a lane. You can just trade with her, and then he's going to heal up pretty quickly. You see Baboka taking advantage of that here. Arteezy's still off to a good start overall. He got 6 out of the first 8 creeps, I think.
Yeah, Fly again with the battery assault. I think he's hit his peak, Synderen. It's all downhill from here. Tricks of the trade, harassing Fly a little bit more, but yeah, I mean the fact that Ricky, this is one of the reasons as we're gonna see first blood in the
this
bot
was
lane,
not a kill I
actually.
was expecting. I had not looked at this lane just yet, but Beastmaster Snap will actually find first blood against Jakiro.
They were pressuring for sure.
That's
but
very
yeah.
good news for Shopify, because I think this lane is actually kind of dangerous for them very quickly. Like when CK and Jakiro hit level 3, this is a true killer lane that Beastmaster will struggle against, but getting that little head start there for Saberlight will be big. We'll get him his Helm of Iron Will before the kill timing comes in, and then suddenly the balance in the lane can shift by a hell of a lot here, so good news for him.
And Mikey
Switching
in the
it
mid
up, though,
lane.
he's going Arcane Boots. He's prioritizing that instead.
Okay. I'm seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, leaves them in a better offensive position in terms of spamming their spells, but also leaves you more susceptible to getting killed, of course. Crit will be very happy to get Arcane Boots on the Snapfire. Having Arcanes in his lane is amazing.
Yeah. Not too far away from that right now, but mid lane Mikey versus XWY, 17-4 versus 15-3, so very, very close so
He's getting
far.
pretty low for this lane, though.
Yeah, XWY was almost dead like about a minute ago, so they've kind of gone back and forth a bit. This 4-minute water rune is going to be pretty important. He's actually going to take the bounty rune top just to get some extra regen. Saberlight taking some damage as he tries to pressure the Jakiro here. A lot of this lane in the bot has just been under this tier 1 tower, so just constant pushing from Shopify. These axes just
It's
definitely
going to
doing their
start
work.
getting harder now, though. Jakiro is closing in on level 3. Monet has his. And they have some items coming out. Monet gets the Gloves of Haste first. Interesting. I think a lot of CKs in this spot buy the boots first. Oh, he gets in tower range. Monet taking some serious damage. And so is Saberlight. And with crit rotating to secure the bottom water rune, that is leaving Saberlight exposed here to not getting much of this wave.
And so that deny of the water rune for XWY. He's going to have an empty bottle for now. We'll see if there's a rotation from somebody. If anybody ends up dying, expect that to potentially happen to refill that bad boy. And bot lane crit. Well, we'll see. Saberlight, I think his mana boots are coming. Yeah, so now they can start to spam away.
Oh.
See if they're able to actually potentially get a kill here. Monet, they want to get the kill onto crit, but counter initiate with that fire snap cookie. It's just going to be the death of crit. I guess he thought he was dead anyway.
I feel like this lane is almost not inhabitable anymore for Shopify. This is a pretty big problem. Like, if CK is full health, they don't have the damage to kill him, and they're going to salve him up now, and he's going to heal on this wave. The further down the lane this wave is, the harder it is for Shopify to do anything. Like, if they ever come close to try to CS, Monet can freely just jump them. They don't have enough damage to fight back, especially now with the attack speed slows of Jakiro, so... Yeah, this is going to be a tough time to be a Beastmaster.
Oh, Mikey mid lane. Toss up after the Ava. Phase shift comes through. Actually pops the Fairy Fire. And here's a rotation
He's
from
so deep
Baboka. So
behind the
Mikey
tower,
might be in trouble. And yeah, he's going to throw the tree to try to get a kill, but it ain't happening.
Alright, easy curse on the bottom lane. They kill the Jakiro.
Okay.
As expected.
Easy peasy, yeah. The trades here and there. But yeah, that's
The
a
mid
big
kill's
death
big.
for Mikey.
I'm surprised he dove that aggressively. I mean, I understand killing the puck here is big, but risk-reward, right? You're in a very compromised position against this hero plus a TP. And having to only bring over that position for Ricky, it's not like Nature's Prophet minds this very much. He's not at risk while the while the Ricky leaves. Because even if he's playing against PA Clock, I think he can live if they go on him, as long as he has Treants up.
That rune taken by Crit bottom, so they're continuing to deny the runes onto XWY, whose bottle is still empty.
Very important to at least slow him down that way, after he finds that kill mid.
Fly, now level 3 with level 2 battery assault. Just all he can really do is try to kill these Treants, and I know that the battery assault does more damage to creeps now, but just killing those things just feels like it's almost not worth it. It gives so little XP and gold.
Exactly. I mean, if the reward for killing Treants was a lot more significant, I actually think this lane wouldn't be that bad, because you could go for that then as your play. It's just, it feels so bad to kill Treants with spells that early on. You don't have
I feel
the
like
mana
that
for
would
it.
be a good nerf, a good way to nerf Nature's Prophet. But then you have to actually
It has been
protect
that way
those
in the
things.
past. I think that was a way the hero actually got buffed when its win rate was really bad, was that the Treants got less profitable to kill off. But it might be time for a return to a former state in that regard.
Yep. And Monet continuing
They're
to
spamming
CS
the
under his
crap out of him
tower.
here.
Yeah, he's got 3 stacks of wild axes right now. Looks like he'll not get hit again. Same cannot be said for Siamese Cat, but that's only 2 stacks of wild axes right now. See, the Baboka's starting to rotate towards that bot area. And Crit is likely to run into him very shortly, and they're going to get squeezed in with Siamese Cat getting off the dual breath into the ice path, but the cookie was there. But Reality Rift comes in, and Monet able to finish him off. Baboka actually gets credit for that one.
That
So
kill
another
is really
successful
big
gank
for
from
Monet
Baboka.
because he gets some breathing room. He needs to heal. Now that the spam is going to slow down for a little bit, he'll probably heal up quite a lot with this Chaos Strike level 3 build. Overall, though, Shopify Rebellion's lanes are going pretty well. So, despite this top lane not being the best for the Clockwork, obviously, I mean, the glass half full way of thinking for them is that it's also pretty good for PA, right? So,
Mid lane. We got the toss back onto the Ricky. Looks to be an easy pickup for Shopify. And while this is happening, Saberlight's able to take out, I think this was a triple or quadruple stack of the big camp in their triangle. So getting some much needed gold for himself. And another rune secured for Shopify. So they've just completely denied XWY any of these power runes. But XXS, like you said, left to his own devices here. Perfectly happy to be up here. Although,
yeah, it's good for both players, right? The PA will free farm, but the Nature's Prophet, this is also not one of those matchups where you're in massive danger, so they're both going to get something out of this. But for Shopify, this lane has...
Oh my! Saberlight with the roar on a target that was looked to be dead already to me. Tricks the trade, but they're going to run right into Fly. Nice cogs with the battery assault continuing to be applied to Baboka, but he's able to blink strike away. Their axe is ready for Saberlight here in a moment, but they're actually going to try to turn it around with that Nature's Prophet ult. There's the axes. Baboka still has blink strike, as that was a little odd placement there. TP from Jakiro on the way. Saberlight has the mana boots. Finally pop them, so axes available again, but they're just going to retreat, it looks like. Crit, he spots Baboka and vice versa. I believe he saw him at least. Yep, there's the cookie. All right, actually gets the D ward as well as XXS.
He's going to die for this, but well worth it.
He will.
Surely.
Sprout is there. XWI actually expends his ult as well, but Saberlight is here along with Mikey. Avatos! That's a beautiful kill from Mikey onto the puck. Fly looks to be resigned to his death. XXS gets credit for that, but now he might be in trouble. Can even get slowed here as the boar finally taken out by Monet, and Mikey, as his Avalanche, will be able to take out the Nature's Prophet in turn. Toss to help out Saberlight to be able to TP away, but the Ice Path just in time ensures that Aster will at least get a core out of this. But major points going to Shopify for this fight.
Yeah, this is a big win for them. Again, keep in mind Arteezy during all of this is just free farming on the PA.
Oh,
this
another use of the horsey.
Wants.
Avatos, not enough to take out Jakiro. And actually, no reinforcements are here for Mikey.
Oh,
the rocket flare! Oh, Fly from downtown. And Monet, completely out of mana, has 3 wand charges. And you can see more backup is on the way. Here's the Mortimer's Kisses inside the smoke screen. Beautiful hook shot to try to slow them down. And this ends up being a huge win for Shopify. Baboka not able to finish off Mikey. And Mikey wants to continue on. This man has some big old testicles. It won't be enough to get the kill onto the Ricky. So we'll TP back to base. Great turn of events for Shopify here.
Yeah, they've really been cranking it up here, for sure. And in comparison with the last game, this time around, you could argue with a true carry and a carry advantage as well, right? If this PA keeps progressing like this, Arteezy's probably going to find himself like a 13-14 minute Battle Fury Treads, which is a very good timing on this hero in particular because of her weak laning stage. I'm going to snag up 2 bounties here. Don't mind if I do. Pressure on Aster here to get something done. They will take the top tier 1 tower with Nature's Prophet and the Siege Creep, so pretty standard stuff there. At the same time, though, Saberlight looking for that trade bottom very soon.
The tower pretty damn low. We'll see if Aster want to try to defend or not. And they might just end up giving this up. The Hawk is also scouting things out for potential TP, so Saberlight should be safe. XXS, though, might not be, as the blur is activated from Arteezy. TP was coming. I think that might have been canceled. He's going to be able to continue to farm. He's only a Void Stone away, basically, from finishing the Battle Fury, so pretty good timing, considering he has the treads intact as well. And I assume after that, it's, I mean, the traditional items are Deso, BKB, and sometimes it's vice versa. This game, do you think he needs to get the BKB first, or is Deso looking fine?
I think BKB first is probably the way to go here. There's just so many things you need to worry about, right? Jakiro slows an Ice Path, Coil,
Fly.
CK Stun,
Oh, he
Dart.
gets 2 inside his cogs. Macropyre is there, so Fly will likely end up dropping. Oh, maybe not as a... The Roar expended onto XXS in the retreat. There's the Coil onto 2 as Mikey's come to play now. The Boar continuing to pressure Monet. Axes will continue on, but a nice Sprout will block them off, so that should be the end of it. I mean, the fact that Shopify have just kind of upped the ante here, they've kept the pressure on Aster the whole game to create this space for Arteezy, which was a question mark that you had, whether that would be the case or not.
Yeah, definitely been doing very, very well. And now they're going to turn this into a
group up.
mid-tier 1 push. Beastmaster with the Dominator creep. Skeletons. Does this very fast if he gets to hit. And now they do.
Looks like they'll get that. And in the bottom lane, Baboka is following Fly. Smokescreen is there. He's able to get on the outside and puts down his cog. So a little bit of a failed attempt here from Aster. And now the turnaround. Fly with the hook shot. Looking for the cogs. He's getting blocked by Baboka. Saberlight and Crit not going to be able to really intervene here. Mid lane, we have Avatos, but this will not result in a kill. Although it might be a kill onto Mikey potentially, but he's able to sidestep the Ice Path. And I believe the Battle Fury is on the way for Arteezy now.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Definitely is. So he's going to grab that. And XXS will grab his Ags. So he is the top farmer of the game. This often happens when Nature's Prophet offlane has a free lane. This is a huge item for Aster's lineup to combine with. If they can set things up around this Wrath of Nature route, that is a big problem for especially the PA if she becomes the target. Otherwise, you know, just in general, their heroes combine very well with Prophet because of their meaningful damage that they all have. Baboka on some Courier Hunt here. We'll get one. Yeah. Oh, he might pay for it.
He'll toss back into Fly. There's the smoke screen, though. The tricks of the trade to follow. The dust will reveal him. He'll be punished in the end.
3-man rotation for that, though. But they're going to instantly turn it into more. They're going to smoke up. Mikey with, obviously, that dagger ready. Will...
And they're scanning.
Yeah, they want to find XXS over here. Saberlight clearing up some fat stacks here in the meantime.
Shot is available, but he has exited the premises. Although if Fly ends up seeing this, they might still go. No, they'll wrap back around.
Nice read from XXS to not finish that big creep.
Get an important observer ward there as well.
However, Saberlight...
XWY, yeah.
Same can't be said for him.
Saberlight. So that one is successful for Aster. Fly has his hook shot. And they're actually getting pincered in, and there it's going to connect onto the CK. Monet gets off the Phantasm, but he's still stuck inside the cogs. XXS is going to be able to take out that support in no time, but it's going to cost them the CK. You can see Arteezy actually going to get coiled in the meantime. Trying to tank this up, but he is not tanky at all with just the lone Battle Fury. So they get one core, but Shopify lose 2.
Great trade for Aster. And that's really Profit coming into play. He's really, really strong right now. So many stats. Like, people focus a lot on Ags. That obviously, I mean, it's the flashy part of the item, right? People focus a lot on the ability upgrade, but the stats on Profit are just so meaningful right now. He's very tanky. He does a good amount of damage.
I mean,
Just
he is
his
the
attacks.
best body in the game, Synderen. We know that.
Yeah, even after the nerfs, I think he still has the best total stat gain.
Easily. Not even close.
Puck.
Meanwhile, mid lane. Oh, the Avatos is enough with the cookie on top of it. So Puck takes a tumble. Now Mikey in a little bit of trouble. Still stuck inside the smoke screen. Looks like he's going to get punished for his transgressions. So mid for mid.
That was a 6 kill streak going the way of Monet. Big win there for Aster to get that trade.
They're going to
It
need
was a nice
some...
assassination, but they had Wrath of Nature ready. They get that root lockdown onto the Tiny, and it's enough time for them to connect. And keep in mind, Boboka has not got his shard yet. Once that comes out, this game gets a lot harder for Shopify. So, definitely pressure
very
mounting
late,
the other way now. And
Pretty late shard.
it is, but here's the problem for Shopify is PA thrives on the blur and being able to farm in like safe areas of the map for the most part, and sometimes a little bit aggressively if you're feeling it, but most of the time you'll be farming your own half, playing it safe. If you're against a Ricky with Dart and a Prophet Ags, there's so much uncertainty in your farming patterns, where you can go. So I really think Boboka right now should be finishing up this shard, and he will start farming a wave top. It does open up a lot for them to get that now.
And I think the item of the game for both sides will certainly be Force Staff for the Smokescreen and Cogs, respectively.
Yeah, very good
I
item.
believe Fly is the only one building one for Shopify right now, as Crit's actually going for a Grieve, so he's going to get spotted, speaking of Crit. And, gets the cookie to the other side, but not going to be enough. He has his shard intact as well. Nay, he's got the Echo Saber armlet, and close to the halfway point of the BKB. And for
Worth
Arteezy,
also, considering the state of this game for Roche, right? Both teams have ways of killing Roche. The Dire with the PA plus Beastmaster, and the Radiant with the Nature's Prophet and CK ult. So definitely something worth keeping in mind for both squads here is, can you find a smoke pick that's meaningful in that area and then turn it into a big objective? I think Aster would probably like to do that sometime soon. Now that they have the dart on Boboka, they might be able to find openings to enable that. It looks like Shopify want to be the first to make that move, though, and maybe turn it into Roche. Let's see. They're looking for Monet here with this smoke. They have a good offensive ward, but another great read. Just the missing heroes on the map here. Aster sniff it out. They get away.
a scan from Aster shows that Roche is being attempted. This will be pretty fast, though. I don't think they can get here in time. Maybe they don't even want to contest. This will be a freebie, although Siamese Cat's in the area. There's the Macro Pyre. The hook shot's going to connect onto him, but Shopify able to secure both Roche and the Aegis. But the puck coming in.
God,
Oh my
damage.
god, the damage! Double kill for XWI. That's
Holy!
2 heroes of Shopify completely deleted, but the crit from Arteezy is enough to take out Puck in turn. You find the kill on the Mikey, though, so 3 dead already for Shopify. Now Arteezy continuing to get pursued. Dual Breath upon him. He's going to try to fight his way out of this, but the Ice Path connects. Baboka's in the area as well, has that Sleep Dart available, taking a lot of damage. Does have to be a bit careful. And this is going to be the first life for Arteezy. He's doing a lot of damage in the meantime, though. But here comes Monet
They have
finally.
Ice Path again.
Ice Path has come. The question is, can Arteezy get a random crit? No, not going
He
to
cannot
happen. So
get to play his hero.
yeah.
Wow,
So
what an
Shopify
insane
almost
spell
team
combo
wiped.
there from XWI and XXS. That Puck combo into a huge Nature's Wrath, just killing 2 supports right off the bat, really opened up that fight for them. And that looked so good for Shopify, too. I loved their play call of just getting the Roche, but going on the Jakiro actually turned out to be a big mistake in the end. And I can't blame them for thinking that was going to work out well. It definitely looked promising, but Aster just pulling one out of the hat there. Really nice.
Well, BKBs are the big items for Shopify. You can see Mikey and Saberlight both heading towards that. Arteezy was not, by the way. Although, I think he's changed his mind. Actually, it might just be a Deso here. It's a Mithril Hammer, so it still could be the BKB, but he originally had Ags queued up. He still kind of does.
Do you think players do this just to troll observers? Like, they just put every item in their quick buy?
I'm sure there's somebody that's done that, yeah. As
I
the
think you
dart
should go
on the
BKB.
crit. And he's ticking down. It's off the cookie. Fly trying to create some space. Has to hook shot to safety, and
Nice disengage.
you get out with everybody. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Arteezy's going for here. You think if this is a Deso, that's a big mistake?
I mean, not necessarily. It really depends what the mindset of Shopify is. So if he goes BKB, it's because they want to fight, right? If he goes Deso, I feel like fighting is actually still kind of tricky for him. It's hard for his hero to commit into fights against all the lockdown that Aster have, unless his team can set it up so that all the key spells get used and then he gets to go and clean house with Deso.
Yeah. Oh boy, Baboka being very annoying. They're actually going to turn this around onto Mike. He gets cookied into the fight. Very unfortunate cookie. Not sure it would have mattered either way, but that's a dead Tiny again. That is the 4th death now for Mikey. As Arteezy still has not purchased... has he actually not made enough money to get the second Mithril if it is
No.
a Deso? Okay.
I think he's going to end up buying Deso and going to keep farming and try to use the Deso to accelerate himself a bit further. Like, maybe getting the BKB at this point with what happened in the last few minutes is not going to cut it. Like, you have lost quite a lot of ground. Maybe you have to cover it, cover that ground through farming rather than fighting. We'll see if he makes that choice now. He has the gold now. He will buy the Deso. So, from like a... just thinking of it theoretically, right? This item, in every case that he does not have to go in first or early, this is better, because he farms faster, and if his team can go in and lead for him and force out key stuns, this is way more damage per gold, obviously.
I mean, look at their team, though. They have literally 4 heroes that do that, right?
Yeah.
Theoretically.
It's a matter of whether those heroes can force Aster to use big spells, because let's say Aster don't have to use Coil, or don't have to use... even the Dart. Like, if you just hold one of these spells for Arteezy's inevitable jump in, and you just lock him in place, like, Dart Smokescreen is effectively a 5-second stun against PA, right?
Yeah.
So, it's hard for him to realize the net worth that he has in fights, like, converting it into value in fights, if he doesn't have the ability to stick. So...
Ooh.
But...
Looks like they were gonna
I still
smoke.
do think Deso is the right choice, to be honest. It doesn't feel great to have to go for it here, I think, but if you go BKB, you're putting all your eggs into the next fight, right? Like, then that one has to be a win, or you're just falling behind.
Yeah. That definitely makes sense. Monet going for the rune. He's going to take an Avatos instead. Pops the BKB. The big Nature's Grasp there coming out on several heroes. The root is big, but the roar on top of Monet, and they're able to clean him up nicely. Hook shot. I think it did connect onto the back line. And they're going to be able to take out the Jakiro in turn. A Mortimer's Kiss is used as well. Big coil into several heroes. XWY trying to finish somebody off, focusing on Fly for the time being. No stun to lock him down quite yet. So 2 dead in favor of Shopify. They've only lost the clock thus far. There's the Avalanche with the toss back onto the wrong target. Not the greatest synergy there with the Phantom Strike. Arteezy has to be careful. He's very low HP, actually going in pretty deep, trying to get some lifesteal benefits out of that Phantom Strike. Baboka able to tricks and get out safely, but the toss back onto the Nature's Prophet, that's the bigger kill anyway. And Arteezy continuing to get harassed by XWY.
He's dropping really low.
Looks like he's going to be fine.
Yeah. All right, good sequence there from
6
Shopify.
charges
Monet will
on
TP in,
Deso.
but it's too late. They got out. That 1 kill on him and then snowballing that into a triple, very well done by them. Yeah, Arteezy playing it aggressively there, but pulled it off. He has the lifesteal from the Beastmaster, and he uses his Dagger of Ristal for that extra burst. Probably the single best hero in Dota to this item, for this item to be on.
No doubt. Enemy's cat being pursued here. There's the Avalanche from Mikey, and an easy kill.
This is just suddenly exploding in Shopify's favor. It was looking good for a moment there for Aster, but man, they just lost a huge amount of gold and map control with this one moment at the rune for Monet.
And that was only with one BKB, which Saberlight has, and I believe the second one is about to be online for Mikey, just 300 gold away.
Wrath of Nature
Boboka's
just did
been trying to find an
700
opening.
damage to clock. It's so bizarre. Holy.
What does?
The Wrath of Nature did 700 damage to clock. It's just pretty crazy.
The outpost is in the control of Shopify, but Boboka gets off the dart. I think they're just going to focus on that ancient Granite Golem. Saberlight, though, has the roar available. Not able to get it off. Puck very, very pesky. Saberlight already used his BKB. Not sure if he wants to fight. It might be a fake back as Arteezy wants to go in. Oh, that's a big crit onto Boboka. Gets off the tricks of the trade. I think he's going to be fine.
Saberlight going too far, though.
He wants to go in deep, and yeah, Saberlight is their target, but a nice hook shot from Fly, keeping them back, but it's not going to save the Beastmaster. Mortimer's Kiss is coming in. It's going to get completely canceled out. That was a nice reality rift into a smoke screen. That's the death of Crit. Shopify will have to retreat, and Aster
Saberlight frontlining there after popping BKB, I feel like was very questionable. And also Aster with insane vision down here, but obviously Shopify don't necessarily know where the wards are, but they were just being spotted the whole time. So all the information advantage going the Radiant's way, and they're going to grab the bot tier 1 now as well for themselves.
I think he popped the BKB because he was expecting the dart, perhaps, and he was at melee range, so it wouldn't
I don't think using the BKB when he did was a mistake. I think after it runs out, though, I don't think he can just blindly frontline into the enemy outpost like that. He just got caught and killed and didn't get anything off. And he already lost his Granite Golem, like you pointed out, so all of his impact in the fight kind of gone.
So Arteezy, we assume this will be a BKB, even though it shows Aghanim Scepter being queued up right now. But you never know. I mean, how is Aghanim Scepter this game? The priority. I mean, obviously, I know that you want the BKB.
Yeah, I mean, he is buying the BKB first, right? He has the hammer, so...
Does he? Okay.
Yeah. But Ags is always a crazy item on PA. Like, when you... It makes the hero exceptionally snowbally in fights when you get the first kill, the way it just transitions. So I don't mind him going it next, but... Yeah, for now, I do think...
Oh, the BKB is actually done. They missed the smoke on Arteezy, but...
This is a good hawk!
Oh, that's a good hawk! That's what that is. They kill the Jakiri, buys back into the game. Axes come out, but no roar for Saber. So another wasted BKB for him, and all they have to show for it is a support.
Yeah, I do realize now that I said it that this spell doesn't get hyped very often, but it was a really good hawk.
That's a good hawk. It's a good boy. That's what I was thinking of the whole time.
Oh, I see. Are you a falconer? I'm imagining you as a falconer right now. That is actually a really funny mental image.
That sounds really painful.
Why is that painful?
Because they sit on your shoulder and they grip it with their disgusting claws. I don't know.
Okay, you're not a falconer.
Yeah, I can't. I have a low threshold for pain, so it's just not going to happen.
That's why you
have
who
cats. Would you... They do scratch, but they're not deep. Roshan is available.
Yep, they have a hawk set up, so they have pretty good vision to the left to Shopify.
He's going to attempt.
I actually think that smoke might have been barely spotted.
AC is now picked up, by the way, on Monet. There's the sleep. Onto the PA. Do they have the force staff? He's going to have to pop his BKB. And trying to disengage, but a nice stun coming out from Tiny. He pops the BKB as well. But Aster now on the retreat. They get the Sprout onto Mikey, who's kind of left alone here. There's the coil onto 2. Let's see if Shopify want to break and try to re-engage. Arteezy looking to still fight, but Saberlight is just dead without even getting off his ultimate. So Shopify likely will have to retreat with no buyback available for Saberlight. But that would mean the second Roche is going Aster's way. Nice kisses onto the huge avalanche. Is that enough to take out XXS? Yes, indeed. And they lose Monet as well, not respecting Shopify's ability to fight in the pit. And that means the second Roach goes to Shopify instead. Holy Jesus.
That's just
That
such
was
a
sick.
wonderful setup for them, right? Like, the heroes are stacking in the pit. This is exactly what Snapfire wants, and obviously Crit knows all the BKBs are down, so that's just going to convert into insane damage output from high range, and yeah, Aster, I understand they want to do Roche there, but I think you have to clear the perimeter first with the Riki. You have to make sure that the Snapfire and Tiny aren't setting up like this, and it's easier said than done, but huge punish there for Shopify. It's can't be overstated how important that is, that this Aegis goes their way and they get these kills. They were 3k down, now they're 3k up. They get the Aegis on Arteezy. Was this Roche number 1 or 2? This was Roche number 2,
He got the
right?
shard. Yeah, he got the shard.
Yeah, so he even
as
gets
well.
the shard here. So Fan of Knives unlocked, really good against the CK for some extra damage.
Oh, Monet. Phantasm used.
He sees him, but not
Yeah.
ready to initiate yet.
Arteezy, like you said, still healthy Aegis. And the BKB. Gonna separate a bit now that they've taken most of the creeps in that triangle. So Aster not really able to occupy that spot meaningfully. They now will be going for the Bloodthorn, as there's the Avatos from Mikey, deletes Baboka. Very nice pickoff, and there's a big hook shot from Fly into the arms of Arteezy, and there's the forced BKB. Arteezy, he'll activate his as well. There's the Blink Strike, but Monet keeping pretty safe thanks to the armlet toggle, so ends up being a wasted BKB from Arteezy. We'll see if they occupy the triangle, and perhaps, yeah, their top lane's very pushed, so they can't even get the tier 1 right now unless they want to backdoor it. That's going to force Mikey back into the top lane to try and defend.
I took care of that very quickly. Gonna backdoor top here with Beastmaster. Pretty standard stuff. Very safely we'll do this. But tier 2 is far away. This wave will need half a minute to get there. So Aster do get some time to move out on the map.
Meanwhile, from Aster's side, XXS, looking at his items, BKB Ags we've already talked about, has the Maelstrom and is now going MKB instead. So it won't be... Okay, he did go for the Gleipnir. But choosing not to go for a Silver Edge, wants to just straight up go for right-click
Yeah.
MKB to go through Blur as much as he can.
They're going Bloodthorn on the CK as well. So they will have these solutions eventually. But for now, Shopify in a really good spot to look for fights, especially obviously with the Aegis. Could try to take some advantage. And I don't actually mind the Prophet not getting the Silver
my.
Edge because... Oh, hang on.
XWY. Yeah, Mortimer's Kisses are coming for him as well. Looks like the Riki does die, but Eon Disc procs for XWY despite the Primal Roar being expended. So he will likely be fine.
Oh!
The hook shot. Okay. Now the Waning Rift onto the other side gets pushed back, continuing to be a nuisance. Rocket Flare's going to connect. They have the vision. Oh, the Horsey can't jump far enough. Didn't take the vaulting classes that he tried to use a long time ago, Cinderin, but it's only the pony. You can't upgrade that neutral, unfortunately.
XWY. I mean, sure, you're
Oh.
dodging them, but you don't have TP. They're going to find you eventually.
Illusory Orb. He will use it. Blink Dagger, Waning Rift. They do have vision again, briefly. Do they give up, is the question.
All right.
Yeah, they're giving up. That wasted a lot of time, though.
Actually, yeah. Wasn't too bad.
But Puck is also not the hero you want that to be happening to, right? You want him to be farming still.
Oh, if Arteezy could one-shot him out of Blur here.
Oh boy.
Oh, the rocket barely.
Oh.
He's going to see the
Does
orb,
he see
though.
that?
He might wait for XWY to go on the wave. This
Blur
is
running out in a few
pretty
seconds.
important
Oh.
moment here. If he could get a crit!
Oh, not quite. Did use the Fan of Knives, but to no avail. Puck very annoying. Of course, Abyssal Blade might be the next item for Arteezy now that Agnum Scepter's online. And yeah, he, as I say that, he queues it up. Okay. Double kill for Mikey out of nowhere.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Did he get a double Avatos?
Yeah.
What the hell?
They died, and now you go high ground. All right. I mean, this is what you want from your stand-in mid. Just,
Avalanche.
just kill
Pop back
everyone.
from the Puck. Do they have enough to actually lock him down?
Oh
Wait,
my
he
god,
gets
he's
roared.
dead
The
too.
Eondis already procced, and that's a dead puck. No puck for 60 seconds. The Aegis
Dude, I
does
think
expire,
Mikey
but they
just
can
ended
go
the
for
game
the win.
single-handedly in 5 seconds.
Unreal. They are going to fortify. And you can see Monet prepping for battle here. Doesn't have enough to finish the full Bloodthorn, but has the Orchid now. Tier 3 tower already dead. And anytime you have a Tiny with all of this to go with it, these buildings are going to melt. BKB popped by Monet, trying to focus down Arteezy, but he has to run away instead. And now the focus is on just the Ancient. XXS stuck inside the cogs. And this is looking like a game number 2 victory for Shopify, unless there's a huge turnaround here. Leipnir is applied. A lot of damage from XXS, doing quite a bit to try to defend this. But all they have to do is focus down the Ancient, and they'll do just that. So 1-1 split between Aster and Shopify. And yeah, Mikey literally just dropped the mic in the middle of that game. It just ended.
I mean, this is not how I expected this game to just randomly end. They didn't even need their Aegis. It's literally just he finds both supports. Jakiro doesn't have buyback for a minute. He's dead, and then he gets the toss back on the puck. They force the disc, and he can't blink out, gets roared, and they kill him, and he also doesn't have buyback. And Shopify just recognizing, okay, well, if these heroes aren't buying back when we're getting the base tower and going for tier 4s, we can just get the whole thing. They must not have buyback at that point. And yeah, they just suddenly end this game. That was,
Well, it felt like game
that's
1,
something.
it's not exactly the same, but it did kind of suddenly end
yeah.
to a
that's
degree. But the difference was last game, Shopify was ahead basically the whole game, and they just instantly lost. And this time around, it was pretty even throughout. And then around the 30-minute mark, I think Shopify started to regain a bit control. I mean, once those BKBs came online, and they had a lot of catch. That is one thing that Shopify definitely had. I mean, between Fly's initiations were god tier. Saberlight's, I feel like the Primal Roars didn't come out that often in huge impact, but his creeps were really the difference maker in terms of the push early on for that team.
Classic Beastmaster.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a really cool game. It's a bit of a shame that it didn't get a bit more exciting toward the end, because I think this had the makings to be a really close game, but Shopify just found 2 key moments. They get the Roche triple kill into Aegis, and then they get this Mikey double kill with no buybacks, and then they just end. It's how Dota is sometimes. If you don't have those buybacks and you get caught, it can end in the blink of an eye. So
we can probably look at the standings, as we may have an interview coming at some point. Oh, we're going to have Saberlight, the
Saberlight. All right.
Saberlight. Looking forward to that conversation.
All right.
But yeah, this puts Shopify at 4-2 overall, and
Yep.
Aster is 2-4, so still towards the bottom. They're going to have to start getting some 2-0s to try to catch up in this group.
Yeah,
'cause they're gonna be
usually
left
2-4
behind.
doesn't sound too awful, but keep in mind bottom 4 are eliminated. So in this format, it's a scary place to be at the bottom of the board right now. The recovery path is, I mean, yeah, 2-2-0s or something will definitely bring them back, but the level of competition you're against, nobody is a pushover, so you can't even count on getting any easy wins, so to speak, in these groups. Everybody here is a strong opponent, so...
Yeah, I believe we have Saberlight now. And hello, Saberlight. How are you, good sir?
Hello.
Can you hear us? Testing. Testing Saberlight.
1, 2, 3.
Saberlight, please stop ignoring us.
But this would be such a good bit if somebody has to do that at some point. One of the players just sit there and you can hear it the whole time.
Yeah, as you can see, Saberlight is
They'll
ignoring us
I'm
very
giving
rudely.
bad ideas here. I don't think people will like that. I mean, the
as you
fans
can
will
see,
love it, but production will lose their shit. So
He's
fuck
got a
off.
very nice background. It actually fits his jersey, the
Yeah.
black and white. It's
little
very,
tiny Aegis there
very
on the
fitting.
shelf.
Yeah. Kind of the... Is that actually their colors, black and white?
I think
I guess
so.
so. Oh, so it's the secret route, except it's more towards the white, TSM even,
Yeah.
actually. So the NA rivals, in fact. Hopefully we'll be able to get Saberlight on the mic here shortly, as this would be the greatest bit of all time if he was continuing to ignore us. I don't think that is the case. Can't wait to ask him some very riveting questions. But yeah, Shopify still towards the top of their group right now. Aster at the bottom. And again, 8 teams per group. Half go home, half continue to the second group stage, which okay, it looks like this interview is not going to happen, unfortunately.
I think that was pretty insightful, though. I mean, this...
It was, yeah.
Saberlight just says so much with so few words.
He does.
Could see in the expression on his face that he was absolutely thrilled with his draw. And judging from his hair, he probably pulled it a bit during game 1. So...
Yeah, that's what I was really wanting to ask him is what happened in game number 1? Are we not having an interview for sure production? Because if you can get it to work soon, okay, they're going to try
we're giving
again.
It a second go. Maybe.
Okay, so what do you want to talk about in the meantime, Cinderin? We can talk about our next match, I guess, briefly.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Next match is going to be... Let's take a look here. I think it's a big one. Isn't it OG Liquid? Yes, it is OG Liquid. That is a... very big one for Group B. OG are 4-0, undefeated so far. Liquid 3-1. Who did they lose to? Let's see.
Liquid drew with Talon.
Okay, yeah, Talon did look quite good yesterday.
OG's scoreline of 4-0, obviously very good for them, and they've been on a major upward trajectory in the DPC in Europe. They actually made the major after having a really bad start. They just started winning games left, right, and center and making it. But their 4-0 does come with the asterisk that their 2 series they've played so far are against Nouns and Enigma Galaxy. Both teams are winless. They're both 0-4. So maybe a little misleading in terms of power rankings here, but I'm not going to say that this is going to be an easy series for Liquid. I think OG have definitely leveled up recently. So, very exciting.
Especially, I mean, I haven't gotten to watch Enigma yet, but with Miracle back into the lineup, it sounded like it was a temporary thing. Is that confirmed? Do you know if it's temporary?
I don't know, but the wording that they said was that Amar would be benched and Miracle would be temporarily playing, right? It was something like that. So don't know how much weight to put on that. Maybe it's like, because Miracle has taken a break, right? Maybe it's like a trial run for him to see how he feels about it, if he's ready to make a full-on comeback, or you can speculate on the reasons to do it this way, but either way. We'll see after this if Miracle gets taste for more, or if he still needs more time to recover to get back into former shape. So, but I'm sure a lot of fans are really happy to see him on the field, but so far probably not too happy with the results that Enigma have been putting up. So
yeah,
see if they can turn it around.
It's gonna be. I guess Div 2 is occurring right now, but it's not with them yet, right? So they'll have to wait. But Div 2 in general. Probably going to be the highest viewership of any Div 2 in history, I would imagine. So many good teams, and it feels like it's just going to keep recycling, right? Now that you have teams that maybe weren't expected to do particularly well in the EU they're going to probably get, become bigger names, and it's just going to be a complete recycling over and over.
I mean, at this point, you could debate whether EU DPC should have more than 8 slots in the division, right? You don't have to give more slots to the major, but you could argue for making a 10-slot Div 1. I was talking... Kezu suggested that to me when we were covering the DPC, and I was like, that actually sounds like a really good idea. So I kind of hope they do that, because I feel like you might be like, yeah, you're differentiating between the regions, but technically, for the amount of major slots, if you're not changing anything there, but there's just a region that has so many strong teams that you want more representation in Div 1, I don't think the other regions would have a problem with that. Making EU 10 teams Div 1.
What is the argument against that?
Logistics of Div 1. Because every time you add additional teams, you add a lot more games. So adding 2 more teams to Div 1 generates 17 best of 2s.
I think that I'm just going to go out on a limb based on my experience as a tournament organizer. They're fine with that. If it's Western EU, it's literally the most coveted region. The more matches, the better.
Yeah.
But if it's from a player standpoint, maybe...
So 17 BO3s, which will create, what's that, an additional... How many play days? 5? 6-ish? That you need to fill in? It makes it difficult to do that while you also have the constraint of running the DPC in 3 weeks, right? Like, that's the trade-off, that you might need more time.
That's for the players. Players might not like that many matches.
Right. So if
But
you
then again, they're
condense it
getting the
down
benefit
more,
of more teams, right? So
yeah,
to
so
their
it's a bit of a trade-off. Like you could say if you do a fourth week, but then it starts overlapping with Div 2, and then Div 2 doesn't get the same exposure because Div 1 is just taking all the eyeballs. So, like it's not an obvious solution, but it's an interesting idea to get.
Okay. All right, we're going to give it one more minute for the Saberlight interview. And if he doesn't come on, then we're going to interview him instead of whatever team is next. Okay, for the next game.
Hello?
It's going to be a really...
Oh!
Saberlight, hello?
Hello?
Hello, sorry guys, I had the web browser muted. That's a silly mistake.
Oh, yeah. It happens, my friend. How
I'm
are
glad
you
you
doing?
figured it out after 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we've
was
been-
like,
anything.
what's the interview situation? I'm just sitting here and yeah, I mean, sorry guys, but
We could have
here
we
we
could
are.
have abandoned the interview, but we chose to fill as long as possible because we really wanted to talk to you. And I have a very important question. What did you think of the Ability Arena tournament that you abandoned halfway through, Saberlight?
Oh, I see. So you just use DreamLeague to like promote your Ability Arena tournament. I see how it is. So that's why I wanted to do the interview. It was so good. I love Ability Arena, guys. Go into arcade and click Ability Arena.
All right. Thanks so much
That's
for the
my
interview.
boy.
Man. Thank you for coming.
Okay, let me start with a question. We'll go back and forth between center. But first game, you guys were ahead the entire game. It was kind of weird because Arteezy, it didn't feel like you guys were connected. Like you were never fighting as 5 until like towards the end, and then just felt like you just lost one big fight and the game ended. Tell me about that game first.
Yeah, I think you described it pretty good. I think we had pretty good lanes. I think the lane swap was kind of smart. You don't usually see Brute in the safe lane, but it kind of worked this game. And then yeah, we're smashing them, but we just weren't able to finish the game. And then yeah, we just lost 1 or 2 team fights and game is over. We didn't really have that much physical damage. So we just needed to kill them, but we weren't able to kill them.
So I think this is the second time this tournament so far that you guys played Doom carry. Did you get inspired by another team, or is this something that Arteezy just tried and is pushing for, or is it how did that get into your repertoire? Because it's very uncharacteristic for your team to play that type of safe laner on our tour.
Yeah, I think I think it's mainly Bulba calling for it, and Arthur is like, yeah, of course I can play Doom. And I don't know where Bulba got the inspiration. Maybe from me back when I was standing for Entity, or maybe somewhere else. Who knows? You'll have to ask him.
And knowing Bulba, it's probably from just a dream he had, and he's like, "Okay, we're doing this from now
True.
on." So, talk to us about your stand-in for Abed, Mr. Mikey. He, in game 2, he just ended it with a double kill. It felt like, but how's he been to play with so far?
The guy's a beast. I mean, he's a really chill teammate. It's very straightforward. He's like, I wanna play Tiny this game. And Bulba's like, okay, give the man Tiny. And yeah, I mean, he's super talented. He's very, mechanically he's owning. I think it's the best stand-in we could have gotten for Abed. So yeah, I mean, I think we'll play a few more days with him at least. So I'm sure that he has much more to show to everyone. But I would be very surprised if after this tournament and the performances that he has almost every game, he has a good game every game. I would be very surprised if he doesn't get into a really good team afterwards. So yeah, I wish him the best.
Quick
for
follow
sure.
up. How did you guys find it? Is somebody friends with him? Was this? I assume the Abed thing was kind of last minute that he couldn't come, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were looking for some stand-ins for a long time because we knew about actually we didn't know about the visa because it's just hard because he's always in Toronto boot camping, so he just doesn't have time to apply for the visa. And yeah, we went through a bunch of people, but the thing is, everybody's either playing Div 2 or some people are playing the Pinnacle Cup, so they didn't really want to play this, or they're in the tournament. So yeah, I think me and Crit recommended him because I mean we play the Europups, so I meet him there sometimes. I know that he was rank 1 sometime back. I think he was playing for Winterverse or something like that, and he was owning. So I just remember that. So yeah, it seemed like the best option for sure.
Very cool. Anything else, Cinderin?
Yeah, so we were talking about this on the cast. Usually when teams have stand-ins, you try to, at least our experience watching it, is that usually the team caters to the stand-in instead of the other way around. I'm assuming that's also the case with you, right? You say he's like, please pick me this hero, and you guys just do it. I think this guy has some like pocket picks that we haven't really seen come out yet. How much time did you have to scrim? Have you had like a chance to try some of the stuff that he plays that Abed doesn't, without mentioning the heroes, obviously? Or have you barely had any time to practice and it's just straight matches?
Yeah, I can't say a single hero because otherwise Bulba will beat me up. You know, he's always
course,
like, don't feed any info.
Of course.
But yeah, he has some cool stuff up his pocket, or up his sleeve. Sorry. Yeah. So don't be surprised if he pull out. Okay, I can leak one, and that's Meepo. You know, hopefully, I'm still waiting for a Meepo game. I haven't seen a Meepo game in so long. So, you know, if it's not him, then Abed eventually.
Right, because I was
we didn't
going to
have
say Abed was a legend on that hero. So
yeah, for sure. So I'm waiting for the Abed Meepo as well. But yeah, we didn't have any time to scrim. We did not play a single game with him. It just, you know.
Oh wow, straight
queued
matches.
Yeah, we just queued up into the game yesterday, and that's how it went. I mean, we also took a break after the DPC. So, for example, I was in London just chilling. I did not touch Dota for like 5 days. I
touched
the
Ability
here.
Arena, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I did. The amazing ability arena. Yeah, the Wi-Fi there was awful. So, you know, it was rough. But yeah, I just came back. I had like one evening. I played like 2 pops, and the next day the league is starting. So yeah, I mean we're just kinda YOLOing it, and yeah, you know, it's a lot of Dota up in the next few weeks. We'll play this, then it's the major. So, you know, I think our mentality for the next month is just to like see it as a marathon rather than a sprint.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to peak at the wrong time. We've seen that so many times. I mean, teams that peak early, the patch gets changed against them, right? They get nerfed, and then they do terribly at TI. So don't do too well, Saberlight. That's my advice to you, all right?
Yeah.
But appreciate your time, as always. Appreciate your time, and good luck the rest of the way, man. Been entertaining to watch you guys play.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you around.
All right.
All right, see ya. So that was Saberlight.
You are shameless, Shannon.
Oh,
you are so shameless.
I had to.
Absolutely shameless.
Anyway, that was a great interview with Saberlight, and yeah, it's always nice to. This is the thing, like people like Saberlight, I'm real big fans of because they're actually fun to interview. It's not like you ask a question, it's one sentence, and then you just ask it. Like they're so bad. Players that actually enjoy being interviewed and take advantage of that to grow their brand or whatever the case may be. S tier. Absolutely love Saberlight.
Yeah,
so
always love talking to
big
that
fan
guy.
of him. Okay,
he's a funny guy.
So he is, and okay, so that's the end of this series. Like we said, we have a giant one coming up: OG versus Team Liquid. Should be a lot of fun. Let's take a break, and we'll be back very shortly.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Greetings, friends and enemies. Sunsfan here with Cinderin, and we have a matchup.
We do.
Quite the matchup, some would say. It's Team Liquid versus OG for the DreamLeague Season 19 group stage. OG is currently 4-0. Team Liquid are 3-1, so both towards the top of their respective group. And we did talk about how OG's, not to take away from their 4-0, but it has been against what we would probably argue are the two weakest teams.
Yeah.
Which are Nigma and Nouns. And Team Liquid, they lost the game to Talon. That's their single loss so far. Yeah, and 2-0 Tundra. So, and obviously Liquid come in, I would imagine, being the favorites in general with their disgusting roster that they put together. Yeah, what do you think of this matchup? What are you expecting, Cinderin?
Yeah, so I think, in fairness, the most likely outcome of this series is probably, I don't know, do I dare say a draw? Just because I don't know if Liquid are that far ahead of OG anymore. If you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would say 2-0 Liquid hands down, but OG have been looking a lot better. They started the NADPC, they started the EU DPC 1-4, and they ended up clutching out a 3-4 and then winning the tiebreaker. So definitely on an upward trajectory, and now they've won 2 series here as well, so momentum definitely in their favor. That said, Liquid are such a strong opponent that I don't think even an OG firing on all cylinders will win 2 games, but I could definitely see them winning one of them. But we'll see. A lot of it comes down to draft. Liquid have been kind of the trendsetters in EU for a while, which also means that over time, obviously on the same patch, teams get to catch up, right, and figure out solutions to a lot of the stuff that Liquid have been running. So,
and I think, yeah, I think both these teams are still in very good position, obviously, to continue on to the second group stage. But the picks and bans are underway. So Nature's Prophet, Death Prophet, all the prophets gone. Wait, are there more prophets?
Don't think so.
Okay, not yet. Dawn Prophet, perhaps, in the future. A little hybrid action. Brood and Monkey are out.
Yeah, interesting Monkey King ban first phase here. OG obviously rate that hero pretty highly. They play it 4 and 1. Kind of similar to Aster that we just watched. This means what's in the pool? Disruptor, first pick Doom.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, OG are no strangers to this hero. They love it. They play it primarily on DM in the offlane, of course, in this patch, but they've played it on multiple roles in the past.
Yep, and from OG side, yeah, it's been, I think, DM playing that, I would imagine.
Almost exclusively. In the past, Taiga would play it as a 4, but I don't think this patch really lends itself to that very much. So
Liquid respond with the IO. Okay. What are they going to couple that with? I mean, historically, when you see an IO early picked, you want to couple it pretty soon or pretty fast because a lot of the...
get their Lesh right away if they want it.
Yeah, a lot of the duos end up just getting banned out. And it will be the Lesh. Okay, the Lesh, though, is a bit of a flex, right? Because obviously Nisha can play it and has dominated. But we know that Zai has played this in the past in the offlane as well. I don't know if he's done it this season, but you tell me. If you remember.
I feel like they've exclusively, when they've had IO, I think they've played it mid every time, the Lesh.
Okay.
So it's true, it is an option to put the Lesh offlane. We saw Beast Coast do that yesterday on Sacred, but don't think Liquid are going to do that. And especially, you're picking this into Doom. IO I would consider one of the best supports against Doom because you can relocate out of the Doom. You have constant healing flowing into the target of the Doom as well to try to just keep them in fighting shape. And Lesh, one of the better heroes to get doomed on, actually. If you have your Edict and your ult running, you still offer quite a lot in the fight compared to a lot of other int cores. So I think it's pretty stable to go about it this way for Liquid.
And with teams that have played against each other a good amount during the DPC, do you think they try to do like Oh, that's actually a great counter to IO. That's an old school one with the glimpse and
Classic,
whatnot.
yep.
But do you look at these matchups any differently because they're so familiar? Like, because you've had, back when you played, I'm sure you had situations where you'd be at LAN or big tournament with a team that you just scrimmed so much against. Like,
Right.
it feels
I
like
don't know how much
the
these
meta.
teams scrim each other, to be fair. I think, from what I understand, Liquid have, at least in, I don't remember which interview it was some weeks ago, I think they had been playing quite a lot against Shopify in their scrims. So I guess, like, I don't know, even if they've played each other, the game is still the same, right? Even if you know how the other team plays and you know their hero pools, if there are good counters to heroes, they're just good counters to the heroes. Even if you've scrimmed them 100 times, you still want to run what works, right? Can't say I'm too surprised with anything that's happened so far. I guess the biggest surprise is the overall first pick Doom, but everything else looks pretty expectable.
Well, Liquid ban out Ember, and OG follow with the Rubik and one to come.
Interesting Rubik ban, because they don't want to have Doom stolen or Glimpse.
This is the part of the tournaments where the region, I mean, obviously this is the same region, but we've been seeing a lot of other region teams that haven't played against their opponent in quite a while. And the picks are just like so drastically different. Like we saw Jakiro, like first two pick the last two games, for example, right? With Aster. This is my favorite part of the tournament because you're seeing such a wide variety of stuff. And then as the tournament goes on, the meta becomes more, ingrained with what's actually working and what's not. And the picks become a little bit more narrow.
I
Sniper
find this
taken out.
sniper ban a little bit interesting here for OG. They might be, I don't know what they're setting up for that the sniper's really good against. Maybe, I mean, it's one of Mickey's best heroes for sure, and Liquid have looked good with it. Maybe there's something about this hero with IO against Doom in the lane and just overall just outranging their lineup that they're planning. That could be the reason. I do think Clockwork would have been a really good ban for OG, though. I feel like Liquid want to play that on Boxy in a game like this. You're against Doom. Clockwork fares very well against that hero. You just go on him, you isolate him, and you keep him in place in the fight. And the Disruptor matchup goes both ways. Like, you can get glimpsed away, but at the same time, you also have a super high range initiation to catch the Disruptor to begin with and get your team ahead in the fight. As soon as Disruptor's team is behind on the back foot and they have to glimpse defensively, that means they don't get to glimpse back heroes for kills when they lead the charge. So I've always found Clock to be a nice hero to play against this. And Boxy's been playing it a lot lately, so could definitely see that come out.
Anti-mage ban as well. I feel like this, I mean, am I wrong? Maybe this has changed. I feel like that is a good hero against the Lesh, where OG may have wanted to take that.
Yeah, I find their ban's a little bit peculiar. I don't know what the plan is here for OG, but sure, it will make a lot more sense in a minute.
Or not. Yesterday
I guess
we were
Liquid are
horribly
also
confused.
right? Because they're spending reserve time here, trying to wrap their heads around what's going on. Bane!
Very nice.
Okay, this is a rarity. One of my favorite heroes to play, but haven't played it for quite a while. This hero is not particularly hot right now. Really wonder what the reasoning is here for Liquid.
Did
Interesting.
it used to be hot? Looks pretty unattractive to me.
So the thing is, you're picking Bane into Glimpse, which is one of the best counters to Fiend's Grip, because Bane will usually be visible when he's doing it from, like, even if he's behind the fight, you can probably reach him with Glimpse.
Yeah.
There's probably something going on here that Liquid have practiced that we don't know. I mean, obviously you have Nightmare and Grip into relocate ganks, which is a classic with IO Bane as the support duo, but it's nothing that it feels like Clockwork also couldn't have done, right? So really looking forward to seeing what the next choice is here from Liquid to make this make sense. Invoker will be grabbed for OG, BZM Classic. And probably going to see their secondary support now coming out for Chu or Taiga. So
I would imagine that.
Save their carry.
It feels kind of bad to pick here, not only seeing the one core, though, right?
Yeah, and that core you can't really truly counterpick either. So...
yeah, that is true. All right, we're going to see the techies. This has been...
Two techies.
Picked a couple times now.
Okay.
So from OG's side, it feels like this lineup is pretty straightforward. I mean, we did see a position 1 Doom earlier, with Arteezy. I don't think that's going to happen here.
It
but yeah,
feels like
that's
all
the
of
only
OG's
flex.
heroes are countered hard by BKB right now. Like,
Hmm.
really hard. They have no BKB piercing stun. They have Doom, but no BKB piercing stun. All of their heroes really itemize heavily towards positioning and casting their spells. So, looking for a tricore that all by BKB here might be really good for Liquid. Could grab your carry now, honestly, if you want, and last pick the offlaner, since you do see the enemy Doom, but that obviously will give the enemy team information about the carry to carry matchup, but I don't think there's any problem in that, and they will do it. Grab the Bloodseeker, BKB carry, will run into the fights together with Lesh, cause tons of chaos, and deal lots and lots of damage. If Lesh gets off to a good start, Bloodseeker will clean house. So, good pairing.
And so we assume Liquid will be going for some sort of an offlaner as their final pick, unless they want to do the weird Lesh switch up at the last moment. And from OG's side is pretty clearly the carry. And keep in mind, they've banned out a couple carries themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure Liquid's last 2 bans will be reserved just for that. So Enigma taken out of the pool. And what offlaners would Team Liquid be looking for right now? What is you got Doom jumping in, you have good AoE with Invoker and Disruptor, follow up with Techies.
I don't know. I just noticed that Techies has restless leg syndrome, and I can't stop looking at that now.
Yeah.
I've
That actually
never
does
noticed that until
that
now.
I don't think that's technically restless leg syndrome, by the way. It
Isn't
could just
it?
be a nervous tick. No, because I have restless leg.
Oh,
I mean, that could be. I don't want to be medical here, Syndrin.
mm-hmm.
If you have restless leg, you might have that happen as well, but it's more of a nervous, like you have too much energy kind of thing.
Right. That seems like the kind of thing Techies would have, though.
Yeah. Well, since I have restless leg, and that doesn't happen to me because I have no energy. When you watch Owen, OD Pixelcast,
Right.
it's literally that constantly. Never stops.
Yeah, they actually have to get him a taller desk at events so that he doesn't knock the computer off
Yeah, it's important.
when he's casting. A very
It's
tall guy with a lot of shake in his leg.
It's in his contract for sure.
Techies is not stopping. I mean, this has got to be exhausting at some point. He's
Builds up your
he
leg
just keeps
muscles
going.
over time.
Well, I guess so. So they banned Drell TA.
What do you
and
think
OG will
of-
ban out summons offlaners that could have been in Zai's wheelhouse this game?
So Zai apparently has played Pugna in this tournament.
Could be
Pugna
interesting
against
here,
Invoker
but
sounds amazing.
the issue is, I think you want some sort of stun here, probably from your offlane, some sort of initiation factor, so that your Lesh can enter the fight, so your Bloodseeker
Yeah.
can enter the fight. So I would rather see that out of him. I understand OG's bans, of course, like this Beastmaster Enigma, pretty straightforward and standard, but maybe Zai could pull out some sort of Blink Dagger stunner in the offlane.
Ooh.
But now he would have to lane against a
The
troll, and most of the
Troll
Blink stunners
Warlord.
don't enjoy this. This makes Pugna better, to be fair. That's a
Yeah, but-
really good matchup for Pugna. Decrepify is one of Troll's absolute worst spells to play against. You can decrep the Troll when he ults and he can't hit anything, and if he has BKB, you can decrep his target. And then he's just
You could go
standing there.
for a Tide Hunter, though. More traditional Blink Ravage. The Kraken Shell could potentially dispel the troll net.
Tide
whatever the
has
hell it's
some
called.
bad matchups here, though, right? EMP, Doom.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think he wants to play Tide in this game. But if they want to go the route of the initiating stun, I think Dragon Knight offlane is actually decent this game as well. For Zai. I actually think that's my favorite pick that I'm looking at right now. I think Dragon Knight would just be really, really nice.
Well, they have 25 seconds to decide. Has Troll made any kind of a resurgence, by the way? As we're going to see the Razor. Okay, so not
Okay.
really any initiation to speak of,
Interesting.
but it is
Really
good
lane
against Troll.
heavy focus here with the Razor offlane last pick. It is a bad matchup for the Razor, or for the Troll, of course, but in the big picture kind of sense, this puts quite a lot of pressure on, I think, Insania to set up a lot of plays, right? They have no catch. Maybe Zygos Atos?
Ugh.
I don't know, man. This looks a little bit funky from Liquid this time around.
This looks like a hard to execute strat, which
Yes.
I mean, I would consider Team Liquid to be the best team in the world on paper. So if any team can do that, it would certainly be them. But OG definitely riding on some momentum here in this tournament, being undefeated thus far. And I mean, they have some scary heroes, right? Like Invoker can take over a game. We've seen Doom late game so many times. And Troll is really the question marks. And I was going to ask you this.
Yeah.
Has this hero come back at all? Because the ult is so abusable. You have to get BKB. It feels like you have to get status resist half the time, which feels terrible. You just need 4 staffs. You need Yules. There's so many ways to kite this here. You're talking about how that one matchup was really bad, but you can static link him now. So a lot of answers potentially just through items.
And on top
alone.
of that, you're playing into Bane, which I actually think is one of Troll's worst support matchups in the game because of
Yeah, that's
Fiend's Grip, Nightmare, and Feeble. All 3 spells are really, really good against this hero. So, yeah, I definitely think if you just look at like a hero-to-hero matchup basis, I like Liquid a lot with the matchups that they've got themselves for their cores. For me, it's just the big picture. Do they execute? Like, can they find ways of winning the map and starting fights? And will OG be bled out of the lanes too hard and not be able to stabilize at all and play the game? It is going to be a boxy IO, so probably an IO Razor lane in the making here.
Okay.
Which is definitely something that OG don't deal with very well. Like, they actually have no lane that beats that. So that lane I'm expecting Razor to win handily. If it's Bloodseeker plus Bane against Doom, I'm going to say Doom Techies, great lane for Bloodseeker. They don't pressure him very much. They don't have enough burst damage to kill him, so he can just sustain that lane with Thirst. And then you have Lesh against Invoker, which I think is largely a draw. So honestly, Liquid probably going to win 2 out of 3 lanes here, and then we'll see if what that translates into afterwards.
See, smokes from both respective teams might actually run into each other here. The numbers are on the side of OG.
Yeah, I have really good first blood potential with these heroes.
Chu has not leveled anything yet, but they need the catch. Then Glimpse is certainly available.
Oh, it's
The
Tygon
wraparound.
Techies, you're right.
What do you mean I'm right? I never said he was playing techies.
No, it's just, I feel like every time OG play it, it's Chu. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like it's mostly been Chu playing Techies, but...
Oh,
Alright, they
Bond's
find him.
available. Whirling axes onto 2. They're going to focus on Nisha. This would be a very big kill. They're going to get it very easily. And now the Glimpse used, but Boxy able to get the tether on the Mickey, so he will live. See how many bounties they can get out of this. It looks like it's still going to be
2 for
split.
2. Yeah. That's usually the trade-off. I mean, if you smoke 5 heroes like this, you're never going to make it to the other 2, right? So...
Wait, can we go
still
back
get a
to...
nice
Why
first
did
blood.
you say I was right about the Taiga? I never
they-
said... Never
Oh,
said
they
he
only
was playing
got...
it.
They got 3. Okay, so... It wasn't like... How to say it? You were just mentioning Taiga hadn't... Or, yeah, that Taiga hadn't skilled yet on the techies. And I was like... In my mind, the moment techies
Oh.
was picked, I was like, this is
Oh,
true.
I see.
So... That's
You're
surprising.
right!
You're right, he hasn't
And
skilled yet.
You've had some great potential voice lines already today. I really
Have
like
I?
that. Okay, the Glimpse in place is Chu. Might be taken out here, but he gets to the other tree line, Yuragi.
Yeah,
eat
this
his
is
way
going to be a
through.
hard lane for OG,
Yes, it is.
for sure.
There's
And
the...
so it wasn't the IO
Hands up.
Razor. They play the Razor Bane instead, which also doesn't have the synergy that it used to, where you could Nightmare and get a full drain off and then start chasing, because obviously after Static Link was changed to auto attack,
Yeah,
if
true.
you Nightmare into drain, the Nightmare gets broken and Razor sleeps. So
Well,
that doesn't really work anymore.
you can still use it to position better for the
Absolutely.
drain, right?
And then you
So
can
it's
take
still
it
good.
off. Yeah.
'Cause it
It's
doesn't.
not
It
useless,
doesn't
but
nightmare
it's-
you, right?
It Nightmares the Razor when he starts attacking the Nightmare target.
Even through the static link.
Yeah, it's still an attack,
okay.
right? So he should sleep. But you can just take it off instantly, so it doesn't really matter. As long as you're not stunned, you just remove it.
So
Like
bot
a
lane,
good start mid for Nisha as well.
the Mickey Bloodseeker with Boxy Io versus Taiga Techies and DM Doom. We'll see what his build ends up being, since we did see the position 1 variation from Arteezy. But I assume Midas will be on the menu at some point. As top lane, we're gonna have a drain from Zai, but he's taking heavy damage from
actually
Yuragi.
dying.
One more right click will do it. Chu actually gets credit via the Thunder Strike, and he's not even gonna die for his transgression. So nicely done
That
for
is
OG.
really good news for OG. Like, this kill is actually so massive because this is a lane that they should be unfavored in, but getting this bit of a head start is very helpful, and it makes you wonder, how come Liquid chose to lane like this instead of putting the IO with the Razor, which I feel like was the obvious choice? I think then Razor just flat out can't die in this lane. But maybe there's something I'm unaware of that they were looking to accomplish like this. Because I feel like Bloodseeker doesn't need the sustain of IO against this matchup. I think he's just going to free farm regardless, right? So Bane obviously the more aggressive hero of the two, but playing together with Razor is something IO is very adept at.
And we can see Taiga and Boxy fighting over this wave that was pulled. Sticky Bomb comes out, but not really going to connect on anything other than creeps. And I got to dive a bit to try to get some last hits because the lane has just... the equilibrium has changed. This is the new patch, of course. Just spawns between the tier 2 and the tier 1. The leak onto the 7.33 notes to come. But Yuragi... Okay, so from a troll's perspective, Cinderin, what is the item build these days? Is it Battle Fury still? Do you need the farming mechanism?
Yeah, so most trolls we've seen have just gone Battle Fury into BKB and some sort of either Manta or Sanjin Yasha or something like that, some move speed. I don't know if you itemize differently because you're against Razor. I might see a glimpse here from Chu. Nope, not gonna go for it. Not sure if that's the... I mean, you kind of have to get a farming item, right? Like, you can't... You absolutely have to get minimum Maelstrom, but I think he still goes for a Fury this game. We'll see. He's gonna get drained off now.
Yep.
Struggled to
Will be
last
sent
hit.
back. Taiga, in the meantime, getting chased by Boxy in the jungle, but no kill will come from this. Just being annoying in mid lane. We have the cold snap onto Nisha. He's going to get completely drained thanks to the EMP. BZM will get
Meteor Hammer build
rune.
coming out for BZM.
Yep. What are your thoughts on that item as it looks like DM is taking heavy damage? Nice blocks from Boxy to ensure that the Blood Right connects. You know, Disruptor in the top lane goes down, but DM looks like he'll be fine. He was turning on Liquid as well.
What do I
Mid
think about
lane,
Meteor Hammer?
you're going to have to hold your horses, Cinderin, because there's a horse
Holding
mid
them?
that might be dead. No mana for Nisha, but able to maneuver out of the arms of Taiga. But yeah, Meteor Hammer in general as an item, now that it's been buffed. Your thoughts on it?
It's nice to see it again. I don't know how crazy the item is. Like, the teams so far in this tournament haven't really been building it, so I can't say it's broken. It's fine. I think in its current form, it's a bit more viable. The half-second less cast time was a really big improvement for a lot of heroes to run it, but I know it's trendy to hate on Hammer right now, but I don't really mind it that much, to be honest.
It wouldn't surprise me anymore.
Alright. Do you hate it? Do you hate it when
course.
Lion bites Meteor Hammer?
Then he has
so many
every
stunts to set it
mechanic
up.
in the game. And Nisha getting some help from Boxy in the mid lane, so still has a couple charges on his bottle. The 6-minute rune's going to be, it seems like it's going to be pretty important. Bottom lane, though,
pressure onto
Mickey,
Mickey here.
Sticky Bomb, and that's a nice initiation from that blast off, as I think DM wants to continue to pursue Mickey in the trees.
He's so
Uses
fast,
the phase
man.
boots to go right through Taiga, and he might just be fine. But he's
gonna
going to
need
miss
some
a
help.
lot of
He's
XP.
getting zoned from so much experience here.
Yeah.
Finally, help arrives through Boxy.
They have a ward, so they know he's in this area, but yeah, he missed probably about half a wave, I want to say.
Yeah, and he's been having a blast down here. Obviously, this lane matchup is very good for him, but if Io leaves, there is potential to pressure
Oh,
him.
Nisha, he got lucky on the rune. It's a haste, so he's heading bottom now. Net himself
DM's
a
dead
kill.
already.
Yep, as the Disruptor dies in the top lane, but DM, he will drop, and it will be to Nisha's Pulse Nova.
Looking for Taiga, who ran left. He might find him now, because he's going to look for the rune himself, Nisha is, and now
But the haste
Taiga
is
has
still
to hit
there.
a good blast off here, and he will.
Oh, all right. Oh,
Wait,
he's stuck.
ugh.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter.
He didn't jump
They'll
to
get
the low
away.
ground, but he's okay.
Calculated.
Look at that CS scoreline on this Bloodseeker, despite losing a full wave. 36 and 18
Not bad.
on Mickey. So many denies. The Doom getting drastically underleveled here.
Don't worry, the
DM
Midas will
level
help with that.
4.5.
Top lane, though, Insania, he got glimpsed back, but the support from Zai. Not going to be able to pursue any further. And speaking of Zai, his how's his farm doing right now?
It's okay. He has the same as the troll, which, again, I thought they were going to do slightly better in this lane at least, but the first kill that Yuragi got was very helpful to getting him fast phase boots, and that helps so much against the Razor to offset the strength of this lane. Seeing a nightmare.
Yuragi...
Taiga's connecting top, and Xenia could be in trouble here.
Yeah, blast off is available inside the connect field. Connects onto 2, very nicely done. Sticky bomb to follow. Will likely go for Zai, and they'll get it, but Yuragi might pay the ultimate price. Oh, they do glimpse back the Lesh, but the kill comes nonetheless, so it's a 1-for-1. And it's a free trip back to...
Here comes BZM.
It was actually in the fountain, so that's very unfortunate for Nisha. Yeah, BZM comes in. Insania
He's fine.
is actually going to live.
Yeah,
So
nice
wasted
brains up
effort
there. He
from
depletes
BZM.
his mana pool, so he takes no damage from the EMP. Oh, what
BZM
a
going
what
for
a
the,
beefy camp there for
yeah.
BZM.
That's nice.
That's juicy.
Oh, more for Yuragi, apparently.
Yeah. Zai tries
maybe
to
Zai.
steal, gets
No.
outranged, and now he might actually get in trouble. Oh no, he got
Yeah,
greedy.
sticky bomb. There's 4 members of OG here. Zai is mega dead, and that's after using a TP, so very sad death for him. But Nisha
They
wants
still
to
have
fight,
glimpse here.
coming in from the low ground.
could just send him
BZM
away.
gonna run right into him. There's the glimpse. And like you said, Nisha untethers from Boxy as a result, and BZM finding enough distance, so he should be fine. The
They
Liquid
are
not able to get
relentless.
anything
They're
out of
running
this.
in 2v4.
There's a Lesh, very scary. I saw this creature running at me, I'd be quite scared as well. Oh, Tornado just barely misses.
Man, it's so good for DM that he has the
break it
Chain
up.
Lightning Harpy creep devoured. He's getting last hits against Bloodseeker from range, basically bottom.
Yeah, and he's he
has
actually got an
Midas
early
soon.
War Stomp as well, so see if he sticks with that the rest of the game.
Yeah, more than likely.
I mean, it's not that good until you get Blink, of course,
Right.
but then when you get the Blink, you can't find the freaking creep anywhere, right?
Yeah, so just save it the
that's
whole
just how it
game
goes.
for that
Yeah,
moment.
that's what I do. Grip in the mid lane, BZM. It's going to be a full duration. That's going to set up Nisha split Earth, an easy pickoff for Liquid. My goodness.
Well, and with these levels on Insania already, that means the Tome will go to the IO, so in 20 seconds Relocate will unlock for Team Liquid as well. And that's when things start getting a little bit dicey for OG. You have to be really careful with how you let Bane set up on side lanes. You have to have Disruptor ready to glimpse out the Lash. But at the same time, it also means you can set up some cool baits, because the way that Liquid are going to use Relocate is extremely telegraphed, right? There's like one play, more or less. I guess you could Rupture Relocate as well, but the Bane one will definitely be what you're looking at for the most part. Bottom lane, they find
Bottom lane,
oh my God, they
Meteor
dump
Hammer
everything onto
into
him.
the Doom. Can they get the deny? Zai, not even going to try for it, apparently.
Can't.
And DM is just going to... Oh, yeah, he's static linking. That's true.
Oh wait,
But
you
you
can,
can't
right? You
cancel
can
that
still hit
yourself.
allies while you link? I'm actually not sure.
I don't know. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, it is Zai, after all. DM officially gets his Midas, so 10.5 minutes with brown boots. Probably not as fast as he would have liked, but the catch-up now begins for him.
It's so weird to look at the CS of this game right now, though. Like, look at that. Lesh and Bloodseeker are dwarfing OG hard. But Razor's game is bad enough that it's still pretty even overall. So Zai will have to find a way to build himself a game. I mean, so far, with the other two cores doing this well, he's probably going to get some breathing room. DM. Good stomp!
Yeah.
That's probably dead Boxy.
Boxy and Nisha in their tracks. Boxy looks to be dead. Nice glimpse back onto Nisha. Do they enough damage to actually follows up? Yuragi comes to play as well, and yes, indeed they do.
Great punish.
OG. Yuragi can use that fervor on this tier 1 tower to do pretty damn heavy damage without a Lesh to worry about for 20 seconds. Already 12 stacks of the fervor level 4. Might be able to just take it outright.
He has to be careful with Bane posing aggressively here. Still
with
great
Team
sequence
Trip
there
again.
for OG, for sure. Oh, Mickey. I get Ghost walked on.
And he gets the blood right off. Actually does connect onto BZM, but he's blocking
Oh, he's
very
in the rupture
nicely. But
now.
into a sentry, so there's the rupture. But the tornado into the meteor hammer. EMP to follow. Boxy, though, is here to try to heal up his comrade, but he's stuck inside a static storm kinetic field. And Yuragi just rips him a new one.
OG
With
are
the
playing a
help of
really
choose
great
right
game
click.
so far, I have to say. Given how,
Yeah.
once again, their lane matchups on paper were going to be really rough. And they have suffered, but they keep finding good plays to keep this game hanging in the balance for now.
Well, they might run into each other here in the triangle. Never mind. Sania will rethink his positioning. BZM will be going for the Spirit Vessel next. Big surprise. Bloodstone. Is there any other type of build? Or is it just peak cutter as it gets?
There's a couple of items in Dota that are just like, you buy this item on 1 or 2 heroes and nobody else does. And this is one of them.
What's the
Lesh
second
Bloodstone.
hero that buys Bloodstone?
You sometimes see it as a late item on Tinker or
the
Storm.
grip set up by the nice
Zeus.
Tumbler's toy. Okay, Yuragi, he does have his
Stick
ult. He's
ult.
gonna use it, but of course now control of his hero. Very cool design, but there's the blast off and Doom onto the Lesh Nisha and the Meteor Hammer onto 2. Can they get the deny? Will they be able to even try? And yes, Boxy right clicks it, so no gold for OG. The troll died as well, and will follow. Great turnaround from Liquid. They lose Nisha, they get several here response.
Yeah, and
Mickey
the Nisha kill was even a deny,
pursued.
so they got nothing.
Static Storm into the kinetic field. BZM still invisible here, but they don't have enough to potentially get this kill. But Insania showing himself. The Cold Snap is going to be very easy kill here for BZM. But Boxy attempting to TP out. Yuragi, yeah, we'll be able to get the cancel. So 2
Alright.
support kills for OG here.
But Zai was not involved in any of this, right? So he's getting some much needed space. That's a big win for Liquid, especially the deny on Lesh is huge, because that would have been so much for Doom, getting that experience in gold. I think Doom was he dead already when he would have... No, he died after, so Doom would have got the experience for the Lesh kill, which would have been massive, but now ends up getting absolutely nothing out of that himself. The team ends up trading okay-ish in the end, but Liquid definitely coming out ahead in that one. Just a nice setup, and this is what their heroes do when they come together. Like, even if it's only the 4 of them, just IO Lesh right now is incredibly potent. And the Bane setups were enough.
Yeah, Insania's been playing quite well on the Bane Elemental. That doesn't get picked all too often these days. Chu runs into Zai, who's out of mana right now, just been farming in this area for the last few minutes. Looks like he'll get the ward off, no problem though. And Zai rushing a BKB, so just a recipe away now. Mickey in the meantime working on the BKB as well. So those will align pretty perfectly with the Bloodstone already being intact for Nisha. So we'll see what kind of movement they want to make here. Yuragi in the meantime, not quite done with the Battle Fury yet, so definitely falling a bit behind, but
Yeah.
300 gold will finish it. And even when you get the Battle Fury, obviously you don't want to fight yet. And with Liquid's lineup being so aggressive, it's going to be, I feel like, a bit difficult for OG to try to defend against all of that. But we'll see.
Yeah, he'll definitely need time. And the tricky part is BKBs are going to start rolling out somewhat soon, right? So Bloodseeker's close to his, Razor's close to his. They've
I
obviously...
just said that, for God's sake,
Yeah,
Sandrin.
I'll say it again. It's
I agree.
it's really important. Like, as soon as OG have to fight into these, I don't actually know how you play the map for a little bit. Like, maybe you can resort to some sort of split pushing and trying to get some tower damage with the Meteor Hammer and kiting around, but more than likely you're going to need to tank some support depth to break smokes for your cores that will need time to kite things out. And playing Dota like that is always going to be difficult, so...
Sania might
Look
have
out for those
spotted
BKB
something,
shit.
but- Yeah. I'll mention them in a few minutes.
Good. And then I'll say I already
They're
said it.
online. Yep. Really appreciate you showing up for this cast today.
Oh,
Definitely,
all right.
definitely enjoying myself. 2K lead here for Liquid, as we have a 2-man smoke on the top side from OG, but not going to come to fruition. Yeah, it does look like Liquid is just waiting for these big items before they get a little bit more aggressive. But from OG side, DM looks like he's actually done with the BKB, so no Blink Dagger quite yet. That'll likely be the next one, or the next item for him. We already talked about the Troll has the Battle Fury. He's going for Yasha. So is that going to be for the status? Is this Sane Yasha?
I guess in this game you don't actually buy
Mantha
BKB. Because you're going to get grip through it, you're going to get ruptured through it, and sure, you can mitigate a lot of Lesh damage, but that's pretty much it, right? So you might just be better off just building up tons of stats like Sanjin Yasha, Scotty, or something like that, and just getting... Let's go in, smoking in here.
Oh, they're going
Liquid.
high ground. Nisha pops his Bloodstone already. BZM. Oh, that's a nice static storm. Basically just on the Nisha, and a great initiation from Taiga again. But
Great
relocate,
nado.
is that canceled? Indeed it is. Nisha is dead. Now the Doom applied to Mickey, but he's extremely fast. He can just try to right-click through it. DM, attempting to TP out, will be successful, but the grip will be reserved for BZM. So at the very least, Liquid gets something, the support and the mid for their mid. Pretty even fight, though, in the end, despite the BKBs being in favor of Liquid.
OG were so ready for that, and still, just this Lesh IO combination takes everything out of them. And sure, they do kill him in the end, but Nisha did a lot of damage there. He did most damage in his team, despite dying and being frontline. Just they had to endure all of that burn. Might find maybe here, Nuragi.
Go on him here. That needs a net. There's a
Have
TP
the blast
coming
off
in.
shard ready for Taiga,
Oh yeah, that's a pretty early one. Nice.
but
Stun is available. And looks like Liquid are gonna try to pursue instead now, but yeah, the mines are gonna scout it out for them. Your thoughts on current techies, by the way? I know you used to hate the old version, but this one, it feels like a regular hero, much to Slax's chagrin.
it's a better design than the old one, to be sure. Not a huge fan, but better.
Really? What bothers you about this techies?
And proximity mines are still annoying, but it's...
Oh, it's just because of it's annoying. I mean, there's other heroes that you don't like more.
Why do you not
design-wise,
like
right?
Lion?
Arc
Isn't
Warden.
it just because he's annoying?
Yes.
Well, there you go.
But you're a robot. I didn't think robots could be annoyed.
I'm a new kind of build.
Yeah, apparently. A lot of bugs. Gotta figure those out. Up. OG.
Relo from
Should be able to
Boxy.
get the jump here. Yeah. Shoot. Gonna have to use a static storm as BZM attempting to run away. Looks like he might be fine, but top lane. Did have some action, but doesn't come into anything. Nikkei did pop the BKB already. Zai shows up with his newly picked up BKB. So across the board, 2 separate ganks and 2 separate supports dead.
Yep. Nisha's gonna have his BKB arrive now as well, and an Arcane Rune.
Oh,
So
how
really
many?
strong timing coming up now for Liquid. If they want to wait for Mickey's BKB, they'll have to wait a minute, but it's this is a problem for OG, because now you especially when Lesh gets this dagger, which I think is just the perfect choice from Nisha this game. He's gonna jump in, pop all his stuff and BKB and just go at them, and the only solution they have is to doom him and run away. Because he's gonna be too tanky together with the IO, he's gonna be able to sustain all their damage. So it's gonna be one of those like really tricky situations where you kinda have to disengage and weather the storm, but can you actually do that against this Lesh? And if he starts doing some damage, as we talked about in the draft, the Bloodseeker is just going to come rolling in at 1,000 move speed. So tough times ahead for OG. They might find Boxy here, though. This would be a good start for them.
Gonna tether to the other side.
No glimpse
And-
range.
For all of that, again, kind of a stalemate, although Liquid want to go in. Blink Dagger now available on DM. As McField will spot him. Now the BKB popped by Zai. DM trying to outrun it. He's getting slowed by the Lightning Storm, though. Pops his BKB finally. That'll kind of break that little section up, but Taiga jumps in. Not really able to connect the blast off successfully. Instead, it's going to be set up for Nisha to take him out in turn. Rupture applied to Chu as Mickey come to play. So as BKB doesn't really need to use it, gets glimpse back, and he'll be happy with that. So Liquid get 2, and they're trying to do some damage to the tier 2 tower. The wave has not fully connected, though. And keep in mind, Yuragi was not even a part of this, so he's continuing to try to get that BKB.
So he is going BKB after all. He went Yasha BKB. It's tough. I feel like there's just no truly good item build for Troll this game. So he is covering himself against the Lesh, but now he's gonna struggle against Static Link, Grip, Rupture.
Isn't this... Would this be a rare Troll Linken's game?
That's what I was thinking. Like, Sanj, Yasha, Scotty, Linken's, this kind of stuff. But even Linken's, like, there's still problems, right? You're still gonna get broken. And...
Yeah.
I'll find Insania here. Looks like we'll be killed by the Troll.
Well, eventually, he's making them work for it. And this is going to be a stupid question for people that haven't played Dota from many years ago, but I'm assuming that Static Link is blocked by Linken's now, right? Because it used to not be.
Yes.
Okay. Remember, you used to be able to ground target Static Link, but even when you clicked them back in the day, Linken's would not block it. Have a weird interaction.
Yeah, now it does, but as we already mentioned, right, even if you get the Linken's, there's other problems. And you're playing into Bane with Lens, so Enfeeble has so long cast range that Linken's might just get broken very early on in the fight, and then you're not safe anyway. So maybe he needs, I don't know, does he need both and then a ton of stats? It's like,
I think he needs another hero. Maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking
Sounds
that too. It's quite a hill to climb with itemization in this game. I mean, Yuragi's doing a pretty good job, but I think inherently it's a really hard game for his hero.
Yeah, I think you just have to finish the S and Y and just kind of deal with everything. Just use that status resistance the best you can. Oh, the BKB's online now. We'll see if they make a move. Speaking of moves, though, Liquid smoke up. Nisha has yet to use that BKB that he's had for a couple minutes now. OG's feels like they're sniffing this out a bit. BZM breaks the smoke. Okay, he's going to be spotted. But there's the jump in from DM. Gets the Doom off successfully onto Nisha. Trying to apply as much pressure as they can as BZM was pursued by Zai, but now he has to try to run away. Nisha is just getting targeted horribly. Beautifully done from OG. They lose their Invoker, though, but they get 2 cores in turn. Yuragi attempting to TP out will be fine. Chu, not so much. So 2 for 3. Favor going to OG.
Is it better with more heroes die, or?
I think so.
Okay, wow. Good fight for OG then.
I mean, they lost 2 supports, 1 core, and they got 2 cores.
That's
like,
pretty good. Worth keeping in mind about that fight, it was a 4v5 until the end. Mickey was showing top, which enabled Liquid to make this move. It's way less suspicious that they're going for something with the carry showing top, but obviously the trade-off is if a full-on teamfight breaks out, you are outnumbered. Mickey does show up in the end for a bit of cleanup. They did manage to find a way to kill the Lesh again. They doomed him before he BKB'd, and then they just piled everything onto him, so nicely done there by DM. It goes to show how hard this is for OG. Like, they really need to nail things, and even in a 4v5, they're still in trouble. So got to keep that performance up.
So, you can see the jump on to Insania. Looks to be an easy one for OG. Okay. Team Liquid, despite losing a member, will be going for the Roche, but it's going to be scouted up by the Sunstrike, but we can see on the minimap, OG are not that close. And yeah, without a Doom, do they even try to contest? They're going to be scouted out as well, though. The scan. And Roche is actually out of the pit, and he still has a decent amount of HP left as a DD spawn.
Oh, damage.
Oh boy, Mickey redoubling his efforts now, no pun intended, onto Roche as Zai, creating a good amount of space, and that's enough for Liquid to secure the Aegis. But might cost him his life, and yeah, he just gets obliterated, but Boxy comes in with the ult, Taiga taking the brunt of the damage for the time being, and they're going to find BZM as well. So 2 quick kills for Liquid after they secure the Roche.
Yeah, Zai got caught off guard there by the Doom again. This time it wasn't the spell Doom, but he just got stomped into full-on Chainstun Burst. But again, every time Liquid has an engage that doesn't look too great, they still get a decent trade out of it, right? Like getting the Techie's Invoker for that is fine. And Zai doesn't mind giving up his life for trades in this game. He is not... He's like the tertiary core of this lineup. He's given way less priority, and it doesn't actually matter that he's that big as long as he gets his key job done in the big fights, which is Link the Troll. He can do that and stay alive for 10 seconds. He can die after. Doesn't matter.
Well, Yuragi gets a bit lucky. Titan Sliver drops, so that's 12% status resist. That's probably the most notable part of that for this game, considering what he's going up against. And he actually will be going Linken's, by the way. We talked that to death.
Yeah.
And he is opting for it anyway.
Yeah, if he has the BKB, it offers some protection, because then the Enfeeble won't be able to break it at first. There's still enough piercing things, but...
Do you think they have enough damage? So we've seen this like so many times on other heroes, like Weaver, for example, back in the day, where if you have to get BKB and Linken, you're just going to lose. You're not doing any damage. Do they have enough damage outside of Troll, do you think?
I think that's a fair concern, right? Like, the Invoker has obviously transitioned into max out Exort, so he has good damage, and you have the Doom, who's like an X Factor in that regard, but yeah, I'm a little bit worried as well about his output. I'm gonna lose Taiga here.
Ooh, right before the disarm came out. Ooh. Oh wait, Chu doesn't have the glimpse anyway, but they actually come back with Mickey. Alright, he gets the rupture onto DM. They actually want to fight on the doorsteps of OG's base, and they're bashing Yuragi into oblivion, and DM still has his ult available, but obviously doesn't want to use it.
Dude,
as
that
they're just getting completely wiped outside of BZM.
That is such a sexy play, man. That's like... Alright, he's gonna get Sunstruck, so at least... But like...
Cinder and Curse lives on. Yeah.
It was just... That was just so good from Liquid. Like, okay, so one thing is that they pull that off, but it's about how short time they have to set this whole play up and get the idea. So Boxy's going back. He's relocating, and then he TP's back to bring in the Bloodseeker 1 second later and set up this fight for themselves and probably get themselves a lane of racks. And it was completely unexpected for OG. Nice BKB there from Nisha.
So fast reaction, my goodness.
That was just... That's my favorite play of the day, and of the tournament that we've cast, I think. This IO play was super, super good from Boxy. Just, beautifully done. Just such a short amount of time to do such a high impact play, and they pull it off beautifully. OG were completely unaware that this was even a possibility, with Chu setting that up.
Silver lining for OGs, they did not lose racks, but they did lose the tier 3 and a lot of map control now. And the Aegis is still there. I feel like that was forever ago, but still a minute and a half left for Nisha.
Yeah, they could try to find a fight with it still, maybe. He opted not to go for the dagger that I really liked. I would still love to see him do that, but it seems like Hex is the go-to now, or Linken's against the Doom, one or the other. Insania will get caught here, so this is probably going to mean they don't get to use their Aegis at this point.
Well, they got 20 seconds discrepancy between the two. They do have
level
outpost control
17
still.
on IO.
Yeah, not bad. Not
Classic IO Lesh game. What can you say?
17 assists. Pretty good. 17 assists out of the 24 kills.
Yep, and 0 kills. It's the kind of IO you want.
Yeah, don't steal my kills, bro. So Mickey...
Yuragi showing his Linken's.
Yeah, Mickey is also building a Linken's, it looks like, so... Lots of Linken's this game.
DM will eventually have to buy Ags in this game to try to combat this problem.
Yeah, that's fair. So he's going for Octarine first.
Yeah, pretty standard, but he is going to struggle to find targets. If Lesh uses BKB and he has Linken's... Oh wait, never mind, he's getting the Hex first. Is it? It's coming up. Alright, Hex on the way.
He fakes the Doom to force the BKB from Zai. Very nicely done. As Chu using the Ogre Seal Totem to buy himself some space. Nice static storm. Disruptor's going to be the first to fall though. As the Doom applied to the Bloodseeker, but he's just going to right click, and the grip again just destroys Troll Warlord. BM nightmared, and this might be the end of game number 1. the very least, they'll get 2. Well, actually, there's still a tier 2. There's still a tier 2 mid. There's a tier 1 bot, so
Yeah,
only 1 set of racks, actually. This is going to be an uphill battle for OG.
for sure. And not only, I mean, there's just so much time now, right? Liquid are going to push out all the lanes. They have a full minute on Troll. So they can definitely get complete control. They now get an Arcane Rune on the Lesh, so could be looking for more. And they will get the mid-tier 2 as well if they want to. So looks like they're a little bit timid about this, actually. Considering Doom and Troll are dead, I think they could play with more confidence up here, but just prioritizing pushing out all the waves first and not giving anything away here is Nisha. And obviously that's completely fine.
On the next Roche, we won't really know until about a minute and a half from now. And I would think that that's the next, maybe the time where Liquid will try to close the book on this game number 1. But OG, I think they'll have to contest that in some fashion. And the question is, do they have any items that are coming soon that will make a difference here? Iragi working on
Doesn't really
Basher.
feel like it, right? Like, Doom is
Octarine
somewhat
is
close to
close.
Octarine. That's not going to be a huge difference maker in that single fight. Invoker, half a Linken's, Troll, half a Basher. It's not the biggest of deals. And here we go, Liquid now with that dagger picked up. Refresher on Razor, dagger on Nisha's Lesh. This fight is insanely hard for OG to win. And they have to win it. If Uragi dies again here and doesn't have buyback, then, oh boy, he is...
Gleipnir, alright, Uragi.
Got the
Lotus
Linken's off on
applied.
the Rupture.
Taiga gets sheep though, he's done. And Zai actually pops a premature BKB, pops a refresher as well. And they'll get the second support in all likelihood, the Static Storm placed just because he's gonna die. 45 seconds on the deck, basically for both supports. As Zai will live through this engagement. Meanwhile, top lane we see the relocate, but Io's gonna be the one to fall. Along with EZM, of course, so it's a great trade for Liquid as DM looks to be next on the list. Liquid just getting everything that they want. They're all over the map. And OG just feels like there's no light at the end of this tunnel.
Funny little situation there in mid. Insania sleeps up one of the Forge Spirits and BZM just keeps juggling the sleep between the two Forges for no reason. Well,
They're happy.
whatever you can do to keep your APM up, I guess, while you're dead as Invoker is kind of your only option. It's going to be a mid-tier 2 dead as well, and Liquid. Roche will spawn in a minute. Let's see if they want to wait, or if they're looking to knock on the front door here. I think they would be wise to not overextend. Like, there's 20 seconds on these respawns, and they know that Doom is still available because that wasn't used. Wisely, they will just choose to back off, push out bottom, keep the farm rolling for Nisha, and then get ready for Roche, and then probably end the game with that.
Is Aghanim Scepter common on Bane, Syndarin? I know that Bane himself's not common, but that's what Insania is.
Yeah, it's pretty common. When you get that rich, this is the item on Bane. It's incredible. Because not only does your ult cooldown basically get cut in half, but you also get these two illusions that channel it. So if Bane himself gets stopped, the grip doesn't stop. So you have to find a way to control both Bane illusions and Bane himself on it. And the illusions only take 200% damage, so if you can't silence them or stun them, they take quite a while to kill. They have like 1k health. So
They pop the Linken's onto Mickey. There's the stun coming out, but an instant hex onto Taiga. BKB's popped the lore. Tekis is dead at the start of the fight. BM looks like he is ruptured and attempting to TP out. Very ambitious. EZM gets off a nice tornado with the zoning kinetic field. Goes in
the
but
blink
he's
dust.
immediately dusted. Deafening blast.
take it out. Good wall.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty annoying to get through. So they'll re-engage into the mid lane. Double damage has spawned top. Roshan is available, so that just might be where they're headed.
Just such a
haven't quite
well-oiled
spotted it yet.
machine. It's really beautiful to watch Liquid play when they're at going on full steam like this. Just can't really put a finger on their play right now with what they're doing.
Right near Nisha. The grip, we're seeing it there. Onto BZM. Looks like BZM's also ruptured, attempting to keep everybody away from him, but it's not going to happen. He's dead with no buyback. Ragi pops his ult. There's the stun coming out from the Techie, so they will get Mickey as Refresher is popped by Zai. Nisha pops the Bloodstone as well. And Zai actually getting very aggressive. Blinks in. Looks like they'll take out the Techies again. As Yuragi
Halberd before TPing.
TP. And Zai, he's going to be the collateral here. As OG able to defend somewhat here.
Maybe I should just shut up. I'm like, it's so beautiful to watch them, and then...
just don't speak anymore, please.
Yeah, I feel like I have powers.
How can you use this to benefit you, though?
I don't know. I don't think it works when I want it to.
I see. Which is useless.
That's how every curse is, isn't it?
Yeah, but, ooh, this is a very good play from OG.
Yeah, they're probably getting this too, because Razor's dead for a minute. Bloodseeker doesn't want to buy back here, so... Okay.
Yeah.
Don't count them out just yet.
So Aegis and Shard will go to OG. Who takes the Shard? Will we see Rampage? Probably not. Techies already has it. DM already has it. Chu does not. That one's kind of meh. And Invoker does not. I mean, Chaos Meter's decent. We will see Rampage. But of course we won't see it actually cast because every time we talk about this, it's never used. Cinderin. So Rampage, for those that don't know, grants all allied heroes a global bonus, which is based on the stance that Troll is in. So either you get status resist or attack speed. Now the caveat here, of course, is that it's 80-second cooldown. It's literally a longer cooldown than your ult. Why? I don't know. This could be a 30-second cooldown and not be remotely OP. Just saying.
I think it would be bought at that point.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's perfectly
I'm just
fine.
saying, like, that might...
I mean, would
that
you
might
have
make it
given that to
appealing.
him, though? Or would you have given it to Invoker? I mean, the Meteor upgrade is pretty good.
Rampage is kind of interesting here because of I think mainly the status assist for his teammates. And for himself, it's an extra layer of protection against grip when he goes in. It can help them against the Lesh. I think it's decent. The attack speed part of it is not that great here, though. I don't think his teammates are going to thrive very much on getting the attack speed ones. It's okay on Invoker, but I think you're wise to just completely stay in melee form during the Rampage here and try to... If you look at the logo for Rampage, the icon...
That's great. They put a
That's how Troll feels about the cooldown being 80 seconds, actually. It's a meta comment.
They put in more time making that icon than they did designing the skill, I think. They definitely forgot about this one. Expecting big upgrades for this
OG
next
going
match.
for a ballsy move here. I like it. Trying to take the initiative with their Aegis. They have Abyssal Blade now picked up on Yuragi.
Indeed.
Doom with the Ags as well. This is huge, because now DM doesn't have to worry about the Lincolns. He needs to worry about staying on top of the right targets. Okay. Nisha gonna run in first.
Okay.
Oh.
They don't
DM was thinking about
them.
it. He animation canceled the Doom on himself there. Has to be careful against reload, of course. That's the big problem that he cannot solve. The Boxy, if he's well positioned, can always reload and tether the targets out that Doom is on. Liquid are going to make their
Another
own smoke move now, wrapping around.
And wrapping back around to... Oh, DM's actually keeping it out, so OG need to GTFO immediately, and they seem to be understanding that this may be happening, so doing a nice job here. And looks like Misha won't be able to find anything. Misha, by the way, has the overwhelming blink online now. Insania officially finished the Ags, so getting a full duration grip is not out of the question at all. Obviously, Tornado would have to be used, I feel like, to stop all three of them.
I think a well-placed Static Storm is big enough, probably, but it puts extra pressure on Chu's position. He's been canceling it quite well with Storms so far. Oh, Taiga's dead.
He is... Oh, that's a...
Oh, a little bit early on the blink there, but...
Okay. His fingers are just too fast, you know? As they're going to continue to try to chase as OG... Oh, that's a rupture!
Got it off.
Yuragi can ult and just run away if he wants to. He's not going to attempt it right now. Okay, they're actually going to jump in. DM jumps in with the Aghanim Scepter Doom. Buyback not available on the Techies, and DM just melts, and this is a disaster for OG. Yuragi takes the second rupture now that Mickey is level 25. And he does have buyback, so see if they attempt another. Okay, that's a refresher, apparently, as BZM trying to stand his ground, but it's just too much to withstand. And just like that, I think the game has ended.
Game over.
Gracious.
You all died.
Pressure is strong.
Yeah, what an absolute clean engage from Liquid. That was just completely perfect. They got everything they wanted. They get the Rupture onto the Troll. He doesn't have TP, so he can't get out. On his second life, they have a Refresher. They Rupture again. Mickey is level 26, so he has 4 Ruptures. And yeah, they're going to try to buy back here and fight the 2v5. Good luck, OG.
Yeah, good luck. Ruggy does have his BKB after all of that. He gets Sheep, though, and he is going to be brought down before he can even activate the golden item.
Didn't expect Rip to be ready, but it's a 55-second cooldown with that axe.
That'll do it for game number 1. Very entertaining game, though. OG played well, and Liquid just a little bit better. Able to capitalize. I mean, OG taking that second rush definitely made it more interesting, but the Troll... Man, I'm a Troll lover, believe it or not, Cinderin.
Okay.
Even though I talk a lot of shit about this hero.
You don't give off those vibes when you talk about it.
I know. I actually am a big fan of playing the hero.
Okay.
Every time I watch it played, it's like, you just pick a different hero. Like, it would just be better in most cases.
Yeah. There's been games somewhat recently where Troll has actually done very well, but I think this game, I'm with you. I don't think there has to have been a better pick here. Like, the matchups were just too rough, right? He picked it into Bane, and... Did he pick it into... He picked it into Bane and Bloodseeker, actually. So, 2 already quite problematic heroes for him to deal with, and then they close it off with the Razor to add insult to injury. So, yeah. I agree. This was a very entertaining game. I think OG actually played pretty damn well. It obviously doesn't result in a win, but they also played against IO Lesh and got relatively counterpicked, I would say, across the board. And Liquid just showing in this game why they're considered one of the best teams in the world, if not the best right now. Just super clean, clinical game from them. It's very impressive.
Yep, and I thought Zai, who kind of struggled in the early stages, was kind of set the tone for OG to stay in the game. Definitely came back with a vengeance. Obviously, when you have Nisha and Mickey kind of owning it up, it creates a lot of space. But yeah, Liquid looking pretty damn good in this game number 1. They go to 5-1 now, I believe. And OG, they...
4-1.
Oh yeah, they were 3-1 coming in, and OG was 4. So OG lose their first game of the entire tournament, and we'll see what game 2 ends up looking like. We can see the group stage here, are the standings so far. And I mean, any big surprises for you, Sinra? Either side?
Okay, so this Liquid one is not updated, right? Because they're 4-1. It says 1-1 right now, but. Yeah, not really any big surprises, honestly, when I look across this board. I guess the biggest surprise overall is probably Gaming Gladiators being 3-3, right? Like, getting 3 draws, no wins just yet. But it's a fierce tournament. Yeah, I can't say I'm too surprised right now, but obviously a lot of games to go, and it's gonna get really cutthroat when we get towards the end of this, because there's gonna be some tiebreakers and some close calls on getting 4th. And that will be spicy as all hell in a couple of days, so...
Yeah.
Don't want to miss out on that, but so far so good for a couple of these teams, of course. Nice to see SA with 2 top 4 teams currently, of course. Both EG and Beast Coast looking great.
Yeah, and I don't think Talon looked really good yesterday as well. I mean, it sounds like we're wrapping up the day. We're not. This is just game number 1, so let us take a break, and we'll get back with game 2 between Liquid and OG. Should be very hype. BRB.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Just go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Howdy. It's daylight here now, Cinderin. That's how long we've been casting. It's quite the dramatic change. Team Liquid versus OG game number 1 went the way of Liquid for the DreamLeague Season 19 group stage. First group stage, that is, of 2. What do you think needs to change here, Cinderin, as we get into the draft?
Um,
Don't pick troll? Is that rule number 1?
I definitely think OG could have had a better setup for their overall game flow with a different carry. That's my biggest thing. I think aside from that, I think they played well. I think they did a good job defending their areas. The team fought pretty well, but Liquid's lineup was just extremely powerful. You might want to not give away IO Lesh in this game. This combination is just, in my opinion, just extremely powerful and hard to handle. And although OG had some good ideas and good plays, they just couldn't really overcome it with what they had at their disposal. So maybe take that away from Liquid. Play a different kind of game. And yeah, just keep up your high level of execution. And then...
No, it's interesting because this time Liquid bans Doom. They are the ones that actually change the bans. So Brood stays the same. Disruptor was in last game, so that's also a change. So that leaves open the Monkey King and the Death Prophet and the Nature's Prophet.
Yep.
So what gets through here? Surely this is Nature's Prophet ban.
Yeah, you would think so. I wonder if OG are worried about a Liquid. I mean, you can't ban out so they don't pick Beastmaster here, which could be a possibility. Other teams would pick Beastmaster in this slot, but Nature's Prophet still has to be the ban against this team, right? That's just what makes them so strong. It's hard to approach the first phase with confidence against a team like Liquid. They'll ban Puck. Interesting.
So maybe they just
Liquid
want
have the
to
phase closer.
they want to open up more heroes that they consider tier 1 to be
Seems to be the
picked.
case, yeah.
Because Puck seems like a bit of a throwaway. I mean, Nisha's a god tier Puck, so don't get me wrong. I'll go IO again. Will this
Yeah.
be a
They'll go IO
Nature's
Lesh if they don't
Prophet?
pick the Lesh now. You left it in again, so...
Yeah. Could they just
You're
take Lesh
poisoned.
themselves? Lesh, Nature's Prophet? It's a bit of a weird... I mean, you could go Death Prophet as
Oh
well.
yeah, true DP, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just super biased for IO Lesh right now. That's just... I'm finding it hard to... I
Do you
feel
think
like the win
OG
rate of this hero
surprised here,
combination
though?
is extremely good. Sorry?
Do you think OG's surprised? I think they were probably expecting Nature's Prophet to get first picked here.
Yeah,
That's
I
what their
guess
plan
so.
was.
So that probably threw them off here. Okay, are they gonna get Beast Lesh maybe? Beast Techies. I think they just snap pick the Lesh now. I think you don't care about this.
Yeah, most likely.
You could also get Profit if you do think there's merit to having the double global possibilities to make plays around the map, then that is definitely a possibility. But yeah, I'm still just, I just think IOLesh is really, really strong, and I don't think OG's heroes solve it. So, alright, they rate Storm higher. That's interesting to see.
Okay, interesting. Storm
Gonna ban out
was...
Dragon Knight instantly, one of the better mids against Storm.
Storm was not even banned last game.
Nope.
Unpicked, unbanned.
I mean, Storm
I mean-
definitely... It's a little bit of an interesting choice, right? Because, as we talked about, I think IOLesh's win rate has got to be extremely good right now, which is one thing, but the other one is Storm isn't like an obviously amazing hero this game against Techies and Beast, right? You can get caught because of their vision. The Techies has the blast off with the stun shard as well that can catch you off guard if you're ever spotted. So
Yep.
I don't think it's completely free. So just wonder what the mindset is here for Liquid. You could argue that it's good for them to like play multiple strategies so they're harder to prepare for future teams, but at the same time, every single game in this format is so extremely important that you're not really gonna... I mean, it's not like they're throwing it away by picking like this. It's not like it's bad what they've got by any means, but yeah, just looking for the understanding of this
Wow.
to come soon enough.
So OG can still take Nature's Prophet if they want to.
Yeah, true.
Death Prophet's still on the table as well. How does Death Prophet fare against Storm mid if that were the mid matchup?
Pretty good for Death Prophet, I think. It's one of Storm's harder matchups. Death Prophet can outrange your remnants all the time. She can put good pressure on you with Crypt Swarm. She has the drain, so even if it does come to a trading fight, you can win that one. Even running through a remnant or two. So definitely solid. But I feel like if you're OG, you're looking more at some sort of instant lockdown for the Storm. That's why the Dragon Knight gets banned. That's why the Ember and Tinies get banned, because they are the heroes that can really kill Nisha in the blink of an eye or catch him for your team. Death Prophet doesn't really operate in that way. And it does feel like that's kind of the story of this game is going to be how do we handle this IO Storm? Now it's just the Storm instead of the Lesh, right? That you have to prepare for as OG.
And they're taking
Wouldn't mind
their
seeing a sniper
sweet
ban
ass
again this
time
You have Beastmaster.
with this ban.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
It's
could.
a good lane for Sniper, the Beastmaster matchup, and he would be playing with a potential IO, which makes the lane even easier. So, see a lot of merit to that. Considering they banned Sniper last game, I don't know if there's something about the Sniper Lesh combination that they were worried about more so than the Sniper Storm, but well, looks like it.
Rubik, okay. They still
Drop the
take Invoker.
again. Yep.
I mean, if you get the Nature's Prophet, Cinderin, the global presence is absurd between IO with Storm and Nature's Prophet.
It is, but maybe it's too much of a good thing, right? I think it's maybe better to get some like stable frontline, stable catch. Like last game they ran the Bane. I could easily see them picking that again here. Bane is good. I think Clockwork is once again good, but he was banned this time, so not an option. They let it through in the previous game.
It's also still a Bloodseeker for Mickey if he wants to repeat.
Yep. could absolutely run that back as well. The Beastmaster lane matchup is good for Bloodseeker, good against Beast Techies, so yeah. I wouldn't mind the Bloodseeker either.
Yeah, this is likely an Insania hero unless he's playing the IO this time. Ooh, okay.
All right,
AM
so
into Ench.
this is like also a pseudo block pick, right? This is protecting their Storm,
Yeah.
getting the AM in this slot, and it's also good against Invoker. It's pretty good against Beastmaster, and they double down on AM's laning stage here, protecting with the Enchantress. So yeah, interesting setup here for Liquid. I think this leaves like an archetype offlane hero that I would like to see them grab last would be a tanky frontline that can make moves early and fight with the Storm, like a Centaur, or this type of pick could be interesting. Unless they get like an amazing lane matchup like last time, right, where they pick the Razor into a Troll.
Well, they're gonna have to worry about the Monkey
will
King.
Make that harder. So, of course, could be support. Doesn't have to be Iragi playing it. Carry Monkey King is a little bit dangerous against Storm. I've seen too many times carry monkeys get caught off the map or get cut in the trees.
Yeah, true.
So think they're picking it with the flex in mind, and they obviously have the ultimate last pick of the draft as well, so they can get some more information before they commit fully. So what offlaners do you pick now? This is actually kind of interesting, because this Monkey King, by virtue of being flex here, is kind of blocking some offlaners that Liquid might want in this game, but then it doesn't even have to be the carry anyway. So if Liquid picks something else that's good against Monkey, they can just put it on support and play it with the Beastmaster or with their carry in the lane. So pretty... I actually really like this pick from OG for that reason. It's clever.
How does Death Prophet fare against Monkey King in lane? If it is a 1 monkey.
Fine. You're just leaving Storm as your only catch, but, you know, Liquid could still make that work, of course. And again, the problem is if you're picking... I guess the good thing about picking a hero like DP is that if you move the monkey away from carry, it's a hard hero to, like, just flat out beat in lane for OG. So you could take that. I feel like DP is actually kind of dangerous here, though. Against Quas, Wex Invoker, against Blastoff, against Roar. But you do have Relo, so maybe it's fine.
Yeah, so
I just
Slark,
think by
TA out.
nature, the Liquid lineup this game is playing a different pace, right? Like, Anti-Mage needs time. They're going to
So,
be
do you
slowing
think
things
that...
down a bit.
Okay, I don't know if this is looking too into it, but the Primal Beast ban, does that indicate that it is a position 1 monkey? Because he's good at... I mean, I know it's still an offlane that they need, but he breaks trees pretty easily with Trample. And he wouldn't care if it was a support monkey.
Yeah, I think they're also just looking, again, they're looking at what type of heroes Liquid could run here that would round out their lineup really nicely. And I think the Primal Beast would make a lot of sense. I was mentioning Centaur as an option, but Monkey King is really good against him in lane. The matchup against Primal Beast is not as one-sided as you might think, despite being a melee hero. Primal Beast has some serious damage qualities, and he has the Uproar that can really help him in the trades against Monkey. So I think it's just a solid ban regardless of which role Monkey goes into. I'm very curious what Liquid choose in this spot.
Yeah, and Liquid have all the time in the world. OG, not so much. 1 second of reserve time. So a Zai hero. He played Razor last time around, which wouldn't be the catch, but it is
Slardar, maybe?
theoretically good against Monkey King. If it is a position 1.
Slardar is also
Sladar.
dangerous at the same time, but he's really good with IO, and it gives them a winnable lane, and it gives them a secondary jump that can play together with the Storm and make moves. Corrosive Haze against the Monkey Invoker is really nice, but it might be too narrow in scope with what it can do in the game. Night Stalker could maybe, but that's setting yourself up for failure in lane, so probably not. Axe, similar story. I mean, they're taking their time too. I think they're not quite sure what the right idea is here, but gotta make a choice soon. Don't misclick gyro.
I was going to mention Mars, but it feels like this hero is just dropped off a cliff.
Yeah.
And I feel like OG have good counters to this in general. And maybe there just wasn't a good offlane pick.
They definitely did a good job making the choice for Liquid difficult here. And this is where, now for OG, you get the luxury of choosing, do we want the monkey to be support or carry? And they want it to be support. Unless this is Sven support. Hang on.
Yeah, love me some Sven support.
It's
No,
Sven
it won't
carry.
be. Okay, thank God. I don't want to see that ever again.
This is a carry that we've seen other teams try to run into the anti-mage, just overwhelming single target physical damage, and the pacing is really good, but I don't know if Sven Techies or Sven Monkey King can convincingly beat out the IO Mars. I think perhaps OG weakened their safe lane a little bit here instead of keeping the monkey carry and then getting a very strong lane support to try to punish them super hard in this top lane. I think Liquid are going to be able to float the lanes pretty fine here. And kind of draw early on, and then it's a matter of can OG's lineup, which has tons of playmaking potential, can they make moves around the map, right? You want to stifle the anti-mage, you want to try to kill the Storm when he's farming the jungle, and then your Sven is just a farm bot for 20 minutes. He's hitting Ancients. So.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue both teams have very aggressive lineups, but yeah, the difference is the position one just wants to farm.
Sven, by the way. That looks so cool. What is that?
It's very glowy. It's like a lightning bolt has been integrated into a sword that is very thick. Is that an immortal? It might be. Anyway, nobody's looking. People are looking at our faces.
Oh wait, I know
and
which sword.
We're not seeing the Sven sword on your face.
It just looked from it looks different because of the angle, but it's an immortal indeed. I forgot what it's called. Vigil something maybe.
Okay, thank you.
I'll find it. I'll check it.
You want to give a shout out to the person that made it as well?
Good job, Valve.
Why don't you go look that up?
Let's
it could have been somebody else.
check.
Who knows?
Indomitable Legacy. Wait. This looks different. It looked completely different in the loadout.
All right, let's see. We're looking at Sven. Oh, he's got the rare thingy underneath him, right? Oh yeah, it did look totally different.
It looked completely different in the loadout. The
Boy,
hero
that is false advertising right there.
This looked so different. Wait, what?
Now it just looks like some generic garbage sword, which Sven has a million of. Both sides smoke here. So, you're saying that OG have a very aggressive lineup, and you're not sure if AM will be able to have time to farm enough. But who would you actually pick to win this game?
I find it hard to pick against Liquid just based on how well they played that last game, right? Like
You're biased.
I'm not biased, I'm just picking the team that's most likely to win based on performance. But that said, like I said, OG played a good game, and I'm not going to be like, this is going to be a landslide victory. I did say going in that there was a good chance this could be a draw, and I could absolutely see it. I guess on paper I feel like the Radiant Draft looks a little bit easier to play. But ease of execution isn't something that Liquid seem to need that much.
Yeah, we've seen that before. They're going to collide here. Yuragi gets off the early Stormhammer. Nisha, is this going to be a second game in a row that he gets first blooded? And indeed, that is the case. Didn't seem to matter last game. OG
And
on the board already.
Trade was 2 for 2 as well. So good head start here for the side of OG. They do get the D ward on the obs from Insania, which is not insignificant. It's 50 experience for them heading into bottom. So effectively we'll have the same experience as the Sven and Techies that were involved in that first blood. And yeah, they chose to play the Ench together with the Mars instead of the IO with the Mars, which I thought they were going to do, but IO Anti-Mage will be the top lane of choice.
Hammer expending the bot lane. I mean, from Sven's side, Cinderin, how often do we see him as position 1 these days? I mean, just
do we ever see him as anything else these days? I feel like the fad of playing him support doesn't really...
Yeah, it was very brief and underwhelming.
It had its games.
What the... Come on, dude. Garbage. He's just an aura bot.
I mean,
anyway.
You saw some of Entity's strats when they were playing Sven, Visage, Pudge, and that shit was really strong. But
it's because Pudge is in the game. You can't lose with Pudge.
True.
The fans will love you forever. What do you build on this hero, though? Is it like an Echo Saber Blink?
I think...
As Taiga? Okay.
This is probably the last hero in Dota that regularly builds Mask of Madness. So I think he'll build Mom into either Echo or BKB and then Dagger. That's pretty much the standard build.
I see. Well, he's gonna
With pressure here
spend some
onto
more
Sina.
mana onto Enchantress. But
Chu is in trouble now, though.
he
His
is. Zai,
position is completely
no spear for
compromised.
5 seconds, but he's getting blocked. Sticky Bomb not going to connect. Spear's coming up now. It'll be a blind spear potentially. It does hit. And Chu looks to be dead thanks to the God's Rebuke. But on the other side, looks like Taiga gets taken out as well. So Liquid getting the best of both lanes.
This top lane is gonna be so hard for OG if Anti-Mage gets ahead. Their lane is completely reliant on having mana on Beastmaster to do anything, and Mickey is just gonna... Every time he gets a chance, he's gonna go for some pot shots at him. He's rushing Boots here as well, which we don't see Anti-Mage just do all that often. But he's just gonna play with Boots and Tether and just run at them. All the time in this lane. Mid lane's also going great for Nisha, so good start for Liquid overall. All 3 lanes are in great shape. In
Yeah,
this
Nisha
game.
19-3, BZM 12-1. BZM doing a good job of using the Forge Spirit to ensure that he denies one rune and takes the other. We'll see what they end up doing for the power rune in 6 minutes. There's Electric Vortex from Nisha, but more so for harassment. Not able to get the kill quite yet.
Taiga is suffering so much top. Like,
Yeah, he
even
gets
with
off
the
the
Jingu
Jingu
stacks, he can't stand his
stacks.
ground against this.
Yeah, it is AM. Well, now that he's out of mana, he doesn't take that much damage. There's the Boundless Strike to follow. Right. Use the Mango there as well. Nisha continuing to get hounded by this pesky Forge Spirit in the mid lane. Water runes in 30 seconds. We'll see BZM's able to deny one again.
Yep. Would be pretty good for him to send the Forge Spirit to the top one and go for the bottom one, or vice versa. But obviously, I guess ideally he sends his hero to the one that Storm wants to go to and has the Forge on the other, because Storm can just click it before the Forge Spirit can, and then he will be guaranteed it. But doesn't look like BZM will be on time. With Nisha pushing that out.
Yeah, so Water Rune for Nisha almost has Arcane Boots. And Boxy getting chased by Taiga, and we can see in the bot lane Chu pursuing Insania. That's a lot of damage.
Oh,
Sunstrike
good
to follow.
Sunstrike.
Kaboom! So nice kill going out to BZM. Much needed one, in fact, as the Forge Spirit's taken out pretty swiftly by Nisha. And for BZM, what kind of a build are you looking for this game? Do you think it's going to be the Meteor Hammer again?
Yeah, probably. Oh, actually, he's queuing up a Midas.
Huh?
So he wants to play full Exort this time instead of the Quasvex. I mean, it makes sense. They have some decent stun setups with Roar, with Sven stun, with Monkey King, even the Techie Shard. So my concern with this is if Invoker is playing Exort and he wants to farm quite a bit and be in jungle, and you also have Sven, who absolutely has to do that, are you going a little bit too much on the slow side instead of playing Quasvex against, say, Anti-Mage and the Storm, who, with a Meteor Hammer, you're actually a really good catch for these two heroes. I think we'll see if it pays off. It seems a little bit on the greedy side for me.
I got TP's in mid. Not sure if they were trying to actually get the kill on Nisha, but they forced him back with a Cold Snap. Power Rune in 30 seconds. See if there's any rotations from the supports outside of Taiga. Try to ensure that their mid laners get the rune. Zai is connected with boxing the bot lane as Taiga starting to move. I think he might stick around for the rune. We'll see. Might just be going for a potential gank here, but he's going to be spotted by Boxy. He's now going to take some right clicks, and on the strike disrupts it a
Nice
bit,
try.
but he's still connected. Sticky Bomb's there as
Okay,
well.
actually-
They'll be able to get the Jingu stack here. And Boxy continue to connect with Zai as Taiga not going to be able to kill him outright as Chu gets the Sticky Bomb, connects again onto Boxy as the overcharge. As Nisha TP's in, they're going to be able to get one kill. As Yuragi, that would be a very big one, but that's a difficult one to say the least, as Boxy's doing a great job of kiting. Double kill for Zai, so OG at the net negative
The
here.
haste. It really I wanted to keep going, but yeah, beautiful rotation there. Just great spell casting. Love the fact that Zai. It definitely looked intended that he speared the Monkey King there instead of the techies, so they get that bonus kill as well. And now Sven is losing so much bottom as well. He had to go all the way back to base. Zai denies a full wave. Is now level 6 against the level 4 Sven. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a rough one for Yuragi. OG's lineup is not good when it loses its lanes. Zai with a 7-minute Meteor Hammer is gonna start knocking on the front door now. This is...
Yeah.
This is not good for OG, to put it bluntly. This is a rough start.
I mean, it's a 2K lead at 7 minutes, which is already pretty big, and you have AM on your team. Definitely not what you want to see if you're OG. Sticky Bomb onto Zai. Meteor Hammer available again.
You could kill Chu right now if you wanted to.
He wants the tower. Or the Sven, maybe. It's mid lane. Ooh, TP out. BZM is going to be fine. Meteor Hammer from Zai being very annoying.
Yeah, Liquid are putting incredibly much pressure on the map. They send Ench mid to push with their creep together with Storm. In the meantime, Mars is pushing bottom with the hammer. So OG kind of have to put out fires everywhere on the map, and playing like that is really, really difficult. Like, you have to send your heroes around really effectively. See, Yuragi is even going to try to steal the 8-minute rune as carries Sven, just to try to lower some of this pressure. They will get Insania here, which will be a nice little bit of help for OG, but as it stands, the cores on the enemy team are having a great time regardless.
And to add insult to injury, Nisha picks up the Arcane Rune. See if they're able to use that fully. And just having the Eye on the team to be able to refresh your mana so easily. Such a huge benefit for the Storm. Oh wait, that's the wrong team. Alright, we'll see if they can get Fairy Trinket on Liquid's side now to even things up. As Mickey.
Now they're pushing top with this Siege Creep, and they're bringing Onisha. Siege Creep alive minute 8:45 here. This has been a very slow push from Mickey to get to the tower, but the payoff is big.
Oh, wow.
Kill Yuragi with Zion and Sania.
And they are all over the place.
This map is bleeding. So, I can't stress enough how screwed OG are getting at this game right now. Though. This is really, really rough times. And again, you chose Quasic Sword Invoker against this. It's not like BZM is going to just run around the map and save you guys right now. He needs some time, and where is it going to come from? The whole map is just falling apart minute 9. Zai,
yeah, already on the
gets
back
the
foot.
combo on Chu.
Spear. Oh, all right.
They
They disrupted
stopped
the
him.
Meteor Hammer, and Yuragi coming. There's the roar with the Meteor.
Okay.
The Meteor Hammer and the Meteor, and all these Meteors being put into good use, and they're in. So they get a valuable
Alright,
kill.
they calm down the situation a little bit. They put out one fire,
Uh-oh.
but here comes the next one maybe.
Nisha, that's Arcane Rune. He's going to get tornadoed.
Big
Mana Void does connect. Not that much damage. Only level 1, of course, but BZM looks to be mega dead.
Chu died trying to
And they
help.
find the techies as well, as OG just dropping like flies. Now the tier 1 tower is likely what Liquid will focus on.
went to cut the wave.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they're going to get that kill
Went to his
and a
grave.
regen rune. Jesus. This
And his name was Dave.
Did you rhyme something?
Yeah, it's okay. You don't
Good
have
job,
to listen to
Cinderin.
them being purposefully unfunny.
Oh,
Here
they actually
comes-
did they cancel
Oh
the
boy,
regen?
Nisha
They
dodges
did.
the hammer.
Yeah,
And
that's
another
going to be the
one.
kill on the Iragi, man. They are all over the place. DM is here, but no. Okay.
He might actually
He
live here
will
because Zai went
live,
for
surprisingly. Yeah, Nisha trying to focus on BZM, but BZM doing a lot of damage to Nisha in the meantime. But they do take out the Beastmaster via Zai's Mars Arena. It's going to be the trade for Io. So, at the very least, OG do save their Sven, which is a big deal. And Zai kind of stuck in a weird spot, but Mickey's trying to back him up. Taiga showing himself is very all over the place
Oh, he
right now.
found BZM with the
Spear
spear.
into Meteor Hammer. BZM gets destroyed. Mickey showing off that beautiful level 1 mana void. And now Chu
Chu is in
completely out of
trouble.
mana.
New spear.
And
Oh, nice sidestep
nice
from Taiga.
dodge.
Clutch.
Zai's in a bit of trouble now. No balance strike for a few seconds, but they find another kill onto OG, and now Taiga will be next. Double kill for Mickey, who's participating in fights with the Vanguard. So very
Yep.
tanky, and he's Actually, pretty close to Battle Fury already with all of
This
this.
is one of the major upsides of playing Anti-Mage with Vanguard, which is the new meta that we're seeing. People are getting very involved with this hero. It's like, yeah, he will need time to farm, but if your team is doing well, you can definitely be an asset to them in some of these moves and then go back to farming after. It's kind of funny how it feels like a cycle. This was a thing, I want to say 8 years ago, to play Vanguard Anti-Mage into Battle Fury. And then for the last many years, it's been Battle Fury Rush. Now there's been a little bit of Vanguard Radiance and Vanguard Battle Fury again. The disassemble on Vanguard absolutely being a key reason why this works so well. He has the Fury now. 12 minutes in, Mickey with a Battle Fury.
Battle Fury, Vanguard Treads.
And it's not just Battle Fury Treads, it's Battle Fury Vitality Boost. He disassembles it, right? So, but he is crazy rich.
That's insane.
7k lead minute 12. Shannon, this one is
yeah.
It's a Gabon shellacking right now.
Yeah, that would be accurate. That's a new tier, the French tier, I guess, is what you're going for.
The French Gabon.
Well, BZM was getting pursued by Insania, but he's going to take a roar and a bunch of axes to the face, and he's going to die. The OG getting something, but the map is still completely liquids. Aben is smiling in France, apparently.
Yeah.
Eating his baguettes and whatever else they do in France.
I don't know where that French accent came from. I actually don't have any
I don't know
explanation,
either. I have no idea. I'm surprised you can even do a French accent, honestly. His eye is going to be boundless struck inside the Wukong's command now. And they should have enough damage here. But the relocate! Beautifully done from Boxy, resetting it completely.
Needs to be careful because there's some
Iragi has
backup
to
in
be
the area
careful.
here.
Top lane. Oh, he's attempting to TP out. Mana Void cancels. And Iragi is dead.
Instant
Very
away
rough
from
game for
Boxy.
OG.
Doesn't get caught. Nothing was lost here for Liquid, and they find the Sven. Uragi's game is just so hard. Like, when you lose your towers this early as Sven, the map feels the smallest it ever has. Like, you've lost all tier 1s minute 13. Where do you go? The enemy team is just gonna hound you all over the place, just kill you non-stop if you try to farm.
There's the arena. BZM. Oh, nice stun from Taiga. I don't think it's going to save the Invoker in the end, though. Deafening Blast onto one. There's the stun from Chu, or the... Well, it's not a stun yet. He doesn't have the shard. But either way, they lose their Invoker. And Liquid just rolling away with this thing. But Yuragi wants to play. Pops the God Strength, but he's completely outnumbered. And Nisha looking for Taiga. They'll get him as Mickey shows up now. Finishes the Vanguard again. And yeah,
I mean, what is there to
is
say, really?
rough.
They're just getting owned. Like, there's just... These first 10 minutes just more or less sealed the deal for this game. Like, if you want to come back into this as OG, you need some sort of masterful execution. You have to find a great smoke play where you get a key roar onto, like, the Storm or the Mars, and you blast them first, and then Liquid overstep, but there's always that X factor of the IO protecting whoever you go on. And you know for a fact, on top of all of this, Anti-Mage is also just free farming, so...
Yep.
This is such a clean game from Liquid. Mickey is feeling himself enough. He's just going to solo jump Yuragi here. There comes the relocate.
Wow, that
And
level 2 mana
nice
void
storm
now.
hammer
Nice
timing.
job from Chu coming in. Beautiful boundless strike as well. Wukong's command is placed, but Mickey can just easily get out, and Nisha as well. So
that was
OG do a
beautiful
good
from
job
OG,
of defending.
And they got 0 kills.
Yeah, exactly.
But that was perfect on defense.
Iragi very angry that Mickey's trying to get his farm. Nice shot from the cold snap coming in. Okay, able to get out of dodge though. Very, very difficult kill. And bot lane, while this is all happening, the majority of Liquid just pushing this tier 2 as the fortification has been used now from OG. And they're gonna go into the mid lane. BZM trying to get off the spear is Zai. Might not even need it though. Gonna save it for a rainy day as DM gets off his primal roar. And that's about all he does. The question remains, when will Liquid get the next Roche? And is there anything OG can even do? Manta
I'm
is
digging,
about
I'm digging
1,000
deep
away.
right now. I know I'm going a little bit quiet, but I'm trying to think how you get any semblance of control back in this game as the Radiant team. Like, it's just... It's hard to find it. It really is. It's especially disheartening when you see OG cast their spells exceptionally well on the heroes jumping them, and they still don't have enough damage because of the IO.
They did let the IO through, of course. I mean, what are your favorite counters to IO? Like, we saw the Disruptor today. Not as good as it used to be, I feel like.
Oh,
Well, you're going to have to hold your horses here. Yeah, OG trying to make something out of this.
Only good if there's any backup.
Oh, shoot. We'll be able to get out, though, as Nisha...
What are my favorite counters to IO? I mean, it really depends on the type of hero IO is playing with, which is also why the first pick from Liquid of IO here is really interesting, because if you start counterpicking the IO Lesh, you see they just go for the Storm, which they valued higher in this game. I think Lesh could have absolutely worked against the first phase from OG as well, but they just show that they've got more in their toolbox. Disruptor, definitely one of the better ones, I would say. I also like Clockwork against IO quite a bit. It's hard to... Sometimes you can isolate IO away from his tether partner, you can cancel relocates very well, you can get vision with Rocket Flare. Sometimes you can figure out where IO has to be because of how the cores are playing, and then you can catch the IO and prevent the save on the core that you want to go on. So that's pretty decent.
Is Witch Doctor any good these days? I know it used to be considered a counter.
Not really. The IOs have become too good, and the tether leash is too long. It's 1,000 range on the tether. I don't know.
We're gonna have a fight. Arena onto 2, and a Meteor Hammer onto 2, and a Mana Void onto 2. And Liquid up in a 3 now. They can go Roche.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know which memory they visited to find this Mars, but Zaya's just been completely owning it up this game.
What is the...
Like, everybody in their team is playing incredibly well.
What is the reason Mars has not been picked very much? I know it was nerfed a couple patches ago.
Yeah. I think he's struggling to find the same presence in lane a lot, but this time they played with Ench, so they have a strong way of enabling the Mars. But yeah, it's a good question, because I do feel like ranged carries have been pretty meta for the most part. Like, a lot of teams play like Drow, etc. So Drow, Sniper. He should in theory be pretty good in quite a few games, but yeah, not really getting much love. Maybe the item dependency is a problem, but now with the new hammer, he's kind of interesting. Good question. I hope we get to see it more. I find Mars to always be a very entertaining hero to watch.
Yeah, for sure. DM not done with the Helm of the Overlord quite yet. 40 gold away, but this is a 20-minute Helm of the Overlord.
Might get cut here. No, they let him go.
Yeah, well, there's 2 tier 2s remaining, and a bunch of fortifications, I'm sure, to come. How long can OG hold this off for? As Mickey finishes Manta not too long ago, going to be working on Scotty next. And Nisha has yet to use his BKB with the Witchblade Arcane Boots. And Mr. Zai. Obviously, we've already talked about the Meteor Hammer Blink, but about 100 gold away from Greaves now. From OG's side, is there any item that makes a difference here? I mean, does it help or hurt that BZM went for the Midas this game?
I don't know.
Because you can look at it from both sides, right?
It's hard, dude. I don't call you dude a lot, but that's what this game
Dude,
makes
bro.
me do. All right.
Dude, bro.
Trouble.
Yuragi, dude. You're in a lot of trouble, dude. Okay, Nisha
BKB here,
getting
so
control.
might live, but Chu not so lucky.
Yeah, Mana Void's available. Chu is dead.
Blink gonna swing. There we go.
14k lead for Liquid at the 21-minute mark. Yuragi Still not finished with his BKB. 600 gold away from that as Mickey wants to come and play. Gonna get stunned up though. Obviously with that Aegis, not even remotely scared as they did end up getting the Beastmaster in the bot lane. Tier 2 tower looks to be what Liquid are going to set their sights on and likely high ground to follow. But it is against a very annoying
they saw the monkey.
team.
Tiger's dead. Surely.
Surely.
Nice stun. Well, maybe not.
No, he's okay. Actually, OG one trying to fight this. If they can get Misha, this would be huge. But he pops the BKB. Gets off the Electric Vortex, looking for a kill so he can zip away. Foxy, ultimate to work with, but Mickey has now come, and Yuragi's just going to get chased to the ends of the earth, which don't go very far, apparently. Flat Earthers were right.
Alright, it's a 99-1 win probability. I wonder what the 1% is.
I think that's a disconnect slash, remake of the game.
It's probably something along the lines of Storm and AM get overconfident and dive the base, but it hasn't happened yet. They're gonna kill the Invoker mid.
And their the high ground take for Liquid theoretically is not very good, and the high ground defense for OG is quite good. But then again, they do have Meteor Hammer, of course.
Yeah, helps. Zai was preparing for this. He's played a lot of pubs where people give up minute 10. He knew 6 minutes in that this was inevitable, so... Yeah, I mean, for a team that doesn't have the best high ground push, this is going pretty well.
Yeah, it is. That's how far ahead they are. It just literally doesn't matter.
Alright. And now we're at 100. Alright. Well...
You did it!
This was... I mean, they haven't called GG yet, but it's a formality at this point. This is the biggest stomp we've cast so far, and it's... The thing about this is, it didn't feel like OG played an awful game. Like, they just got so outplayed by a team that played amazing in every skirmish, played great lanes, and had an overall really cool idea for how to solve the game. All the lanes Liquid played went well, and the way they played around the IO, the way they played around the enemy jungle in the first early fights around that outpost just kind of sealed their entire domination of the map from there on out. Yeah, OG are just going to keep bleeding racks. I don't know if they're holding up some sort of time rating. Don't think that matters in any tiebreaker scenario, but who knows?
Yeah, that's an old school one.
Yeah, I mean, they've just given up 2 lanes of racks without showing a hero, so...
Yep. Well, I think they're waiting for Sven's BKB. Oh, and actually, he does have it. Just needs to, disassemble. There we go.
Yeah, disassembled for it now.
But it's just not likely to have enough damage to follow it up with. Drums is there for BZM. Alright, Taiga looking for a pick-off. But the Mars Arena from Zai is going to get storm bolted. He's inside the Wukong's command now as Nietzsche jumps in, gets off the BKB. And the OG members are just melting. And the big Mana Void comes out. That's the 3rd kill for Liquid. As now all their sights are focused on Yuragi and company as GG's finally come out. Ultra kill for Mickey as Liquid end this game in style. And this was a Gavins level Schlack. It was not even remotely close. But Liquid, they get the 2-0. Game 1, obviously a lot closer. But Liquid just dominate here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit at a loss for words with how well Liquid actually played this game. That was honestly just beautiful to watch. It's just... Everything was pristine. Their laning, their itemization, the way they moved around the map, the way they integrated AM into aggressive plays with their IO, which I think a lot of teams would be hard-pressed to do this well. Their last pick, Mars, going Meteor Hammer, just dominating the whole map, finding every single spear. I don't think Zai missed one this game, maybe 1 out of 20. I don't know, like, it's just hats off to them, right? You can't feel too bad if you're OG. Obviously, it sucks to get stomped like this, but if you go back and watch this game, like, you're playing against a team that's playing at the best of their ability. So you have to have better starting conditions than this to even stand a chance 10 minutes in, and your lineup was just too greedy. I think Invoker had to go Quas Vex probably in this game to have a chance to stem the bleeding. But against a lot of other teams, this might have worked for OG, but Liquid today are just way too good to allow it.
Yeah, very, very easy game 2 for Liquid. As what is OG? So OG now is 4-2 in the standings, and Liquid is 5-1, if I'm not mistaken, Cinderman.
Correct.
So
5-1 and 4-2.
OG's still in good shape, but I think they, like we said, their first 2 matches were against the quote-unquote easiest opponents, what most people would say. So it's going to be an uphill battle in some respects. Because
Needs to not get too psyched out by this loss. I think that's what's important, and something that OG historically have been very good at is not getting carried away after losses and going on a downward spiral. Like, take it for what it is at face value. Like, you played against probably the best team of the group today. You lost, but don't overcompensate now and start going all crazy with drafts, playing stuff you aren't used to and don't know how to run. If you play your best and you run your stuff, you still have a very good shot at getting top 4, which is, at the end of the day, what matters here, is making it past that midway point.
Yeah, I think that second game is just a throwaway, right? That's one you don't even think about anymore, because it's one of those games you just lost like all 3 lanes. Like, there's just no chance. Like, you could look at the draft potentially, but I don't think that was the biggest deal. We didn't really even get to see what the Sven could do, right? The game never actually started for OG, it felt like.
Yeah.
But Liquid, yeah, they just played on another level here. I assume we're gonna have an interview for who's our interview? Insania.
Insania.
My man Insania will be joining us very shortly. Looking forward to his thoughts. He played the Enchantress in this game.
Yep.
And yeah, he has put together quite the team, Cinder, and on paper, pretty damn crazy. As I can hear background noise, which is likely Insania. Hello?
Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going, man? Long time.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. You like my camera angle?
Yeah, it looks great. Very, very artistic.
It's very
Thank you.
fan. Add the light on your face as well, coming like the shadow on one
like,
side and the light on the other. It's-
Yeah. Here, perfect. My nose is lit up.
It
Congrats
happens.
on the win.
Thank you.
Obviously, an amazing second game from you guys. I think this is the biggest stomp we've got to cast so far in this tournament. And do you? Okay, this might be a challenging question. How do you play better than that in that game? Like, if you had to nitpick and find something you guys could have done better, where do you feel like the improvement lies? Because for me, that was borderline flawless.
I mean, I think I had a couple of bad deaths where I'm just like in the wrong area, and I get roared for no reason. Where I think like we have spells ready, but we just use them to kill people, and I'm just not paying attention. So I think there were a few of my mods that were so if you're gonna nitpick. But I think overall, like how we're moving and how we're playing was really good.
Yeah, this was an awesome game.
Can you talk about the Mars pick? This is not a hero we get to see all too often these days since it was nerfed pretty heavily, but Zai seemed to have a god tier game on this hero.
And then he just picked it. So I don't know what he was thinking, but he felt like it made sense, I guess, for the game. So whatever, he saw something in it and wanted to play it.
All right, I have a random question that's not really related to the game per se, but this is a topic I've talked about with other pros and Cinderin, who's not a pro, obviously. So we've had these, and I don't want to get ahead of myself because we're not even remotely close to TI, but we've had a lot of teams that have done really well early on in the season, and then when these big patches come out, they kind of get nerfed in a way, and then they just don't perform at TI. Is that something that you ever think about, like any of these years that you've been playing?
I mean, I know when we were at the major, I brought it up that no team that has ever won the major won TI the same year. So it was like our cope for getting second. I'm like, it's nice that we didn't win.
Yeah.
So I mean, not like in a serious manner, because I think you're too competitive. You always want to win. So
Yeah.
it's not like you're gonna. I think unless you're maybe some OG and you can like live with losing for a long time. Like I mean, the TI 8-9 OG, they seem to be pretty good about taking each other in the season. I think most of us just too competitive, or we really want to win too badly. So it's not really something that I mean, you think about it, but not really in a serious manner.
Right.
So, the other series you've played so far, you 2-0 Tundra and you drew with Talon, and you obviously have a lot of matches still to play. Do you feel like there's something to be said about your knowledge about your own region versus others? Right now you've got a clean 2-0 against OG, the 2-0 against Tundra as well, but you drew with Talon. Did they surprise you because of the different region styles, or was it just a bad game, bad draft, or like where do you stand and how do you see the rest of the group playing out with the opponents you have left? I think, do you have any EU teams left? Do you have Enigma Galaxy left?
We have Nouns, Yeah, okay. Enigma. I think we just kind of messed up. I think that's probably how everyone feels when they lose. I don't really think it's like inexperienced in regions. I feel like we got quite a lot of it at TI, playing like both, what do you call it, like the LCQ, and then the TI itself, and then the major. So I don't really feel like we have any like like any regions we think are uncomfortable to play against, or we don't understand them well. I think it's more just a bad game, or I mean they play well and we play poorly. So.
Right, and to follow up on that, so the other team in the group now, after OG dropped this 2-0, the other team with the strongest scoreline right now is Beast Coast. Do you think they're the strongest team aside from yourselves in this group, or do you think there's another team that's gonna like climb up the ladder, like Spirit or Tundra, maybe, or is Beast Coast a very strong opponent right now?
I mean, Beast Coast, I haven't played them in a while, but I think it's always pretty fun games against them because the games are pretty chaotic. So it's like kind of nice to be a support player against the South American teams. I think you feel like you can do a lot of influence on those games. I don't know if I consider them the strongest team. Maybe I mean they're good. They're good. It's always hard to say because it's like whatever shape they show up in as well. But I would probably like before the tournament started, I would have probably guessed like Talon, Tundra, us, and then the last thought Rupper is a bit, or for moving on, I think it's a bit hard to tell. Maybe Spirit, maybe Beast Coast, maybe OG. I mean, maybe even Enigma. Who knows? Miracle's back, looking good. So, but yeah, I think I would be surprised if Tundra and Talon didn't make it out of the group, and obviously ourselves.
All right, final question from me. How is Blitz doing, and has he improved his shoulder massage game?
Williams' shoulder massage game? I don't know. He's just playing Aghanim's Lab most of the days. He just comes in, does like a couple out drafts, and then goes and plays Zag's Lab. He's a
valuable coach. Great to hear.
Very valuable.
Great to hear.
Okay, one final question for me, and then we'll let you go. I don't know if you've been keeping track of the other group at all, but right now, in Group A, things look very, very tight compared to Group B. The worst score is 2-4, and the best score is 4-2, I believe, right now. Something along those lines, anyway. Do you have like a prediction for how that group is going to play out? Do you think there's like a clear top dog or top 2 maybe, or is it as close as the scores look, in your opinion?
I'm gonna open their group, and I can tell you. Because I thought about this before they got started, but now I haven't.
Right, so I can tell you the current top 3 tie, at least with the score that I have access to right now. It might be updated with some series going on, but EG, Execration, and Shopify all 4-2, Gaming Gliders 3-3 along with TSM, and then Entity, XL Razors, and Astra are 2-4. Do you think it's going to end like this, or do you think it's going to change?
I mean, I would say kind of the same thing there. I think EG, Shopify, Gladiators, probably I would expect to make it out. And then the fourth slot is a bit of a mix-up depending on who's playing better. I would say like XL Razors look really good. They obviously just won a tournament, so I would have probably put them there before, but I saw them lose Execration, so I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean that group seems to be trading a lot of games, so it's hard to tell. Anything could really happen. 4-2, 2-4, that's one series, you know, like, and you're even, so it doesn't really mean much with the standings. But I would say probably Shopify, EG, and Gladiators I would consider the strongest 3 teams. Okay.
Alright, that's it for me.
Alright, thank you, Insania. Good luck the rest of the way, man. We'll be enjoying your games for the next couple weeks, I guess, if you guys continue playing like you are.
Thank you.
Alright, see ya. Bye. So that was Insania from Team Liquid, of course. And, like, I mean, there's not much to add. They absolutely destroyed in this game, too, specifically.
What a beauty to watch this game.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this when their lineup was put together. Adding Nisha to the mix after their last year's run, just a dirty team. Very hard to prepare for. And the last major, they were favorites to win, and then obviously Boxy had to travel back, so they had to have a stand-in. So we don't even know how they would have technically performed, but they're looking extremely good.
They still won. They won the lower bracket final with one of their coaches standing in for that series. They still managed to get second, which I personally was very happy for. I mean, it's always a shame when one of your players gets sick and has to cannot be on the field for important games, but at the very least, they got that finals appearance and got all the pride of that and the experience and the joy of playing on stage for grand finals. It would have sucked if Boxy got sick, and then the coach stands in, and everything just falls apart, and they're not playing well. But they still got to at least get that finals against Gaming Gladiators, despite it being pretty one-sided. So I was happy for them to at least get the lowers and get in there. But yeah, they're back at full force for sure. If anyone was in doubt, watch this game again, and you know what you're dealing with.
You don't want to watch this game too. That was a one-sided affair. Okay, that will do it for Cinderin and myself for today. I believe the next match is... Actually, I need to check. In 30 minutes, it is going to be Gaming Gladiators versus Entity, so get to see some more EU action. Yeah, that'll do it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow again. So
And that will
stay
be with
tuned for the next
Lyrical and
series.
Fear. For those
That's right.
curious about that.
Good luck,
So-
Lyrical and Fear.
All right.
Peace out,
See you guys
everybody.
tomorrow. Enjoy some more good Dota. Bye-bye.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality.
picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello and welcome back, you fabulous people out there. We got some more Dota 2 action. Suns, Fan, and Synderen are gone to be in fear now. How you doing this fine morning?
Good. I thought you were introducing us as Sunsfan and Cinder, and I was like,
Oh no. Take it.
Just, yeah, I'm
Why
doing
not?
good. It's, first game of the day for us, so we're waking up here early morning, but afternoon in Europe. So looking forward to some good games.
What did you do this morning? Before we get into this, did you
What
you
did I
have
do this morning?
Did you get some breakfast? You watch the games?
Today I woke up a little bit later than usual, so I didn't get to watch too many of the games. Took care of
Fair.
the kids, had breakfast, and that was about it.
Nice. I was only asking so I could brag that I went to the gym and then I also
Ooh.
ate 8 strips of bacon. So, I'm kind of evened out a little bit.
Sounds like you're ready to go.
I'm ready for some Dota casting, exactly. And we got a great series today, too. It's going to be Gaming Gladiators, first off, facing off against Entity. We can also take a look here at the entire collection of games for the day. Shopify went 1-1 versus Aster. Liquid was stomping OG in that second game. Looked pretty freaking rough on this channel. And then we're getting a look at, like I said, Gaming Gladiators Entity, and later Beast Coast Spirit. Between the two matches that we've got going on here today, is there one that you're more excited for? Is there one that you think is going to be a closer matchup? What's your thoughts on these matches we got?
So I think the general viewpoint will be Gaming Gladiators Entity. Western Europe is kind of known as a powerhouse region, but we've seen them play recently within the DPC. So I do want to see how they're going to perform here as well, especially see if Entity can find their stride. But watching South America versus Eastern Europe is definitely more exciting for me, because how often do you get to see that? Generally only at the majors, right? So if you're lucky, because it doesn't always pan out that way. So definitely more excited to see the inter-regional or cross-regional play more so than watching two Western Europe teams play. But Western Europe is a great region, and we might have higher quality Dota there as a whole. So both games will be fun to watch for different reasons.
Right. I think that the Entity train has sort of been derailed a little bit over the past month or so to top 6 at the major. Things were looking solid. They were killing it. Yesterday, they split series a couple of times. I think they split series once, then they lost one other match. And then this morning, they ended up splitting the series versus TSM, which is not something that I was fully anticipating. I thought Entity might be able to pull it together, but TSM looking good still. I guess the other question that I kind of have about the Beast Coast match later, we'll talk about that since we're getting into this game, but just real quickly, you've been high on Beast Coast. Do you think the pro players feel the same way about them? Or is everybody still looking out for EG constantly?
I think Beast Coast is more of your wild card team. You have to respect them. They might not be like the strongest team on paper, but they're kind of crazy, right? Like, they're gonna like come up with some weird draft you're not gonna expect. They're gonna play very aggressive. They have their own flair, and I think that's what makes them very scary to play against. Like, you can't look at them as, oh, they're a weak team, we're gonna walk them over. No, they're gonna do something to surprise you, and that's kind of like their charm.
Okay, well, we'll see if we can get that charming appearance a little bit later on. Now we've got a draft, and it is our first series up, Gaming Gladiators versus Entity, like we were talking about. Beastmaster, Brood, Doom, Disruptor. So what are we getting? We get an NP, we gonna see, oh god, are we gonna see Pugna Storm again? Oh, please no.
No. We're not. We're getting a Rubik, just a classic. So yeah, the thing about Entity that I was looking at is they've drawn every team, as you mentioned. With Execration they drew TSM, but then they lost to Rebellion.
Right.
But they had completely different drafts against all the teams minus Rebellion. So this Mirana Pugna Storm thing was something they went into the draft against Rebellion with, thinking it would be good. Didn't really work out, and then they switched it up against TSM, and that seemed to work out for them. And they're picking more of their comfort here. However, they did give Gaming Gladiators their IO Leshrac, which at the major was like one of their premier strategies. There was like the Brood, the IO Leshrac you had to worry about, and of course Alina. They don't have to worry about that anymore. But the IO Leshrac was not changed very much, and this is something that I like to quote a lot at this point. It's something Moonmeander said. NA Leshrac, best Leshrac. We have the best Leshracs in the world. Quinn is one of them. Bryle's an amazing Leshrac too. We have so many good Leshrac players. Add an IO on top of that, and you got yourself a very scary strategy.
I feel like the other follow-up too that you can get later if you really want to go balls to the wall could be like some Life Stealer with open wounds too, and then it's just like, all right, it's over, like it's done. But Entity, they have an interesting option here, which is I think one of, to me, the few heroes that can kind of stand toe-to-toe a little bit with Leshrac in terms of just staying in a fight, trying to survive through it with Exorcism, dealing massive physical damage against this Lesh. It feels like it's a similar archetype of a hero, but Lesh, particularly with IO, just does it a little bit better, right?
Yeah, it's a very volatile matchup. These are both heroes that just want to turn on their ultimate, run in, and whoever dies first wins. Whoever dies first
loses.
loses technically,
Yeah.
or whoever kills the opponent first wins type of strategy. And normally I see this in the mid lane. It's the DP versus Leshrac, and it's a game of inches. Because oftentimes, both teams know whoever gets level 6 first is going to kill the other mid laner. So you bring both your supports there, and it can come down to a couple denies on how the laning stage goes. All of a sudden, DP hits 6 first, both supports rotate in, there's an Exorcism coming on top of Leshrac, who's only level 5, he gets destroyed, loses his tower. It's very unstable, but it could be the other way around too, where you can get Pulse Nova, run down the DP, who's not 6 yet, and get some kills there as well. I've seen this matchup a ton, and it really just is that simple. Whoever gets 6 first gets the lead in the game.
Well, I think that that obviously, when I think about, I think there are very few mid laners that I would want to sort of put in that position of pressure more than Quinn. You know, I think Stormstormer obviously is an incredibly talented player. He's drafty and he sort of inhabits this other role, but Quinn is just like one of those laning specialists that I feel like could set him up for success. Does that make you think that maybe they would be more willing to flex this to this off lane for Toby and take a different matchup that maybe isn't so volatile or dependent upon like early laning mechanics? Or do you think this is pretty hard committed to DP mid?
5 seconds.
It's definitely not a hard commitment. You can still run this DP on the side lane, and you can pick a hero that is safer, but I'm not exactly sure what that would be at this point in time, because Stormstormer doesn't play a lot of safe heroes, and you do have to address the problem of you're playing versus IO Leshrac, so you need something at the current point in time that can get on top of the IO, or you need to be able to burst the Leshrac overall. And this is something that many teams could not solve. And it's not easy to solve either. Like before, you could be, just pick AA, but after talking to many pro players about the state of AA, they just don't want to pick the hero. No matter how many heals the opponent might have, AA is just not a hero that is on the radar. So you have to dissect the strategy in multiple ways. Do you want to try and split push against the IO? That's not going to be easy because you have relocate. Can you burst the Leshrac? Also not easy because there's an IO, so are you going to kill the IO? A lot of problems to address here, and I currently don't have the solution. This is why this is almost permanently banned against Gaming Gladiators, because most teams don't. So it's going to be up to Entity to show us what they're thinking, and I don't know exactly what they're thinking yet until they pick a couple more heroes.
Right. So a couple of different things that stuck out to me there. One was needing to have the vision, needing to have the lockdown, or potentially just needing to pick PA and get lucky with some crits. Who knows how that one ends up looking. But for now, Gaming Gladiator is going to take another defensive support that also has some of that early bullying potential with the Tusk. So strong position 4. You take this instead of the Tiny because of the snowball save. And Entity now have more problems that they need to address. This double support with saves is a really nasty combination when you have this big bad Leshrac.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, it does have an extra save potential, as you mentioned, but more lockdown so that Leshrac can run down his opponents. This can set up relocate ganks on the side if they want to play that option. Overall, it's quite menacing to play against. You have multiple play options here with this Tusk. What does Entity want here? Like, Gaming Gladiators draft for me is kind of going to be like autopilot. They're just going to play around. They already showed their hand, right? It's IO Lesh. They're going to pick all the heroes that can make this work, try to get out of the laning stage, make sure this Leshrac doesn't die. Entity is in a bit more difficult spot. They have to counter this strategy that is known to be one of Gaming Gladiators' strongest.
So,
and go ahead, sorry.
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, the fact that they're taking so long right now, that's not inspiring a lot of confidence in me. I'm wondering if they thought that this DP was just going to be the answer, and like that would sort of be their centerpiece to their draft and play everything around Death Prophet, and just try and like have her survive through Lesh's damage.
I'm taking a look. Yeah, I'm taking a look here quickly. They might be surprised because Gaming Gladiators have not ran this yet, even though they had the option to. So they're just kind of pulling this out of the playbook. It's not something that they've relied on. So Entity taken a bit by surprise here, I believe. And they're going to pick a Bane, which is very interesting pick for me.
Yeah.
You're playing versus a Tusk. Yeah, then Feeble, they're going to play around that mainly, right? Because if you play around the Grip, you can't because you reverse a Tusk. You can Snowball save that every time. So it purely is just going to play around Enfeeble with the heal reduction. And the NP's a hero that can get on top of the IO in the backlines.
Yeah.
So I do like that. However, that is a very scary Terrorblade pick.
Right.
Every single one of the heroes that they have picked right now does not address Terrorblade. So Gaming Gladiators, they run their IO Lesh, they force Entity into a situation where they pick 4 heroes to try and address it, and now a new challenger has entered the ring, and the Terrorblade, and this is a hero that you don't want to let roam free. This is a very hard carry that, if they have a free game, is very difficult to kill. And NP and DP are not heroes that are good at it. Rubik can be okay if you steal the right spells. But if you kind of look at this, what Rubik has to steal this game, it's not great, right? Leshrac spells, if you get the stun, maybe, but I imagine Quinn is going to cover that with his ultimate if possible. IO spells are terrible to steal. Tusk spells, mediocre at best, and Terrorblade spells are just not good for Rubik, so...
Yo, IO spells not terrible to steal if you can get Tether and tether your Death Prophet. Let's go. Rubik.
But you don't get overcharged, that's the problem, and you're probably not going to buy...
I'm trying something here, okay?
okay, so you steal Tether,
coping.
and then... Do you buy Greaves, too, on Rubik? So you
yeah,
get the heal?
exactly. Now we're cooking. Look, nobody else is going to buy it. Actually, they still probably have an offlaner.
Yeah, I mean, DP might buy the Greaves. We'll see.
Okay.
If it goes offlane. The mid DPs, from what I've seen, don't really want to go the Greaves route.
What do you think about offlane DP against Terrorblade, then?
DP doesn't really lose the main hero.
Okay.
So if they want to do Rubik DP lane, I don't imagine that losing the lane. So it's fine. It's just throughout the game, TB's good versus DP because you do buy that Scotty. You have that overwhelming physical damage where DP doesn't want to run into a Metamorphosis, but you kind of have to if your ult's running. That's why Terrorblade is often picked against the Death Prophet.
Okay, I kind of feel like they have to take an offlaner here for Entity. I want them to have some other way to address this Terrorblade, and I'm not seeing it out of a what? I guess mid could potentially still work, like Ember maybe, but Ember against Lesh, meh.
10 seconds
yeah.
remaining.
I think Zeus was their best option, but that got banned out by Gaming Gladiators. They saw that. Outside of the Zeus, what can they pick? The Stormer Pugna doesn't look terrible here.
Yeah. What
it
about
is a hero good versus Leshrac, right? Good versus TB.
Yeah. BKB's still hurt. What about Timber? I was gonna say Darkseer would have been good, but I think that was a good ban. Is Timber too greedy?
I feel like if you pick Timber here, it's gonna fall off really quickly because Leshrac is the hero that has a lot of magical damage, right? And then you're playing versus Terrorblade, which you're fine in the laning stage against. You're really good. However, at the end of the day, TB is an agility hero.
5 seconds
It does a lot of physical damage, so even though you do have the reactive, I don't personally mind playing TB versus Timber. And also, if you kick TB out of the lane as Timber, he's perfectly fine jungling. So they're going, oh, Brewmaster. Toby has played this before. This is one of his specialties, but this is very good versus the Terrorblade. You have the Dispel for the illusions.
Yeah.
You can throw the Lesh up in the fights or the IO to stop relocate. It is an interesting pick. The question is, do they have the damage to kill the Leshrac in these fights? They're going to have to play the fights out a little differently. They're going to have to kite them out. Brewmasters have to control the TB or the Leshrac, pick their targets, and I could see this working.
Yeah, this is a super interesting draft. I feel like Gaming, though, they also have the chance now to counterpick, right? With their offlaner, they can sort of have a good answer against Nature's Prophet. And I feel like NP is going to be the key to taking down that Lesh in the end. Like, to be that final little bit of right-click damage. And if he has a bad game, then suddenly Gaming can probably just run away with Lesh, and they won't have quite enough damage to take him out.
Is that Primal Beast? It's very difficult. I see what you're saying, but Dota's got to the point where some safe laners, I don't know if you remember this hero called Lina, you just can't beat no matter what you pick. And NP's the next on that list, next to the old Lina. There's a Primal. So NP's not a hero that you can just be like, oh, I'm going to counter this in lane real quick. This is an easy win. This hero's incredibly strong in lane. I thought they'd go the Primal route because this is a hero that I've seen have success against the NP. You don't win in CS versus NP, ever. So your best option is to just kill him. And if they're going to be running the Primal Beast and the offlane, I don't know if they're going to run it with the Tusk or with the IO. Both are quite good. But you have to just get on top of the NP and kill him. You're going to lose in CS. There's nothing you can do about that. But he's very susceptible to just dying. He has no stun, right? So Primal can just trample all over him.
Yeah, gets a little bit of extra movement speed bonus when tethered together too. That sounds really nice. I kind of like the idea of IO playing with him too. It's interesting.
Say, right?
Yeah, I feel like there's bonuses to both. The Beastmaster to me feels like it's or Brewmaster, excuse me.
Yeah.
Feels like it's just Beastmaster. So many games, it's on my mind.
Some master in the game.
Right. That feels like it's going to be the most interesting matchup for me. Like with this Cinder Brew playing together with Katomi, I feel like they can put a lot of pressure on Dyrachyo. And also just Brew splitting to take the tower even. Like that extra damage against the tier 1, taking it quickly. They have really good tower pressure on Entity.
Yeah, the 2 question marks for me this game are going to... Well, 3 question marks if we're going to go that route. Stormer versus Leshrac mid. We talked about the volatility of this matchup, how that's going to go. The second one is Bane as a hero we have not seen in a very long time. For pretty good reasons. It's very difficult to fit into the meta now. What is his play going to be? Is he just going to be like an Enfeeble bot here, trying to just stop the Leshrac? Maybe that might be his play. And then how's the Brewmaster going to work out? Like everything you said about the Brew is true, and it can work. But Brewmaster's another hero we don't see often because the laning stage is so weak. Is Brewmaster going to have a game to the point where he can bully the offlaner, where he can push these towers or make something happen?
Well, yeah, we're going to have to see what the sort of solution is. Is he actually able to be a real hero, or is he just going to be dead weight, hanging out behind and die before his ulti gets off? There's a chance that it could be there, but we're ready to hop into this game number 1. Gaming Gladiators facing off against Entity. Now, the interesting thing about what you're talking about is that there have been, so far, 3 Bane picks in this tournament. We hadn't seen a lot of it, but Liquid played it against OG and they won. Entity played it against TSM and they won just earlier today. And then yesterday, Liquid also played it. So they played it twice as they are going to run into each other. Tofu walking brazenly up the hill. They take away the ward, starting to be brought down quickly, and Tofu going to die. Katomi gets first blood. The trample, chase down, Bane in trouble, Fishman dead. And now also Ace trying to live through this one. Not enough regen from Celery to keep him alive. So a 2-for-1 start at the beginning, and Katomi being very happy, taking out the ward and a kill.
Yeah, he got a lot of farm there. So the good news of this is Stormer got a little... I'm looking at small details. Like Stormer got a little more EXP there, so getting closer to that level 6 timing. And then also is at least the mid laners didn't get the first blood, because that is the one lane. If you talk to anyone, it's like you don't want the mids to get first blood, because now they get closer to bottle, they can bully that matchup. It's going to be Katomi. He'll get like an earlier boots from this, which could make a difference as well. Either way, good start here for Entity.
And Entity does look like they're still going to be able to secure 3 bounty runes, as Toby is going to be chased back by his illusion. Took that thunderclap first for that battle, obviously, and everybody heading off to their respective lanes. But yeah, I just want to reiterate again, I was saying a lot of names and teams and all the rest of it. The big story, Bane undefeated in 3 games. We'll see if it's a 4th. And it, you know, on paper, seems kind of cool, that sort of dynamic of regen reduction.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what his skill build is going to be.
Yeah.
Right now he has 1 point in the brain sap, just for laning. I wonder if he's just going to keep it at that, or if he's going to... You have to get 1 point Nightmare, probably 1 point Brain Sap if you are going to max Enfeeble. But that's even just, like, thinking too far into the future. I'm very curious if he's going to do the regen reduction early on, or if it's just a late game play for him.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think that's... Oh, Toby? Taking a lot of damage there. Celery and Dyrachyo just playing together, finding the kill. Okay, that's not the way that I envisioned this lane going. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's Brewmaster's one of his flaws. He's really slow, gets ran down quite easy like that, doesn't have a lot of defensive, and in theory he should have some defenses there, but it just feels like every time you play this hero, you just get bullied in the lane super hard.
Right.
It's kind of why he's just going for the Vanguard build too. It's not an item that particularly you want on Brewmaster, but you need to be able to lane.
Dude, everybody's going Vanguard nowadays. I feel like I see this on all the offlaners.
It's basically because right now, and it's been this way for a while. Just buying regeneration has been meta.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that Vanguard right now is the most cost-efficient region. It used to be the Helm, where we'd see it every single game. We'd see offlaners just buy armlets because at some point it was just so good. They'd buy the Helm of the Overlords, Dominators, but they got nerfed quite significantly in cost. So now we get to see a lot more Vanguards.
Well, strong stuff out of the offlaners makes it kind of tough for Dyrachyo to do much once he actually gets that. But as we saw, there is a bullying potential in here before that comes online, and they still have meta available. They do kind of depend upon just running people down because it's an IO. As up top, Tofu trying to contest this weird pull action going on, and with level 2, Fishman in the area, they're going to be there for the body blocks. Tofu.
Snowball.
A ton of trouble, does have shards to block them off. Fairy Fire walks away and TPs from Watson. Oh my god. The very short range TP, it's enough to get the kill.
Yeah, that was interesting. So his TP is going to be on cooldown now if they can somehow force him out with a level 3 Primal Beast. If he gets 2 points in that trample. Oh, he doesn't have Onslaught, so... Or Ace is just playing a lot more for his CS than anything else right now.
Is saving a point in case they do want to go on him there. But at least for now, it's like you said, it's kind of just chilling. All right, takes the second point now.
I swear this Primal Beast is the most annoying hero to CS against. What these Primal Beast players do, they just sit on top of the creep, and you just can't click it. His model is just so big, he just sits on top of the creep, and like you accidentally have to click him, and if you click him, you proc his uproar. It's actually so frustrating to play against.
Dude, I hadn't even thought about that. That's really true.
Yeah, his model is absolutely ridiculously large, so he just sits on top of the creep. Dyrachyo bottom.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto him. Had that big stick. Katomi tries to back away. Toby, maybe they bit off more than they can chew. They're both in trouble. They're both going to die. Double for Dyrachyo. This lane is everything that he wants. 3-0-1 as a Terrorblade.
Yeah, if you look at Toby's golds right now, it's even more sad. He was so close to that Ring of Health, dies before he can buy it. At this point, this Ring of Health isn't saving you, and this Vanguard is almost feeling like a distant dream at this point in this laning stage, as Dyrachyo has a full wave that he's going to farm on top of those 2 kills. That's not even a wave, that's a double wave.
Yeah, that is... I mean, maybe they should have just pulled creeps or something. Like, I feel like there was this desire to try and, you know, play aggressive with this lane. We talked about the Cinder Brew, how strong all these things could be, but it almost like they took the fight too early. And well, up top, Fishman gonna be found. The Uproar Nightmare needs to trade it over. Does a good job of that one. And now Fishman in some trouble as the trample comes out. Is it enough for the kill though? Not quite. Okay, the Onslaught. There's level 4. And Ace on the other hand, well, I mean, the big body is good for blocking the denies, but they block you with the trees.
Yeah, and one lane we haven't talked a lot about, we saw the action there, but Ace's CS 20 and 10 to 13 and 6 of Watson.
Wow.
This lane is not going good either. So now we have to look at the mid lane. How's this one going to shape up here as level 6s are inbounding? I think 6-minute rune is going to be what's really important. But at least the mid lane is somewhat stable here. Quinn with a slight advantage. And he's going to be 6 soon. We see the scan coming in, but Tofu's coming. But Quinn, he needs to get a couple CS before he gets level 6 here.
Yeah, and gets it now. Stormer should... I mean, he's going to know that this is happening.
But that's what I'm talking about. You get level 6 with a catapult, and if you're not 6...
Just go on him. Spirit Siphon onto 2. Has 6. Has Fairy Fire. Watson shows up, and actually, they keep enough heroes in the area that they manage to turn it. Stormer, he gets level 6 also. So they do manage to make a good counterplay, understanding what this move was. And they
brought 4 heroes.
Holy moly.
So they did stop it, but that one's kind of like at what cost do they stop it? Watson has TP from the safe lane. His lane's done. You can't lane versus Ace anymore. He's got Vanguard available.
I'm curious what your thought is on this. We didn't really comment on it at all, but Death Prophet didn't go bottle, and I wonder if part of the survivability was just having these early stats that she did. Is that normal?
Both. No, I've seen both.
Okay.
So is it normal? Oh, they're gonna go on mid here, but he's going on too.
Yeah, Quinn just does Quinn things now. Yeah, that's a problem.
Entity look a little shook here. That was a very strange play, just bringing in one hero. Stormstormer didn't want to commit with the ultimate because he didn't have enough Spirit Siphons. I think that was just a bit of miscommunication, and now it's Leshrac time. Celery is going to play with this Leshrac. IO Lesh is now online, and this is going to be something they're going to have to put a lot of attention on. But even if they do put a lot of attention here, you're going to have to watch the side lanes to see how much farm are you going to get on Ace? How much farm are you going to allow Dyrachyo to have? You got multiple problems right now. A lot of fires to put out.
Right. Yeah. Watson is just forced to go back in jungle. They are going to Exo for this now and head towards mid with no glyph available. There's maybe an opportunity there. Toby's still trying to get towards level 6s. His support has completely left him, but Quinn coming back in here pulls the creep waves.
Bottom maybe.
Yeah, Toby just dying to this combination. And now the rotation comes in from Watson. They're committing fully on to taking this tower. Spirit Siphon trying to survive through it, and it is going to go down. Deny from Celery. Wow.
Quinn with the tip there. The little IO right click getting the deny there. That's gotta hurt.
Interesting stuff, though. So, I want to talk about, I mean, I guess the bottle's not the biggest deal now, but DP does sort of feel a little bit tankier than we might otherwise see with all these stats.
Yeah, you do have the treads up with the Knoll. She went for Knoll instead of a bottle here. There is merits to this, and it makes sense. DP is one of the heroes you can run without a bottle if you want to, because you do have those Spirit Siphons to keep you healthy and sustain the lane stage. So I don't hate this choice.
Up top. Ace gonna do Primal Beast things. Force him back for a moment, but Stormstormer now here. Spirit Siphon. Can they really do that much, though? Yeah, he doesn't have another Nightmare, so we'll just live through that. And now Quinn is gonna make the move up top. Just everywhere that Stormstormer goes, Quinn feels like he shows up with the IO.
Yeah, there's 3 Siphons, almost 4 on this DP, so unless they chain stun this perfectly, that is not an easy kill by any means. I would favor DP in this moment right now over the Leshrac, especially because Quinn's low mana, but they're going to try.
Got one Spirit Siphon, looking for the turn. The Nightmare is there, in some trouble. The ulti, good dodge, step back. Stormstormer trying to chase this down, but do they have a way to stay on target? They don't have a Primal Beast. Keep them chasing after heroes. And so even though that looked like a good fight for Entity, they couldn't force it.
They were just baiting out the Siphons. Now Stormstormer's in a situation where he has 1 Siphon. He might have 2, but that's a lot better than 4. It's manageable, so this is a play for the future.
Fishman doesn't have any points yet in Enfeeble. And the pressure's coming. Katomi nearby. Has Exo back up in 1 second. If they decide to pop it, this fight, it's going in, but Ace is right there on top of him. The Spirit Siphon only had that 1 charge usable, and Quinn now standing toe-to-toe against him, but they don't have a way to break his TP. They just TP away, and another timing with 4 heroes top for Entity, while Gaming Gladiators just back out. They're off to a gold lead.
Yeah, quite a big one in 10 minutes here, and Toby finishes Vanguard. He just, what did he lose here? A mask. He has no boots here. Dyrachyo does want to chase him down. So they're doing a good job stopping Gaming Gladiators from just running them over after the early laning stage here. The only issue that they have right now is going to be Dyrachyo. He's going to be a super big problem at some point in this game, completely free farming. But luckily, Toby is level 6 now. So with his ultimate, I'd like to see them try and make a play on the next Exorcism to try and deal with Dyrachyo right now. But will that be possible with Quinn having as good of a game as he's having right now? It's difficult. It's definitely difficult for Entity right now to figure out what they want to do. So I think they're just going to be on defensive mode, hoping that one of these engagements that happens, like in the top lane, they get a break where they get some Quinn kill in the trees. But for now, full defensive mode for Entity.
Wow, they tried to make the move in towards mid, and you can see why they really need to be playing more defensively, because it's a quick punish that comes in from Quinn. But smoke up, and I mean, it looks like they're a little bit anxious to get the move going before Exorcism is even up. Yeah.
I think they're trying to just find Dyrachyo bottom by himself with a grip. They would have the damage if he's completely alone. And I think that's a safe bet.
Stormstormer, they don't want to break the smoke with vision there. The wraparound coming. He's pulling the creep wave over to his hero, and that sets up for the grip. They move on in, find him there. Toby, the Cinder Brew. Is it going to be enough? Yes. Quinn makes the move in fact. And now with the sleep passed on over, Stormstormer trying to take down Celery. If they can get him, they would stick Quinn down here and he'd be stuck in the area. Celery just a couple away.
Oh.
He manages to get out. Hiding off in the corner. I mean, that could have been everybody gone. Could have been both of them.
It could
dead.
have, for sure. It was a good move from Entity, right? You did get the Terrorblade. Unfortunate that they didn't get the IO there. That was really close, but that's what Entity needs to do. They need to claw their way, quite literally claw their way back into this game. And Toby has a very interesting item queued up here. He has no boots into a Spirit Vessel. Quite interesting. Very, very interesting game. It makes a lot of sense. You're playing versus the IO Leshrac. You do want a way of getting that reduction. And looking at Bane's build, 0 points in Enfeeble. He's going for the max Nightmare build. But he'll pick some up later. I think he'll keep Brain Sap at 2 points there. And then when you get more points into the Enfeeble, that gets up to, the heal reduction can get up to 60%. 45% for a level 1 point. So maybe a value point in that pretty soon might be on the cards.
Well, Fishman, he gets ran out a little bit. They steal away that bounty rune. And the rest of Gaming Gladiators inhabiting this area, trying to outfarm their opponents. The way that I feel like you're talking about it and the way that I'm sort of thinking about this game, it still feels like there's a lot of plays that Entity can make, but they need to sort of like hit their timings really strongly, not bleed too many kills and not lose too much of the map, which they're kind of doing, but they will lose Fishman here. The Bane goes down, Stormstormer barely out of range of those shards. And, you know, when Toby has this, the Spirit Vessel, it's coming out right now. So he's going to be able to disassemble the Vanguard, have the full Spirit Vessel done as the Bloodstone's completed.
The best way to look at this game right now is Gaming Gladiators have hit their timing already. This is kind of how they're going to play. We just haven't seen much from the Terrorblade. He'll come in later. But there's a lot of play options for Entity yet to come. The Vessel coming out, potentially the Enfeeble, the Nature's Prophet getting more of like the Gleipnir. A lot of not a single Brewmaster ult has been used either this game, right? As well. So we need to see a couple of those later on, but you don't want to force it either because this is kind of like the peak. Celery already has finished his mech at like 14 minutes in this game, or 13 minutes whenever he got this. They're really strong right now, and I think if you're Entity, you have to try and dodge this timing of Gaming Gladiators.
Well, they're going to need to make those dodges happen. They are still sort of making it work. Toby trying to get in towards his items, while Fishman is looking to set up maybe for another kill with the grip. Ace backs away up top from Stormstormer. Very hard to stay on top of that hero. And yeah, just farming. And Gaiman's doing it a little bit better. They're keeping this slight net worth lead into their advantage.
That's kind of what they earned themselves after having a good early game. Stormstormer still no points in Silence either.
Ooh.
Probably wants to get that level 12, so this Exorcism goes from 8 spirits up to 16, literally doubles. Big time in the bottom lane.
They find him here, and that's going to be an easy pick-off. You talked about the setup potential from Tusk. It's easy to do. And they do have a stolen Lesh Stun, which could provide some value a little bit later on here.
Level 4, too.
Yeah.
One of the best things you can steal is Rubik here. The cast range on it. Very, very nice Rubik. You can chain stun, especially when you're playing versus a Terrorblade.
Just needs the shard now.
Yeah, if you want to make it really toxic. I don't think he's going to buy that right away here. And I don't think he's going to get this stun very often. Just like something that happened in that fight up there. Quinn most likely will try toggling his ult so he won't get it again. But will they be able to use this? That is the question.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of have to in a way, right? Because, like, you need to get at least one of these kills to get the Spirit Vessel charges running. They're still waiting for these timings. Like, you've got Midas on Watson, AFK farming with Maelstrom. Fishman is going to find Ace up top here. He's waiting for him to head out of the trees. Drops it. Oh, they catch him just barely on the edge with the sentry placed down. And that is going to be a huge kill. Not in range for the Brew, unfortunately, as Toby was in the mid lane.
That was a beautiful play by Fishman there, dropping the Sentry Ward just to get him the vision into the fog, because the Sentry gives you a tiny amount of vision where you place it, just ever so much, so you can de-ward. And that was enough to see Ace and cancel his charge mid-animation.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. You'd love to see little small plays like that.
I mean, they need those types of moves because it's not an easy game for them at this point. 16 minutes in, it's 6,000 gold. I'll say that normally this is... Oh, wait a minute, mid. Tofu? Oh, this is huge. This is huge. All right, they get a Spirit Vessel charge on Toby now. They can play Dota, maybe. Can they? What do you think, Bear?
Yeah, they've been playing Dota. What are you talking about? This is Dota. No, this is good Dota, too. And I don't think they're going to make a big move until the Exorcism is back up. But they're also happy to play the map the way it is. They're getting kills. If they can find pickoffs, that's fine. You're not at the stage of the game where you want to group up as 5 anyway. You want to get more farm, more levels, more efficiently. So, Quinn...
Oh! They get it!
Right.
Relocate him out, though. Celery, able to get him out. We'll
but
play.
He'll die for this.
Yeah. Katomi in towards
it's
mid.
still going to be a kill.
Ooh, good stun.
That'll be his last stun there. It looks like the Lisa spell, but Celery, he's going to go down.
He even uses a Spirit Vessel charge there from Toby. A little surprised by that. But wanted to ensure they didn't have any way to escape from that. And Onslaught
pretty good play for Entity. They got the Metamorphosis there too, and they stole Onslaught for the Rubik. They just lost the Split Earth, so it timed out. Good steal from him. We'll see how he can use this.
Dun, 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 dun.
But do you want to... Sorry, I was going to say, do you want to make a play now? Exorcism's up in 20 seconds. There's no meta. It could be a good timing.
Yeah. I guess, is there anything that they're really worried about? It would come in under the timing of Duracio's Scotty, which he is just about to complete 300 gold away. They're running towards mid for the fight, though. Although, do they counter out? Dude, look, they have an idea of where he's at. This is so big.
They see him.
Duracio, he's so close. The Onslaught, they find him. Lift up, trying to kill him off in time. Fishman, they break that grip, but they can't find anything to take off the silence. So 300 gold from Scotty, and now into Roche.
Yeah, and Duracio going for a greedy build there, skipping the Manta, so he couldn't take off the silence, going straight for the Scotty, which is definitely going to be nice there, but is this the type of game where you want to be greedy? As Gaming Gladiators, you have a good lead. Now you're going to lose Roche. This is a comeback from Entity here. Like, sure, you're still pretty happy if you are Gaming Gladiators, but they haven't had anything work for them in the past, what has it been, 5 minutes now?
Mm-hmm.
It's been all Entity.
Yeah, I mean, you see a couple pickoffs here and there, but it hadn't been that, like, you know, full-out move. And I think the thing to me that's most interesting about this game and sort of the more meta around it is this is like Gaming Gladiators' bread and butter. This is the thing that has terrified so many teams into forcing out a first phase IO ban or Lesh ban or what have you. And they're coming up with answers for how to beat it, and it's not looking terrible. As I say that, Stormstormer might just die in the mid lane, or he might live through it all. Toby gets the ulti off with nothing! He had no HP left at all! Unreal. And now the turn, it comes around. Katomi finds the bash onto Quinn, but they don't quite have the damage. So they will end up backing away and surviving through that while keeping the Aegis, but Toby does end up dying. Okay, never mind. It's all gone downhill. They didn't have the damage. They needed to just run away, and Gaming Gladiators... Okay, I cursed them. I cursed them.
Yeah, I think without the Exorcism, they can't take these fights into the IO. And we see the Bane. Everything we theorycraft of like, oh, they took Bane, they're going to go for the Enfeeble. 0 points in it. He's not even putting... watch him, like, go stats now or something just to spite us.
You know what it is?
But I feel like getting a point in that could be really good for them against this IO Lesh. It could have made the difference, potentially, if they just wanted to all in, but without it, it's kind of impossible. Stormstormer.
Yikes.
World of pain right now. Scotty's online.
Dude, it was looking so good for them. And now it's not. And Toby, he doesn't have ulti, but he's running in. Stormstormer going to get dismantled. They will find Watson to boot, and all the things that were going good. Celery's like, guys, I think I found a little Toby over here. Moves on in, connects, Asunder to regen, and then the kill. Gaming Gladiators. They are too strong. Oh, man. Entity, they were right there. They had it all figured out. They had Aegis. Just wait for...
I think so. More than anything, Gaming Gladiators figured out what they were missing. And that was playing as a team. They were just like, we've been ahead this entire time. We got picked off for 5 minutes straight, as Bane's going to die in mid lane here too. how about we just play together? Let's try that. And they tried it, and turns out that works out pretty well.
That's fair. Good point.
And I believe just the timing was what they're waiting for of the Scotty. And we saw once that Scotty was online, how little chances DP has to do anything in this game. Once you pop meta from Dyrachyo and you're Stormer, you want to run, but you can't if you get hit a single time by this Terrorblade. And don't even think about running into the fights anymore. It's going to be straight up impossible.
Oh, yeah, I know. I feel like the avenues for this to sort of come together. I mean, they have to play around EXO, and that's sort of the problem for Entity. You have that like one really solid fight. And then everything kind of falls apart there. And then when you run in afterwards, everybody just dies immediately. Like you're saying, you can't get away from the Scotty. Game just feels very difficult. And now they're kind of stuck in these like small areas of the map. And Gaming Gladiators just can hold on to everything. Double Blink Daggers, Tofu Ace.
So we talked about we want to see Entity play the map somehow. And it's not going to be through team fights. They're just going to lose every single team fight. So they're going to have to find pick-off opportunities, which isn't going to be the easiest, but if they can jump someone right away with the grip before you can respond with the relocate, because there is a channeling time on that relocate. It's 3.25 seconds. So
True.
if you can kill some ace or something like that before the relocate comes in, the Exo's running, that's going to be your avenue for Entity. But straight on 5 vs 5s when meta's available, pretty much impossible now that Dyrachyo has... Oh, he's got a BKB now.
Oh my god.
I think that's what makes the 5v5s impossible here. Good luck locking him down before he presses that BKB.
Well, they are... well, first, Gaming Gladiators ran away from Entity, and now they are going to do that strategy you talked about, which is playing together. Quite a good one. And they are going to run right into them. Spot Toby off to the side. Spot Stormer all alone. Blink, stun through, jumps the backline, finds, kills Fishman. Toby does get the ulti off, but I do not believe that is going to matter one little bit. The Sprout is there. Watson gets Toby killed. I mean, he was dead anyways. But yeah, ended up sprouting his Brewling, and well, they're high ground now, and I don't think Gaming are going to leave. I think they are staying high ground. And Dyrachyo, in fact, he might end up in the fountain, depending upon how this is going. They do have a Nightmare try to salvage this. The catch is there, but Ace just backs away. Stolen Trample, it's not going to be enough. Even killing Couriers off in the well. So with everybody gone, GG's called 24 minutes.
Yeah.
They missed their timing.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't... I don't know if they had a timing necessarily this game.
Fair.
They kind of got slapped in every single lane. They were on damage control in the mid lane. Straight up lost both side lanes horribly. The Brewmaster just didn't have much of a game, but there were glimmers of hope for them where they're playing the map, they're outnumbering them. They had a good 5 minutes of what I'll call recovery, but once Gaming Gladiators hit that Scotty timing on the Terrorblade, they're like, yep, we're not doing that anymore. Let's go walk down a lane, and Entity could not respond to that whatsoever. They did not have the heroes, the resources, or the items to do so.
Okay, so I guess that's an interesting point then, because to me, yeah, I guess timing is probably not the best word. I guess the word I'm struggling to find is this like description of, it felt like there was ideas in the draft that Entity had for how to deal with specific points in time in the game, and there were moments where it looked okay, right? We talk about those pickoffs, we talk about running in with EXO, finding that pick on the Terrorblade, and even I kind of wonder if they had like that fight mid and Exorcism was running, that one where like everything fell apart, they had got the Aegis. If Entity had sat back and just waited for EXO to be back up before that Aegis fight, do you think that they sort of stand a chance against what Gaming were doing?
It's really hard to say, but more than anything, for me, this was just an outplay plus outdraft. It was a 24-minute game, so it's like a lot of things had to go wrong. So they tried to pick things like the Brewmaster, which is notoriously known for weak laning, and that was exploited to the max. So that experiment did not work out. The Bane is a hero we haven't seen a lot. It was undefeated until now. I don't think this problem had to do with the Bane necessarily, but the fact that Watson just didn't have a lane against the Primal. Ace was free farming, got the Vanguard. Maybe not banning the Primal Beast was an issue here. And then you're playing DP for this small timing game, and the Leshrac straight up just won the lane, right? Like, you brought
Yeah.
4 heroes to deal with this timing that Quinn made himself by winning his laning stage. It wasn't the other way around. If Stormstorm was 6 and Quinn was 5, then all of a sudden, it's a different story. You bring 4 heroes mid, Quinn is going to be devastated, and he's going to lose his tower. So,
Right.
Gaming Gladiators just outclassed him here. They outdrafted him, outplayed them. Pretty much everything went their way this series. Or this game, sorry, not series. We'll have to see about the series.
Stepping ahead, you're ready for it. No, I'm with you. I think that I wanted to look up some of the damage breakdowns in the lead up to this, and there was one item bought that's around 3,000 gold, a Spirit Vessel, and in the course of that game, it did 57 damage. That is a pretty bad damage to net worth ratio in terms of that one particular item. I think that it was literally only used on that IO, on that kill down bottom where it was already done. Otherwise, it did nothing in this game.
Pretty much, but like, when was he going to use it? It's a item in which you can't use while you're in your ulti form. It feels like he was getting focused down in most all the fights, and he was trying his best to just get his ult off in the fights without dying, and he did. I mean, he died after, but still, he got it off that one fight without dying, so he didn't really have an option to use it here.
Right.
We'll see in the next game what Entity can do here, but it feels like their draft was just a lot harder to execute, and maybe they're a bit surprised by Gaming Gladiators bringing out the IO Leshrac that they haven't done in some time.
I think if you're getting surprised by IO Lesh on gaming, though, there might be a problem there.
They haven't ran it yet, so
that's fair.
Who knows?
Fair enough. All right, well, we're gonna head to a quick break, and when we get back, we're gonna have game number 2. See y'all then.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. It's gonna go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Oh, welcome back, all you lovely people out there. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. We got some more action for you. Entity facing off against Gaming Gladiators. I was just looking off to the side there, and it looks like we're going to get a, what is that? Wait, why can't I tell? There it is. Entity Dire and Gaming Gladiators second pick. Love to see that. Is that what we had last time?
I was not paying attention to that. I'm not entirely sure, but I do know Entity was Dire.
Yes.
So who had first pick of the? Yeah, Entity was first pick and Dire.
Okay, perfect. So similar
Gaming
stuff.
Gladiators. Yeah, they first picked Rubik and then they took the IO Lesh, right? And then they had to respond to that and took DP.
So
there we go. We figured it out.
I love that. Do you think there's a school of thought that I feel like we see where teams lose and then they're just like, oh, it was just this weird issue. We're just going to do the same thing back again and we're just going to play better or something like that. How do you feel about that in general? Is that like a good mentality to have, do you think? Do you think that it depends upon the game itself? Where does the last game that we saw fit within that? Do you think that they should just try and run it back on Entity? Because that's what we saw from them the other day when they're playing against Shopify.
So unfortunately, I've only seen Entity lose in the games we've covered, even though they've drawn most of their series. But to answer your question specifically, there's a line, right? Like, you don't want to lie to yourself and be like, oh, we just played bad. If you have a legitimate reason and you're confident in that reason, it's fine to play it back. But if you're just like being overconfident and being, oh, yeah, no, we lost for sure, I'll just play better, and you don't know why you lost, then that's an overconfidence thing, and you should be more realistic and find that middle ground of like, I want to be confident, but I don't want to be unreasonable. So, are they going to play it back? Maybe. Do I want them to? Not really, because most of the time it doesn't work from my experience. I'd rather just like drop the ego, don't play against the IOLesh, play against something new.
Okay. All right. Don't give him that opportunity there. And so far, Gaming Gladiators taking a little bit of time. It was still the Beastmaster first phase ban. Then they took out Brood Disruptor for gaming. See if they opt for the same thing. Doom was the second ban. Do they take out IO this time and let the Doom through? Nope. They could steal the IO or the Lesh for themselves, hypothetically, or take a better answer to it.
What is a better answer, though? Like, I feel like they had their choices of whatever they wanted last game.
Yes.
You took the Rubik, which may be the problem, but I don't think first picking a Lesh here is going to be the answer. First picking IO, I'm okay with that. And if you want to block pick the yeah.
Okay.
Because now they're in a situation where if they don't pick IO here, they're going to play versus IO Lesh again.
Yeah.
And they don't care. All right.
So what do they think the problem was?
You're asking the hard questions here because like,
yeah.
IO Leshrac, it's very difficult. It's so difficult to play against. And I don't necessarily have the answers. And my answers are going to be answers in which they're not going to do. So I can be like, I'd just say, just pick AA.
Right.
F it. Go AA. Problem solved. Deal with the landing stage in another way. If you're willing to pick Brewmaster, why can't you just pick AA?
Right.
But Gaming Gladiators, they decide they don't want to run the same strategy twice here. This is some adaptability that they have. And I think this is something that is good in a lot of ways, but at the same time, might be cocky, right? Because they just ran the IO Leshrac. It's a good strategy. They know they win with it. And I think they're like, we're still good at it. We're going to put it in the back pocket for now. We're not going to show teams that we're just a one-trick pony, right? We're going to show them we can beat you in a different way here.
Right, and maybe there's also an element to it, which is if you give teams too much, like, footage of you playing it to some extent, then maybe you're giving, like, the ways that it can be beaten. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. This is like, they're looking to the future. That's what I mean by being cocky.
Right.
Like, they're not looking at, like, we need to win this match. If this was, like, a playoff game, they would pick the IO Lesh again for sure. But they're, as you said, saving the footage so people don't get more information on it, and they're trying to build their other strategies to get up to the point where perhaps the IO Lesh is. So, cocky move, nonetheless. There's no other way to say it for me, and it's fine. I think it's something that if you're that confident in and you do win it, there's a lot of pluses to it. If they win showing multiple strategies here in different ways, you're going to be even more scared of them. It's like, oh, now they're getting the NP. Oh, they have the IO Lesh. What are we going to ban? And that's kind of how they won the major here. They had too many, like, lethal poisons to choose from. Like, you had to play against something from them. It was either the Lina, it was the IO Lesh, or it was the Brood. Guess what? You have 2 bans, so you have to play against one. And I think they're trying to replicate that here. They want to have, like, 3 strategies in which you just can't ban out.
Yeah, I think that is sort of the way that you can make your team just feel, like, indomitable and really, like, there's no big answers for it at all. And now I think that you've still got some flexibility with this, where Ace can obviously take the NP if they want to, but I like Dyrachyo on it a lot. I think that just feels like it fits him kind of well. He's a guy that likes to go in a bit, so you let him do it. But the Pango is let through now, so Stormer going to have a pretty freaking strong mid for himself. What do you think about sort of the opening that Entity have? A lot of team fight.
Yeah, I think it looks good. It's just solid. You have your mid laner, the Pango. It's quite good. Doesn't lose in a lot of matchups. But Quinn is a really good mid laner. And every once in a while, he is known to pick out some cheesy hero. We've seen his Huskar before against the Embers. You can punish this Pango if he wants to. Or he can pick something that has similar type of timings, such as the Ember against the Pango, which is also quite good. Either way, what I'm getting at is Quinn's probably going to win mid, and Pango is not going to win mid, so that's going to be an issue. You have the flex here of the Nature's Prophet. It can go on Ace, it can go on Dyrachyo, so they don't know exactly where that's going to go. So Gaming Gladiators, in theory right now, are in a drafting advantage. And that's not necessarily good, as we saw the last game, and what transpired there. It's going to be a lot down to Stormer. Most of the games I've seen him now, he's been struggling in the mid lane here. I want to see him in a situation where he's enabled by his supports and can make something happen on the map.
So we saw the level 6 rotation, you talked about it. 4 heroes came mid last game to try and help him out to set up for the counterplay with Quinn hitting level 6 before him on the Lesh, and then him playing DP wanted to get the Exorcism Tower take. Do you think it needs to come earlier than that? Like, it needs to be before the 6-minute rune?
I mean, we're talking about that rotation and what happened there, but like that 4-man rotation was just to make the Leshrac back up. They didn't even kill him, right? It was just literally to make him walk backwards. It took 4 heroes to do that. So I want to see him in a position where they can make those rotations that translate into actual pressure or into a kill.
Okay. And that is something that we definitely saw as a problem in that last game for Entity, right? You're running a Bane Rubik support combo. There's no like real reach. There wasn't that like Ember out of the mid or, you know, an Earth Spirit like we saw the other day from Shopify. There wasn't that hero that goes in like a clockwork. And now they kind of have one in a way in Pango, but even this, until you get Blink Dagger, it's a little bit slow, the sort of run at you element to it.
Yeah, for sure. I think them having no initiation was definitely an issue. I think they were expecting to have it from the Brewmaster last game, but the laning stage was just so bad that he couldn't do anything but hit creeps and recover. So I think if you're Entity in this series, you're focusing more on the laning stage. You lost mid, you lost your safe lane, you lost 3 lanes. And that's just how it works in Dota. If you lose 3 lanes, it's very hard to recover from. And that's going to be like big picture, the thing that you have to focus the most on from Entity is at least have a lane, if things go poorly, that you can go to apply some pressure. They had like no safe spots. They just had to take the morsels that Gaming Gladiators would give them on the map. And that's not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, no, you don't want to. Sort of beggars Dota.
Pretty much.
Well, Gaming have the first pick out of the second phase now after Stormpuck, Bloodseeker
pick here.
Yeah.
They'll just pick a position 4 here, so you're not going to see that much more here for Gaming. That's why I'm talking about the drafting stage of Gaming is going to be in a comfortable position here. They're going to show some pos 4 here, depending on what they want. Most likely it'll be a melee, a stun, as Undying and NP don't check either of those boxes. So the Tusk is still available if they do want to go that route. But they're going to go for the Clockwork. That one against Pango is a little spicy, right? If you can somehow get the cogs off and block the roll, you can completely ruin a Rolling Thunder like that. And you do have the small stun duration as well for the Rolling Thunder. It just makes Pango's life kind of annoying, so I do like that choice.
Okay. Seems really solid. I think this is, I mean, people sometimes complain about like dual melee supports, but I think this is as good of a combo as you can get with them, setting up for some really aggressive sort of positioning. 2 beefy boys to run on into the lane and set you up for success. And now they take the anti-mage for Entity. So we talked a lot about this the other day. Watson played it. He went for Vanguard in towards Battle Fury, and you didn't like the sort of lack of playmakers. They kind of have one now in Pango. Do you anticipate this one going any different for Entity?
It's gonna come down to Stormstormer a lot. Like, you can only make, and Toby, I suppose.
Yeah.
Anti-Mage is a fine hero. I think it can be very strong. It's not the greatest, I would say, versus NP in lane, but I could be wrong on that. We saw NP lose. It was Saberlight. He got kind of wrecked, right, by Darachu, not Stormstorm, Bounty Hunter.
What the hell?
Well, that one's cool. Is that gonna be Toby or is it gonna be Katomi?
I think it's Katomi. I think he likes to play this hero a lot.
Does Fishman play the Rubik? Let's do some quick research on that one.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Maybe he doesn't. I would also like to take this moment to welcome all you refugees from the Shopify TSM game that's going on. Spoiler alert, won't say who it was that won that, but we got some awesome sauce here. Western Europe action. Gaming Gladiators facing off against Entity. Game number 1, Gaming took it very handedly. And now Entity running some funky stuff. A completely switch up of their draft after Gaming spanked them with Lesh IO.
That's kind of what I'm noticing from Entity. This team is quite wild. The more I get to watch them, it feels like they are willing to pick just about anything. They have their own meta. After seeing the other game before, I would not be surprised to see an offlane Bounty Hunter here. And there's the Ember I talked about versus the Pango. This is a matchup that I've seen Ember do really well in most of the time, because you do the shield crash a lot in the laning stage, and if you're good with your Ember Spirit, you just dodge it with Slight. And so you don't get the damage reduction, you don't get hit by it, you have the root later on, so you can't swashbuckle out, or if you do shield crash, you just shield crash in place. pretty strong pick. It doesn't address the anti-mage very well. So, yet again, we'll be in a situation with Watson where he potentially could carry the game here. It's going to come down a lot to what is Toby going to play, what can he do with it, and more importantly, Stormer as well. As I feel like these two players on Entity have been struggling the most.
Dude, I agree with you. They've been struggling a mighty bit, and it's been sort of Gaiman not even having to do that much, it feels like. Just sort of play a stock standard game, and Entity haven't really been able to address the issues that have come up. But at least this time for Gaiman, there isn't like that huge power spike hero that completely changes the entire dynamics of the game like the Leshrac was. In a way, it's almost the anti-mage that's the counterpoint to that, where he is the one that has been left unaddressed. But they do have last pick for Gaiman, and they're banning out Drow. I feel like this would be a sick Darkseer game for Gaiman.
Darkseer? Oh yeah, you're the one that likes the Darkseer versus Anti-Mage matchup. That's right.
With
it can be
too.
yeah,
sick.
no, I think I could see it work for sure. I'm on the other side of the fence as like a carry player. I see juicier carries like Terrorblade right now.
Okay.
That could be really good here. So I guess from either perspective, but that's the beauty of the NP. You can play this hero as your offlaner, or you can play it as your carry. So you have the option available, and Entity kind of feel like Gaming Gladiators is going that direction, that they need a carry, banning out the Drow, which I was very curious about myself. This Anti-Mage Drow matchup is very much so volatile, much like the Darkseer Anti-Mage matchup. There goes the Terrorblade. Whereas you can just get on top of the Drow quite easily, I feel like, if you're into it. You have Bounty Hunter, you have Anti-Mage. It's a little questionable. So, but how many carry picks are available? Because for me, TB was the #1 choice. And if that's not available,
10 seconds remaining.
the Darkseer route could work. I mean, PA is always in theory good, but then it's just PA at the end of the day. And that hero just leaves a lot to be desired right now with the toolkit that she does have.
Fair. That's a fair point. I mean, we haven't really talked much about Entity. They still have to reveal their last pick, and then also if this is going to be a 4 or 3 bounty, which in theory, I guess, could change stuff. I don't know what 3 bounties lane matchup is like, where that sort of fits. You know what I mean?
If you're against a melee hero, the ideal situation for offlane bounty is you're playing versus like some lifesteal or something. You just keep hitting him over and over again, and he can't really do much about it. Versus ranged heroes, I think it could be very, very tough.
Okay.
So they don't really get to see their matchup, which means they're gonna steal the Darkseer. Bounty Hunter Darkseer lane. It's been a minute since I've seen that one.
Interesting. So Ursa maybe?
Ursa sounds really good, actually. That does
I'd be
sound
down for
like
Ursa.
that could be quite strong.
5 seconds.
Ursa would be strong. Lone Druid, but nobody plays that hero except for RTZ. I'd love to play some Lone Druid here.
Yeah.
What else could be really strong here?
All right. Duraccio, he heard you.
He heard me!
I can do it
All right,
too.
Round of applause. All right,
Let's go.
That hero is really good versus Darkseer, incredibly
Yes.
good versus Anti-Mage, and very much so goes both way versus Pango. Since they introduced the Shard where you can take off the disarm now by buying Shard, it's a lot better for Lone Druid now. Before you would like permanently disarm the Baron, there's nothing you can do about it. Now it's a lot better there, and if you do root the Pango, he gets quite sad. I like this pick a lot.
Yeah.
It's a very strong Lone Druid game.
You know, no matter what, it was going to be a bear, and we were just right about that, you know?
That's true. That's true. No other option.
It had to be a bear, man. I am not feeling good for Entity. If I'm
Oh,
gonna
no,
be real
already.
about it. This is a tough one. Stormer needs to pop off. I don't know how you kill these heroes realistically on Gaiman, right? Like, how do you kill Undying Clockwork in this game? Where's their damage coming from? Like, you need... I wonder if Stormer... Like, you have to go to Fusil Blade on this hero, and then you have, like, some amount of damage, but... Yikes.
All right, let's go into realistic mode until we go into copium mode here.
Okay.
Stormer mid lane versus Quinn. Stormer versus Quinn. Ember versus Pango. Ember wins that matchup, just flat out.
Yep.
Lone Druid versus Darkseer. You tell me who wins that one.
Yeah, Darkseer.
That's
nope.
Darkseer. Good one. Anyway, Lone Druid's going to win that matchup. So the question mark's going to be, if Ace somehow beats Watson in lane, that's going to be 3 lanes lost. But I have a feeling Watson will do well again, which puts me back in the same situation that we normally see Entity in. We have a good game for Watson, but Stormstormer and Toby potentially struggling. This game, they really need to focus and find creative ways to come out of these lanes. Just come out of them. Like, don't get destroyed. Don't have, like, 4 deaths in, like, 3 minutes like last game. Have some type of timing that you can hit and make things happen. Because eventually, at one point, this Darkseer hero, it's okay to lose your lane.
Right.
Same with Pango, but not by too much here. And they need to group up. They need to make it to the timing where we do have Watson running around with his anti-mage making things happen. Can't stress enough. Have a better laning stage this game, guys. And it's not even just hero picks here. It's got to be play.
Right. They need to make some really good moves around the map. And I think that, in a way, this Vanguard anti-mage that we're anticipating seeing from Watson will have a lot of strength, and even more strength than he normally would, by having this Ion Shell on him, able to run in, do some solid stuff. But the question mark is going to be, do they feel like they're in a position where they can even do that, you know? Like, are they in a position, and is Entity a team that wants to fight with Anti-Mage? Because we haven't seen them decide to do that much. Watson very much has been like, I need to AFK 1v9 this game, almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he tries where he can, but it's sort of just the nature of the hero, right?
Yeah.
You do have to farm a lot as an Anti-Mage. You don't have a lot of choices about that. He'll join where he can, so that's where I'm stressing so much about Stormstormer and Toby needing to have a better game. They need to make the space.
No, agreed. And that needs to start with a decent laning stage. You know what I wouldn't even mind seeing is, like, throw in an Ion Shell on the bounty in, like, the mid game and just go let him farm up some camps for you too, to get that level 6 online as quickly as possible, because he really
doing already on Dratio here.
This is really good. If they can run him down, doesn't have an Orb of Venom but still can keep up close.
They both have the same move speed,
and he's slowed for a second, but they can't do anything else there. Still a lot of pressure on Dratio earlier. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, for sure. And Dratio's gonna have to use this TP there to get all the way back. Teleports is fair too. You do have a window as a Lone Druid where you are weaker. I think this is one of the easier lanes for Darkseers at lower levels right now, because Lone Druid is just so weak at level 1 here. You're not going to pressure him too hard, but you will get to your level 3 quite easily, I think, as a Darkseer. This matchup will get harder later on, though, as the Lone Druid does get levels. So you do have that going for you if you are into it.
Yeah. You're going to try and pull waves, I think. Keeping
Celery will probably pull the other lane to it. I see this move a lot. And then 2 people just run around with a wave.
Dun, 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 dun. Wait, they're going to connect.
Cue the music. Oh, he's blocking the wave with the bear, so they connect.
That's good.
Beautiful.
That's really good. Does get an Ion Shell on it, but weird stuff, and they just killed the Ion Shell. Holy shit. All right. Yeah, they're good. They're good. They're really good.
Yeah, well, they don't have detection, it looks like, so Katomi will be able to just be annoying here. Oh, they brought it. There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, they got the dealer, though.
Nice. Well, a lot of action in that lane that we can sort of keep our eyes on, but also up top, you can see the other matchup that... Well, hold on a second. Are they going to kill
Let's be real with ourselves. Like, this is going to be a biased cast. You love Darkseer, I love Lone Druid, so we're only going to be watching this.
It's true. Yeah, that's the only way it's biased, though, because each of us have, like... Although I think I secretly want Darkseer to lose, he's going to get buffs.
I see.
Holy shit, Quinn is destroying mid. 11-3, and up top, a kill. Fishman goes down. Tofu dies immediately afterwards. Yeah. So there is a lot happening. Everywhere that I look, though, gaming is winning their lanes.
Well, that's not good. After having a 25-minute game number 1, where they won all 3 lanes, going into game number 2, that doesn't inspire a lot of confidence going on here. But yeah, this mid matchup, I'll touch on it really quick here. This is something that most Pengos don't like playing against, as you can see. It's very difficult. Sure, I think he's getting outplayed here, but if you can't use a shield crash in the laning stage, it is not easy to play as a Penguin. That's like your main source of trading. And if you can't trade with an Ember, you're not going to win the laning stage.
Some good pressure down bottom there on the Celery, but will just be forced away after that. Got 2 waves denied out, or at least like a full wave roughly by Toby on the bottom side by pulling it back behind. It still is looking pretty rough. I mean, yeah, 17-7, 14-4, 14-3. AM the only one that's kind of having a decent time, it looks like. It's scary. Very scary.
I feel like Stormer is just having a rough tournament right now.
Yeah.
This is a situation where I don't feel like any mid laner should get outplayed in this matchup this hard unless something catastrophic either happens in the early game or if you're just having a bad day. And for him, he's been having a bad tournament so far. And it kind of like makes me wonder how much is he going to be able to bounce back mentally after a laning stage like this.
Yeah. Well, because it happens so quickly, right? I think that there's an element to the DPC where you have a little bit of extra time as Watson and Ace going toe-to-toe against each other. You have a little bit of time where you can sort of like recover, you can think about what went wrong, try and come up with new plans. In this group stage, it is 2 games per day over and over and over and over again, and you can very quickly drop almost completely out of contention if you're not careful.
Yeah, for sure. It does happen very quickly, as you said. Just like this laning stage. It was very much so over really quickly for them. As Katomi, oh, where's the root? Doesn't get the root. Unlucky.
Yeah, and oh man, no mana at this point. He's really close to Arcanes on Toby, but not quite there. And in the meantime, everybody for Gaiman just doing what they want. AM, 20 last hits, does have his Ring of Health, getting closer to that Vanguard, but I can just see the way that this lineup is going to push down towers from Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be scary. But wraparound, finding Stormer here. Do they want to go in with Tofu? Doesn't look like it. He's backing away.
This is a completely different game from Watson as well. When they did play against Rebellion, Watson had a great time versus Saberlight's Nature's Prophet, but over here, Ace, he's topping the CS. He's 32-8 against the 22-5 of the Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage isn't getting destroyed by any means, but Ace is free farming.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, he's going to go for that, probably that Aghanim's. Interesting to see his build too. He went 2 Wraith Bands. Maybe this is the difference to help him lane. If Anti-Mage does go on him, he can just straight up man fight him back.
He does a ton. I mean, even each one of those little hits until that Vanguard comes in is going to be hurting the AM that much more. And I think this is now Stormer not being forced back to base, but at least having a lot of pressure onto him. All these lanes kind of still looking a little bit rough. Quinn in mid does have level 6 and waiting for that 6-minute rune.
Yeah, they're just going to control the runes here. Stormer's in no position to get a rune, and his supports aren't even going to try and help him.
Yeah.
They're just going to deal with the side lanes here. So unfortunately for Stormer here, Struggle City does continue here. So let's think of things that we can do for Entity at this point.
Okay.
It's a little early in the game, and I don't think there's any rotations that will happen. But I think when you get level 5, potentially, on Toby, you can Ion Shell Katomi, and he can TP top and maybe kill the NP.
Right.
That's a play that they could use. They're going to need that little extra help, but I think until they do get to that level 5 Ion Shell, that might not work.
Ooh.
But that might be the only play option they have is Stormer's just...
Quinn into mid.
Okay. He
Going
can't
on
get
to
out
him.
of this at the moment.
Forcing the rotation from Fishman, and is just going to use that early aggression to force Stormer back to base again. Still level 5 here at coming up on 7 minutes. There is a rotation down bottom. Oh, it's just Celery TPing back in again. And I mean, everywhere you look, they're doing what they need to. But Watson does have the Vanguard now. And Ace, he's building in towards Tread. So just mass amounts of stats. I mean, look at this NP build, right? Double Wraithband as Celery's getting chased around. Double Wraithband, Magic Wand, Gloves of Haste with a Blightstone, and now going to have full Treads coming out soon. But with the Vanguard, Watson feeling that much more strong and doesn't want to get bullied anymore. Bottom. Vacuum used. Nothing gained. It was just to get some CS there.
If you keep the lane static right now for Entity, you're not going to get a kill anywhere on the map.
Yeah.
It's quite literally impossible.
Oh.
Like, there's no way Pango's gonna get a kill in top lane. Watson, he's
Mana Void.
okay. Yeah, just why not?
Okay.
Pushing out the wave, farming a little bit, harassing. I think if you're ace, you'll consider going back here and getting your treads available, even more potential. In the mid lane, though, they get Quinn.
They got him. Oh my god, and Toby gets the kill. Holy moly.
Yeah, he had the Ion Shell. That's what they're laughing about. I think Toby's like, haha, where'd that money come from? Lovely.
And oh my god, he doesn't have a Cloying Blade. Oh,
Nope.
Toby. Oh,
Bye-bye.
Toby. Oh, that's unfortunate.
So as I was mentioning, they won't get a kill unless they make rotations, and they did.
Yeah.
They got Quinn. That was a huge kill. Still down 1k net worth. The net worth lead isn't as bad as last game. The CS looks like it should be more, but it's not. I'm a little surprised by that, actually. It must be on the edge of 1,000, close to 2,000.
Right, probably. I mean, the other benefit here, at least, is we will see Fishman go down to Quinn just bullying there in the mid lane. Is that, you know, even with these kills, they're not missing a ton. They can maybe even try and go on to Duraccio here. But the double fear, and now looking for the chase. The rundown,
Oh, he
but
got the root.
Oh my god. Dude, and now they're in pretty far, and Ace is going to punish. As they find themselves, Katomi, he dies. And, I mean, you know, this is kills happening while Quinn is still farming out mid, everything going their way, and Tofu's just getting a free lane to himself up top.
Yeah, I mean, Tofu has a free lane, but so does Watson. They're using this NP to get kills across the map. He's getting active. It's not really hurting him too much because he's now jungling. So more than anything, it's an efficiency move because now they're clearing out the jungle. Tofu's getting some creeps in the top lane. He's dragging it around. Is he just going to pull it to there? Oh, he's denying a wave here from Anti-Mage, too. At least a couple of creeps. This is a cute little play.
Did he pull it around the secret shop?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
To drag it there, and it's like, I mean, it's a normal play, but normally not at 10 minutes. You don't usually keep doing this type of play. So he's just denying a little farm from Anti-Mage, getting his own farm in, continuing advantage, and Katomi getting chased on by Celery today.
Well, also, in mid, they're finding more kills. So, yeah, Katomi dies in the jungle. Denied the neutral, though. Well played. I was asking about that because I saw 33 doing it, but instead he pulled all the way to the hard camp up on that high ground there, which I thought was really sick.
Oh, yeah, for more farming efficiency. But I guess Clockwood could farm that.
Yeah.
Maybe we should tell him, let him know. That was an efficient play.
No, because he denied it away from AM. It's all good. Wall down.
Oh, there you go.
Celery. Oh, he's getting that amp damage onto him. Good hits, and Celery goes down. They manage to make a move. And in spite of the gold, like 2,000 into the lead, you know, kill score relatively even. Things looking bad, but not horrifically bad. Like you said, Darkseer can have an okay bad start to the laning stage and catch back up later.
The good news is that the Lone Druid isn't having a great game.
Yes.
And you do have a game now on Stormstormer. He's participating. He's making moves. He killed Quinn in mid lane with rotations, rotated bottom, got a kill. This is what we want to see from him. We want to see him be able to move across the map, make things happen. And we even got the kill from Toby in the mid lane with the Iron Shell. So he's participating as well. So the laning stage wasn't the greatest from them, but at least they have a game. I feel like they can play this game out. And Anti-Mage, of course, still farming. Gonna be strong in the late game. I think things are okay for Entity right now. You're really not that far ahead if you're gaming.
Well, 11 and a half minutes in, and still about 1,000 gold separating these two teams. They're running in with Fishman and Remnants away. A very interesting interaction there with the Clockwork hook.
They literally hooked him mid-Remnant, so it didn't stun him, so he had that brief invulnerability period.
Now gets level 6 on Katomi as they hit the level 12 mark. And now Quinn does a little ring around the rosy, doesn't find anybody, kills Fishman on Tofu, and maybe gonna look for this tower now. They have track online, but they need heroes, they need bodies, and I don't think that they're gonna get them in time. This tower is done. Because they're also pressuring the other side, and the root down bottom, they find Toby. He's forced to surge away.
Yeah. I mean, Toby is just gonna farm until he gets more levels, right, as Darkseer. I think his levels are pretty okay for the moment. He has everything that he needs. I think now would be the time you might want to play with the Bounty Hunter
Yeah.
if you are the Darkseer.
They need I think they need Stormstormer though, and he had to use that roll already. But Root up top, Watson running into Quinn, burning all the mana, gets the jump away. TP rotation come in, Katomi, Ion Shell on him. Waiting, burning through the Flame Guard. Flame Guard gone.
Yeah, so he has 20 stick on Ember. Never mind.
Yeah, a little bit scary. They bring
He
numbers,
revealed
but
himself now.
it's not going to work.
So running around the Iron Shell is fine, but it's just as you said. You're going to need Stormstormer to join, but I think he's more focused right now on finishing his Diffusal. I think currently the pace of the game is fine for Entity. You do have a greedier lineup. I feel like with the Anti-Mage, with the Darkseer, into the late game, I'm sure they're quite comfortable here. So the pace is fine. Instead of unnecessarily trying to make a play that might not work or gaming can turn, because they do have the Undying, NP can come in at any single moment there. It might be a situation where if you get too aggressive, you could get punished for it. So they don't want to get in that situation. They want to let Anti-Mage do his thing. This is a hero that wants to just hit creeps.
Smoke up. Wanting to make a move now. Quinn gets hit by that track, just stands in place. Stormstormer ends up not being able to get anything with this roll. And in fact,
the hook
shot to break the TP. Oh! Tofu with the big plays makes that move over. And Toby, he needs to get this haste in time, but the stolen away bottle by Quinn. Oh, man.
Love to see the slight rune snatches. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, you don't have to make that play if you're Entity. The result of Stormstormer hitting neutrals there would have been better than him trying to do anything, because him trying to do something just got him killed.
Yeah.
That play was very strange to begin with, but it doesn't seem like they want to do something, but they don't know how to do it. So it ends up in a play like that, where you kind of go in and you're just like, maybe this wasn't a good idea. Then you get punished. Even furthermore delaying the Diffusal Blade here. So I personally just, if I'm on Entity, I just say, Stormstormer, do your thing. Tell us when you want to make a play, because that did not look like something Stormstormer wanted to do himself.
Well, Fishman steals away the cogs, but Katomi now also in some trouble. They're both tracked up, but you're not finding kills. And in fact, the hook shot catches the courier. They catch the hero too. Stormstormer moves in close, starts to burn out some damage there, but doesn't have the full Diffusal Blade done, and then runs into the cogs. Doesn't connect. Just TP's out right in front of him. Watson does show up for this fight, burning all of the mana, trying to find Celery for the kill, and they will get him. But Quinn is going to escape, and in fact, Quinn, is he thinking about going back in? This guy's crazy.
It's Quinn, man. He likes to be annoying on these type of heroes. He just wants to always be in your face, spamming the Slide of Fist, making you feel uncomfortable. He's quite good at it.
I think there are some really interesting things going on in this game, and Watson almost having Battle Fury done is definitely a good sign. If they can keep these towers alive, maybe you can get to that late game scenario. Pango almost has Diffusal Blade done. The other thing is that in order to keep these towers alive longer, Toby's finished off the Crimson Guard. I think against this lineup has a lot of value. Slight spam, Treants, Lone Druid stuff, the Tombstone zombies, cool things.
That is interesting, yeah. I don't hate it, for sure. The other option is probably Greaves, right?
Yeah.
Which is pretty good as well, because you can take off the chains. That's probably next on the agenda for him.
Right. I mean, difference of about like 2,000 gold in terms of cost at least. So there's like 1,400 or whatever. So get it a little bit quicker, but...
Oh my god, it's happening.
They're doing it.
Toby's leaving the bottom lane.
It's amazing.
Almost unheard of. Let's see what they can do with it.
Oh. They didn't have ulti from Celery to make this Roche go down quicker, and because of that, they're going to be here in time. Hookshot goes in, finds the Rubik. Fishman needs to get him away from him, but the roll connects onto one. These track kills could be huge. Toby trying to keep alive Fishman. The cogs are down, catches him there to the side as the rest back away. Keeping eyes, Toby low, or Tofu, excuse me, and they manage to get that kill.
Yeah, I mean, Toby entered the game, good things happened. They're stopping the Roche. Roche is pretty low right now, at like 1/3 of HP. A little bit scary here for Gaming. Gaming thought they could force the Roshan, but were sorely mistaken.
Crimson popped, but it wasn't enough to keep Katomi alive. And the buyback comes out. Yeah, they don't want to give this one up.
Yeah. I don't think they should either. They're in a good spot right now. Watson does have Battle Fury. If they just play around the Roche pit here, that's 4 heroes while Watson farms nearby, this is a good situation for Entity. And I think at this point, Gaming... Alright, never mind. They're going in.
Rooted. That's the Ags reveal. Watson runs in. Oh, getting him caught for the moment. Vacuum back onto 2. Not a ton of mana at the moment. And dropping low. Watson dies. They lose Toby. That fight went about as bad as it could have.
As I was saying, they should have just lingered around the pit without trying to make something happen. I'm not sure why are you over there on Stormer? Like, what are you accomplishing? He was like just got caught by himself pretty much by then. Maybe he just didn't expect the root from the NP. It is quite annoying. He has known this has been in the game for some time, but that advantage that they did build, and I was going to say they were punishing Gaming Gladiators by them doing that Roshan and forcing them to stay near this Roshan. But them dying there and giving over the carry kill plus 3 other kills into the Roshan, now potentially into a tier 2. It couldn't have gone much worse, unfortunately, for Entity.
Yeah, it could have gone a lot better, though.
It definitely could have.
Damn. That's crazy. And Dyrachyo gonna run his bear back in. We'll get Diffusal.
Yeah, bet his bear there.
Yeah, I think that they might actually have this one. So that does go down.
And he has no mana because he got hit by the the Fusel Blade, so he can't even summon a new bear and get that on cooldown. That is so sad.
Quinn, give
Watch
me a
that
bottle.
sad bear. Watch him walk around. Just please give me a man.
It's a it's the eagle bear or something, isn't it? Isn't that what that is?
It's something like that, or an owl.
Owl, that's the one.
Yeah. No. There we go, mana boots. Yay.
Nailed it.
We have a bear now.
Bear's happy.
But this is a timing though. Like unironically, as much as I'll meme about that, he has only 1 bear for 2 minutes now.
Okay.
So this Aegis kind of doesn't matter. And at what point, if you're Entity, do you want to start taking advantage of timings? Because sometimes when there is an opening available, doesn't mean you have to take it. At some point, you do have to take those openings, and you have to pick and choose as a player when you're going to take the openings available to you. And I think right now, if you're Anti-Mage, he's going to let this one pass by. So, but that's the problem with Anti-Mage, right? He lets a lot of openings pass by because he needs that one more item.
Right.
Hopefully that's not really the case here. And he gets active around the time this Aegis expires. So, ball's in Gaming Gladiators court. What do they want to do with this Aegis? Maybe get a tier 2, I would imagine.
I could see that being a pretty strong window for them. They also have like these sort of really good aura carriers right now that always feel like they set up for you to have a really good game. Tofu's had such a good game that he has a pipe all the way completed. And then they also, of course, almost have the mech done on Undying too. And, you know, with those things done, their team fight is already really hard to deal with. They've got a great lockdown, they got good damage. That tier 2 top is going to go down. And with 30 seconds until the second bear is back up and ready to go, it could be in some trouble here. Quinn?
Tofu is such an underrated player.
Yeah.
Every time I see this guy, he doesn't do the fancy things. Like, he doesn't build the Aghanims and make the huge plays. He builds for the team. I always see this guy's inventory. He's just got some supportive item. He does what the team needs of him while consistently performing well. He doesn't play for glory. He just plays for the W. And I respect that.
I like it. Not an match MVP, but the MVP of our hearts.
Yep. He makes the others MVP because he consistently makes them win.
There.
A true support.
True support. Well, they're going to need to get some damn kills on Entity, because otherwise this Bounty Hunter track is not going to be doing anything.
The root hit after the blink. Interesting.
Ooh. Hook shot a little off the mark right after we're praising him. Love to see that.
I mean, he was tracked, so
yeah, it's fair.
They could see that coming from a mile away.
Stormer backs away, doesn't feel comfortable going for that wave, but with that wave gone, I mean, they're going to go make some space, and Stormer dead. Sometimes space is just death, and now, with the wave there at mid, it's another tier 2 tower going to be taken. They do manage to take bottom. Watson clears that one out, but man, feels real rough to be Entity right about now.
Even rougher for Entity's base here in a second, as we do have Lone Druid with the Desolator. Oh, the Crimson Guard, though.
Yeah.
This is he saw into the future that this push was coming, and it's
Well-
going to slow it down, but it's not going to stop it.
It really doesn't feel like it matters that much. Level 3 vacuum feels okay, man. And
Ember's just going to kill it all.
Yep, they're all gone.
This is part of the appeal of Lone Druid, too, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can't make an illusion of the bear, just the
Right.
hero. And this illusion is not very strong, as you can see it hitting.
Yeah, it's doing
Not really
nothing.
bothered by it.
Well-
23 minutes in, mid-rack's gone. Yet again in a situation, what can we do if we're Entity? And there are things we can do, for sure, if we're Entity. However, Stormstormer's dying too much. He's just...
Yeah.
The reason they can't do anything is because he's dead. He gets picked off there, which it's not easy. He's playing against Double Root in the NP ult with the Aghanims. He's playing versus the Ember Spirit. So if he does get caught with one root, he's probably getting perma-root, but he's going for Tofu. This man has a pipe, though, and he might get knocked down.
Yeah, doing it. Oh my god, he hooks to his team and he gets out. Yikes.
Oh, yeah. He also has drums now, too, almost into the boots of bearing. Wow. Committing to just being a complete aura.
He's doing a really good job. This entire team from Gaming Gladiators, they're picking their perfect moments to go on in. They're itemizing to cover each other's bases, to cover each other's weaknesses, and just making the solid moves. And they're closing out this game exactly the way that they need to. Looking now for this bottom tier 2 tower. I mean, I feel like if they wanted to, they could have gone for like top racks, but it maybe is like one of those things where you maybe lose a hero or two. And I think the fact that Entity has been stuck on 6 kills for, I don't even know how long it's been now. It's been a real, what was the last kill that they had?
That's a great question. When is the last? It's been a very long time.
It was around 17 minutes. So yeah, we're coming close to a 10-minute mark with no kills on a track lineup for Bounty Hunter.
You want to hear the positive things that are going for Entity right now?
Yeah.
25 minutes just hit. So Watson bought a double Wraith Band.
Let's go.
It's time.
They have Stormstormer rolling on in. The wall onto Tofu. Not really what they were hoping for there. And Anti-Mage
And Watson's gone.
immediately dead. Tofu not even going to fall. The mech comes from the Undying. This game is over. Gaming Gladiators completely dismantle Entity in back-to-back 25-minute games.
Now can I say it? I was a little premature game number 1. Gaming Gladiators completely outpicking and outplaying Entity in this series.
Yeah.
2 25-minute games here.
Holy moly. They just have their number. I feel like this just happens against them.
Yeah. It was a bit of a... both. It was outplay, outclassed, outdraft. There's a lot of things that just went poorly. Poor Stormstormer had a terrible series here. Couldn't find anything in both of these games. Toby, game number 1, he couldn't find anything. Game number 2, he found a little bit, I suppose, but it wasn't enough. They really needed to connect more with this Darkseer, and I think the thing that they're missing here is I just don't see Toby playing with Stormstormer in any of these games. I feel like Toby's just 20 minutes sitting in the bottom lane farming. Stormstormer's trying to make things happen on the map with his supports, which worked a little bit, but for the most part, he's in recovery mode for most of the game. So there's a lot of things with Entity that they could improve upon. They're not in their top form by any means here, but Gaming Gladiators, they're looking strong. They're looking really good. Game number 1, they picked the IO Leshrac. They steamrolled them. Game number 2, Entity's like, we got to answer that. Pick it again. They choose not to go for IO Leshrac. They pick a completely different strategy, even though it was in the pool, and they destroy him with a different strat. That's completely demoralizing, I think, if the Entity. You got owned by 2 different strats in the same series here. And for Gaming Gladiators, you're definitely pretty feeling high right now. You just won 2 games in a row with 2 different strategies without revealing which one is like your go-to. So they're looking good right now. Gaming Gladiators are looking good for sure.
I think it's it's nice for them to get like a solid win under their belt, right? Because they had played 3 series leading up to this against Shopify, against X Hellraisers, and then of course against Evil Geniuses, where they tied it out. But I do believe that we have, if I hear some like rattling and breaking things in the background, Celery, is that you? Hello, sir. Are you here with us?
Yeah, I'm
Hello.
here. Not breaking anything.
Okay, maybe it's just that you have like very loud gain or something. It's fine. You're beautiful. Congratulations on the victory. You guys finally managed to get the 2-0. How has it been? Are you guys in the same area that you were before boot camping and all the rest of it? Have you moved around at all?
No, we're not boot camping right now, so we're all at home. Just playing from home.
Okay.
But so far it's been pretty good. I guess the results didn't feel that good. Whenever you go 1-1 in a best of 2, you feel really weird. It's like you have this itch. Now you want to play this third game, right? Who won? It's like you really want to play this game. I think a lot of people have this, but yeah. So far the tournament has been fun.
So are you telling me that you want to play a third game right now too against Entity, or you feel pretty sated?
It's 2-0. This is okay.
All right, fair enough.
The earlier series, right?
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. So I guess I have a couple different questions about just. I'll come back to mine actually. Fear, I'll let you go first.
Sure.
Go for it.
All right, so my question's going to be, game number 1, you guys ran IO Leshrac. You were given the option in game number 2 to do the same thing. You chose not to. I'm very curious on what was the reasoning behind that.
So the opening was exactly the same. So we thought we can run it back. We're confident to run it back, but we can also swap it up because we feel like we're not bound to a few strategies. And we picked second pick in the first game. Then in the second game, they picked Dire, knowing that we will pick second pick. So obviously they had something prepared, right? If it would work, we'll never know. But they prepared something for this. They fought real long. So we might as well just swap it up. And now they are forced to adapt again. Because we thought our draft the second game is also nice, but it's just different. So just swapping it up to not let your enemy prepare properly for it, kind of. When you looked at the EG series, actually, if you look back at the drafts, EG did something similar to us in both games. And the second game, we just smashed them because we understood what to do.
Perfect. All right, yeah. So I guess I'll follow up a little bit on that. Like, is that something that your whole team is confident in doing? Because I know a lot of teams aren't super confident to just run a new strat after they just won with a strat. It's like, oh, we won with that. Let's play it again. Who's like the driving force to be like, hey, let's just swap it up and make that like cool and calm and collected decision? I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mostly a team decision. Like our coach weighs in, like just swap it up, just go for it. But overall, it's also not like this is a fully new strategy, right? This is heroes we've played a lot in the past. We picked Undying and Furion. We have 2 very good Furion players. Undying is one of my most played hero. So in that sense, no one thinks, what are we picking now? This is some crazy stuff. Like, it's something we're very used to. And if it was something fully new, like if we just pick Bounty there, then maybe people would be like, really? We didn't even play it? So.
Right. All right, so last question here. Is there any hero right now that you love playing in your pubs that you just don't get the chance to play because it's too weak or it doesn't fit the team dynamic?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to answer that because I really, really enjoyed Chen, but I'm not playing Chen in my pubs even because I think I wouldn't be having a lot of fun. So I really enjoy playing Edge the most, probably still, even though it's always fun. You just do some different builds. Every game is a bit different, right? You can say you get enchant, you can take some big creeps. Every game it's a different big creep. Some games you cannot take any of the creeps because they're all satyrs and trolls. You're running around. What am I gonna do now? So just I really enjoy that part. Like every game is a surprise in a way.
Cool. Okay, so I have 2 questions for you. One's gonna be more game oriented, and the other one's more about you. So the first one is I noticed that you guys like sort of are constantly covering a lot of the different like aura items, but it kind of feels like it changes up a lot game to game who it is that's taking what. Is that something that you sort of are like talking about in your team comms? If you don't feel comfortable answering this, that's also fine, where it's like, all right, somebody needs to get this, somebody needs to get that, who's getting this, who's getting that, where it's like you sort of have a set couple of items that you want to consistently get, or is it more free form of like, okay, this game we don't maybe necessarily need this thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's just something we discuss before the game starts. It's not some
Right.
crazy strategy. Before the game, we have some items that we think are good. That's why we're buying them, obviously. And before the game, we just have a little chat about who buys what and what makes sense. If we should buy an item, and this is just mostly about team items, right? Like, we're not really discussing if Furion is gonna buy BKB this game or not. Like,
Right.
that's more hero specific or player specific, game dependent. But these team items that multiple people could buy, we just have a little chat. Do we want the Force? Do we want Glimmer? Do we want Pipe, Greaves, Bearing, whatever we want. So you don't end up with double jumps, because that's rough times. You want to avoid that at all costs?
Fair enough. Okay, and then the other question, more about you. You've obviously been very open about your sort of desire to sort of help save the world, and you're very proudly vegan and all the rest of that. You had talked a little bit about sort of an animal sanctuary, something that you had wanted to be donated to. I was just curious if you had any like updates about like where you're looking at, what you're looking at. How that process is going, what you sort of are interested in specifically, like putting your platform towards solving, because it's something that you've been really open about in the past. Anything you got to say about that?
Yeah, so I also tweeted about this recently, but probably not everyone saw this, where initially my plan was to start something myself, but I realized it is a lot more complicated than I ignorantly thought at first, probably. So now I'm more looking to support the sanctuary that's already existing, because that's a lot more feasible. And it also gives less pressure in a way, where I don't have to worry, what if I just, from today, I lose every single game, right? Then not making a lot of money.
Right.
But if I support something that already exists, then I don't need to worry about this. Because if I fall away, it's already there. They don't need me, but they can hopefully use me. So I've reached out to a few, and hopefully I can talk more about it in the future, about who I'm supporting, and maybe I'll wear some wristband from them, who knows. But yeah, right now that's where it's at. And yeah, until then, just try to be a bit conscious of what you're doing, I guess. That's something I can ask. Think a bit about
Awesome.
what you're eating, how much you're driving around. It's a bit hard when you live in LA, I guess, but just thinking a bit about it is the first step.
All right, I love it. Well, thank you so much, Sally. I appreciate it very much. Good luck in the rest of your games, and hopefully we'll get to hear from you guys again soon.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you guys. Thank you. See you later.
Yeah,
Thank
bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, that was awesome. I loved a couple of his answers, particularly about the thing that we were talking about, the decision to run back the IO Leshrac or not, and his answer to it. What did you think about that?
He made it sound easy, right?
Yeah.
It's just, it's like, why run it again? It's the same logic. I've heard of it before. The PPD did the same thing. He had the same mind state. It's like, we already showed them this. They probably are expecting it again. Let's just run something new.
Right.
It logically makes a lot of sense. And if you can pull it off, that's the hard part. You have to be able to pull it off. It puts them in another uncomfortable situation where they can't react to. So you can either try and crushing them twice with the same strategy over and over, or you can be putting them in two uncomfortable situations. And if you do win that way, that's how you become a very scary team to play against.
Okay, I like it. And then the other one was, I mean, I guess just more the team item things, which to me, I was curious, like, if there are some items that certain teams just think are completely way too good relative to the cost or what it was. And I was curious if they have like a couple of the times. He didn't reveal it, but I'm pretty sure we could just like look through their, games and see what items they're getting in every single game. My guess is like mech pipe.
Yeah, for the most part, and the drums. I think
Right.
all the items that can stack or can't stack, you don't want to buy multiples of, and it's going to vary from game to game on which one is strong. Like, you're playing versus a Clockwork, right? So you're going to put the priority higher up into the Force staffs. If
Right.
you're playing against heroes like, let's say, Ember or something like that, you probably want more of a Greaves to sustain damage because he's doing that. So these are professional players. They play a lot of Dota. They know immediately when they get in the game which of these aura items are going to be the best. And as you mentioned, they just have a quick chat like, oh, we need these 3 aura items for sure this game. What heroes are going to buy them the best? You saw the Nature's Prophet. This is a hero that doesn't enjoy buying aura items at all. So since he wasn't buying them, it was up to Tofu, it was up to Celery to buy these items for the team, and so it was really just a decision between those two, and Ace probably just being like, yeah, I don't want to buy him this game, you guys buy him, and that's just how it ended.
I love it. I love it. Any final thoughts before we go to the break here, Fear, about this series, about... we won't go too much into the next one, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I guess all you can really say about this series is Gaming Gliders is pretty good. We'll put it that way.
All right, pretty good at Dota. We have, I think, a little bit of an extended break, if I'm not mistaken. It's supposed to start at like 25 or something. Maybe I'm wrong on that. We'll hear from our producers later. But for now, at least, we are going to go to a break, and when we come back, it is going to be Beast Coast facing off against Spirit. Is that right? That sounds right. Yeah, Beast Coast Spirit. Yeah. We'll see y'all in a few.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like I'm
Oh, hi everybody. How's it going out there? Hope you had a wonderful little break. We're getting ready for our second series here. Fear, what'd you get up to while you were doing it?
I was just watching more Dota games. I was catching the tail end of TSM versus Rebellion.
Who won? I wasn't watching that one.
It was a draw. They drew in the end. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I was catching the end of game number 1, and they went for like an all-in hit tier 4s, go for the throne play, and it looked pretty hype. But regardless, we got a different matchup that's coming up now. I was watching Diablo 2 speedruns during my break.
Oh, perfect.
Like a nerd.
It is quite nerdy.
Yeah. But we have an interesting matchup here. You talked about it in the opening to our segment of the show after Suns Fan and Cinderin left us, where Beast Coast versus Team Spirit, SA versus Eastern Europe. I guess I feel like we both have pretty good like understanding a bit of Beast Coast. Have you been able to catch that many of the Spirit games or Eastern Europe games in general?
Not a lot of them. We did watch the Tundra versus Spirit just yesterday. That was the most recent one that I saw. Other than that, I have not caught a ton of... I like to catch up a little bit on Team Spirit because I am a bit of a Collapse fan when he does play the right hero. I think he's a very talented player. So I'll keep up here and there. But unfortunately, Collapse has not been playing a lot of the heroes that I like seeing him play, which may be some of the reason why Spirit does struggle, but they're not really struggling that badly this tour. It's kind of like watching Entity. They're drawing everyone, but the games that we catch them is when they're at their worst. It's the same with Spirit. They only lost when we were watching them so far in DreamLeague. Other than that, it's been 2-0 against Now, 2-0 against Talon. They're doing some good stuff out here.
Yeah, and I think that's the part that's been a bit strange, is that we kind of caught Tundra at their best the other day, and Spirit at what felt like it's worse. Collapse, you mentioned his heroes that he was playing. He ended up playing in that last one Snapfire and Darkseer, and if I'm not mistaken, Snapfire, that was his 4th match overall on it, and for Darkseer, only 13 matches with a 38% win rate on the hero. Not his like most well-known ones, but the ones that are really well-known, they're kind of garbage now. Like Mars, bleh, who likes that hero? I know Liquid won with it earlier, but bleh.
Yeah, they don't really play those type of heroes anymore, and that style of offlaner is kind of dead. Like the Magnus, the Mars, like you just blink, stun, initiate. That is what Collapse was really famous for, his on-point initiations. He's playing more of like the Dooms, the greedy style. This is just generally how you play offlane now. It's more of like the Zoo meta where you're being some damage, tempo control, you're buying auras for the team, that type of style. And it's not something where you particularly can shine a lot in as an offlaner. You're just buying auras, you're walking across the map, you're just like this big body. And so that's what we've just kind of been missing from Spirit. And Laurel for me has been really hit or miss. He's had a very strange hero pool most of the time. Picking up Storm Spirit, which is okay. I just didn't really feel the impact. He'll play the Snapfire mid, which is cool and all, but at the end of the day, you're just a Snapfire mid. How much impact can you have in the earlier stages of the game?
Yeah, not a whole heck of a lot, it feels like. But it is strange, because I feel like I remember the days when Laurel was like kind of owning. I remember his old team. God, what team was it? Was he part of PuckChamp? Or was it...
It was like some I don't know, it was like some Bet Boom or something like that along the line. But yeah, he was a stand-up performer on that team, and I think Team Spirit saw that, and that is why they picked him up for their squad. So unfortunately for him, I haven't seen too many standout performances on the squad. He's still a really good mid laner. Team Spirit always makes it to the majors. They're always a contender at the tournaments, so he's still really good. I am just expecting more from him. I want to see like that over-the-top performances that I think that's what Spirit's missing right now to get to that next level and start winning some more championships.
I want to see him on a puck. That's the one that stands out to me. It was Laurel Puck looking really, really good. And you're right, it was Bet Boom. It was Wind Strike before then.
Yeah.
But yeah, had a couple of really standout performances, but basically got into competitive Dota on teams in 2021, so has not been around that long at all. And we do have a draft, which we can already get into now. Beast Coast facing off against Team Spirit. And to me, I am thinking this match, high octane, high tempo, if Beast Coast can have their stay in terms of the way that they want their game to go. For Team Spirit, I feel like they've been wanting to sort of drag it out into the later stages a little bit more. They've been the ones that have been like, all right, let's just keep farming, you know?
Yeah, it does look like they take the games pretty late. Just looking at the data, they've got quite a few 40-minute games, 30-minute games. Beast Coast, on their hand, they got some long games too, but they have some short ones. But that's what I expect from Beast Coast.
Right.
You get a little bit of everything. They have like a nice 24-minute win over here. Then they've got the 51-minute win over there. They're picking some Alchemists and Wraith Kings. Who else is doing that type of stuff? We got to see the Hector Abaddon, which he played recently against Tundra. They drew Tundra. He picked Abaddon. They unfortunately did lose, but Hector hero pool is always fun to watch. He picks out some heroes that no one else plays, and he makes them work. We're seeing more anti-mage first phase bans.
It's happening, man.
Yeah, the future is here. All the anti-mage games we've watched have not looked impressive, but maybe there's something we're missing here.
Well, I think it's also worth noting coming into this, it is going to be, Beast Coast sitting basically top of the charts in Group B with Team Liquid. They're 4-2 versus 5-1 of Liquid. And Team Spirit, they're also sitting 4-2. So a battle amongst the top dogs right now in DreamLeague Season 19. And, I mean, you start this off right now immediately picking up a Rubik. It hasn't looked like amazing to me. Some teams still like super highly value the support, but I don't know. I feel like he's sort of in a bit of a weird place where he's like, in some games he looks amazing, and then you get these first phase games where he doesn't get great steals, and it's kind of just like meh.
Right, and I think you're exactly right with the Rubik. You pick this hero right now because it's comfortable. I feel like you just pick a Rubik as overall first pick because you have nothing else to pick, really. It never feels bad to have a Rubik, but a lot of the times where we did see Rubik more popular in the meta is when you knew you were getting some better spells, but we're seeing it right now. Sometimes you're playing against heroes like the Enchantress or the Io, and all of a sudden like you don't have the greatest game for the spell steal. However, they did get a good hero that I personally think Rubik against Primal Beast is always a good time. Stealing Pulverize, always super fun. For whatever reason, it drags you in. So the more cast range you have, it quite literally just pulls you to the Rubik. So it's in a way like a Pudge Hook on top of a stun. Very, very annoying to play against if Rubik steals it. And of course you're going to give it away too because it's a channeling spell for the Primal Beast.
And it's a ton of damage too. That damage amp that comes out from Arcane Supremacy, it's a serious problem in that big AoE, and it looks funny, which also is great.
It's because it does the vacuum thing. That's why it looks funny. You grab them and you just pull them to you, but it's instant. It's like a teleportation.
Yeah.
But
ooh.
I mean, I told you, whenever you see Beast Coast, you never know what you're gonna get. Sometimes you just get a Dawnbreaker first too, when no one else is doing it. I'm curious about Team Spirit, though. Who's going to play this Primal? Because I know Collapse plays a really good Primal Beast here.
I like that a lot on him. I do kind of wonder if maybe that's what Beast Coast is anticipating. Is there any chance that this could be a Hector Dawnbreaker?
That is not something I've seen a lot of.
Yeah.
But is there a chance? Let me see real quick. Let me check to see if Hector
he has no games played on Dawnbreaker in competitive. Yeah. Okay, so no. But
Sacred plays it a lot. That's what I do know.
So you think that's going to be who takes it in this one?
Yeah, probably. I don't see who else would play it. Because Dark Mago, he has his set of heroes.
Yeah.
Hector has a big hero pool, but he also has his set, and Dawnbreaker doesn't fit for either of those. But it could be a support too.
Right.
I could see either of the supports playing this hero.
It just feels like a big beefy hero to throw up against the Primal Beast. Does sometimes like not necessarily lack for damage, but I feel like you don't necessarily pick this hero for the damage it does with Dawnbreaker. It's like the maneuverability, map control, the heals, that type of stuff instead.
Yeah, I think it's a response to Primal, because Primal likes to initiate and lock down a target, and that's usually the target you want to burst, right? The one that's being pulverized. If you just drop the Dawn ulti on top of that, it'll give you some defense against that. And Primal Beast, he's a very simple creature. He does one thing, he does it really well. He runs in and he slams your face on the ground. So it's predictable, and Dawnbreaker is really good at stopping those type of initiations.
Okay. And also, if you're using Onslaught to get in with Primal Beast, like, you might not have the greatest capability to get out after you go for that initiation.
Right. I mean, that's like the general hero concept, right? You're unstoppable beast that runs in and destroys everything. If it doesn't work, you just die. So there's no maneuverability here unless you want to buy a Blink Dagger and try and get in there. But that'll require a lot of farm. I'm still super curious to see where they're going to place this Primal Beast. If they're going to throw it on Laurel in the mid lane, is it just going to be a support here for Mira, or is Collapse going to pick it up? You do have the options here. I don't think you want to, for sure, just be like, Collapse is going to play it no matter what without seeing the lane matchup, because lane matchups are super important, as we saw in the last series. If you win all 3 lanes, the game's going to be super easy. If you lose all 3 lanes, it's struggle city out there. So you got to keep that in consideration while drafting. Try to get the best lanes possible.
Right. Yeah, and I think in terms of that type of dynamic, right, Primal Beast out of mid comes online that much more quickly, can become an issue before Dawnbreaker is able to sort of counter the moves that he's making. But then the flip side to that, too, is that you're kind of then putting a higher priority on this hero that's already been countered in the draft. So if things go badly, it's going to go badly really hard. So that's something to think about also in there.
I really like the ban from Spirit of banning the Bloodseeker. I've seen this matchup a couple times against the Primal Beast, and it's very sad for Primal playing against the Bloodseeker. You do not want to get ruptured on this hero. And then unfortunately, your puck is gone. You wanted to see Laurel pick up his puck. Beast Coast know it. They did their research. He's not getting it.
10 seconds remaining.
And I feel like it's not a hero that you can first phase either, but
definitely not. The days of puck first phase are gone. Thank God. Those were terrible times when puck was that powerful. You could just first pick it and you couldn't respond to it.
The days of Abed Puck. As soon as he stopped picking at first phase, I knew it was gone.
I mean, that Puck was completely OP. It got a lot of nerfs since then, and I think Puck is in a good place now. Let's keep Puck where it's at.
That's fair. Okay, well, last ban now for Team Spirit into their pick. They've taken away 2 counters for the Primal, and now trying to figure out which way they want to go with the rest of their draft. I feel like I see a lot of teams use a ton of reserve time in this spot often.
Yeah, you have to decide now, is Primal going to be a support, or is it going to be a core? Which core are you leaning towards it to be the most? And that goes into consideration of, like, your ban here. I would say using this much time could be a little detrimental for your later picks, because you're not going to have much reserve time, but it is a very important pick here. They're going to give us a little more information of where is Primal going to be sitting in this draft, as if we see support, we'll know it's a core.
I was wondering if they DC'd or something there. Went down to 20 seconds reserve time. Holy smokes. So Clockwork taken out, which does signal to me at least. I mean, it's good against Primal no matter what position it's in.
Which makes you wonder why did it take so long to ban that, if they're going to do a blanket ban for the Primal Beast here.
That to me says that they're still deciding right now which way they wanted to go, but they just like, this is a hero that's going to be annoying against it. Dude, this Dawnbreaker pick has thrown them for a loop. And they go back for the IO. So it is a core Primal and potentially play together with this IO. Very little control on this Team Spirit roster out of the supports.
Yeah, but Primal Beast IO is something that I've seen a decent amount in pubs. That's really strong. Normally you see it with the Leshrac, but the Spell Amp is really good for Primal Beast. The more move speed you get with Primal Beast is also really good. The only difference is between a Primal Beast and, let's say, a Leshrac, where this combo is more predominant, is Primal stops doing damage when he's stunned, whereas Leshrac does not. So that's why we don't see it as much, because you can just shut down this type of play. So if I'm Beast Coast right now, I'm thinking about picking some stuns here. Because if you let Primal just run around while tethered, trampling on everyone, it's going to look like the most OP thing in the world. But if you got a couple of stuns or slows here, you're really going to make it feel like he doesn't have as much play options. More specifically, you probably want stuns that go through BKB, because you know Primal at some point will buy the BKB. But this kind of works too. You can't really use Trample on a Storm Spirit. But these early pick Storm Spirits are abusable. We've definitely seen Storms struggle in the laning stage and have a hard time finding a way to come online, but they're also block picking it to some degree here as well on Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I mean, and also, in the pool too.
If they wanted to run that for Spirit, that seems like a pretty decent option, just to pair with everything else that they've got. I think that the one thing is, like, Beast Coast, they don't have last pick, so they're going to need to take a mid and reveal that stuff at some point anyways. I mean, I guess that they could have saved it for last, but it would have still been countered.
I think in the current meta right now, you want to save your carry for the latest pick possible. Pretty much at any cost, because if your carry gets countered, it can be a very difficult game, whereas if your mid gets countered, it's still manageable. You're still going to be able to pick up water runes, you're still going to be able to make some rotations, and you oftentimes don't get owned that hard in the mid lane with the heroes that are available to you, to the point where you just can't lane.
Yeah. Well, you wanted stuns. You got it.
I did indeed. This one's a Schofield classic. But then again, it is Beast Coast. This team, I've seen Schofield quite literally play Storm Pos 4, so I'm never going to predict anything when it comes to this team, because anything is possible. I mean, Earthshaker versus Ember mid. This is a matchup that I've seen go Earthshaker's way many times. Not saying they're going to do it.
Play it though?
I'm going off the wall here with these suggestions, by the way, just because this is Beast Coast here. They can make it happen if they really want to.
Okay.
I don't want them to, but it could happen.
It might just. Mago does play Storm, though, a lot, right? I'm not remembering that incorrectly.
Yeah, he has... Yeah, in the past 6 months, get this here. He has 5 games of Storm. 100% win rate.
Hey.
Yeah, he has
pretty
5
good.
He doesn't play it a lot, but when he does, he doesn't lose.
Yeah.
I said that about the Bane last game and that lost, but...
Yeah, that was a bit rough from them, though.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta curse these teams to put them back in their place.
Well, they did decide to go Ember instead of the Lesh, so more reach, more run at you, it feels like. This is a very fast-paced draft from Spirit.
Yeah, Ember's a hero a lot of people like to pick for Storm. You do oftentimes lose the lane, but Storm doesn't really enjoy buying items that get rid of the root, right? So you don't really want to buy BKB, you don't want to buy a Eul's on this hero, so you get in a situation where you just, you still buy the same items, but that lockdown is invaluable versus Storm if you can land it on the Ember.
Getting ready now. Slark taken away as well as the Ursa. I'm trying to think of like other super hard counters for Dawnbreaker in lane, like Monkey King. How good is that one?
In the lane, it's good.
Yeah.
My favorite hero versus Dawn is Lifestealer, personally.
Okay.
It's quite good. You don't get stunned. You can just keep right-clicking them. But it's going to be Beast Coast pick first, and they have to deal with the Primal Beast. Which, Lifestealer could be good for them as well, but it's banned, so never mind. They're going to have to go through Hector's playbook here. A lot of the options. I think the Slark, the Ursa are both good versus Primal. The Lifestealer is good versus the Primal. So a lot of the options that would be good for both sides. Like the big strength tanky offlaners, the Dawnbreaker and the Primal have similar counters. So pretty much 4 of them got banned. Now you're in a situation where you're kind of just like picking what's left. And Beast Coast get first selection. Which Void is also good against the Dawnbreaker. So you don't have that option for Team Spirit. So it really feels like Yatoro here, even though he has last pick, doesn't have the better picking phase because they both want the same type of hero.
Yeah,
in this
that's
type
super
of game.
Interesting. And now I mean, granted, they have a lot of stuff on their lineup, but one thing they don't have a lot of on Team Spirit is control. Faceless Void, if he gets to that like shard, feels like it's going to be really difficult to shut him down.
For sure. And then what are we going to get for last pick here? I was going to look at some options,
Yikes.
but... Yikes! Is that how it is now? You see a Sven and it's a yikes?
I mean, pretty much.
I'm with you on that one. I'm a big Sven enjoyer myself. And I sometimes like to suggest heroes I personally play, but I'm always wrong about it. Except for last time I got the Lone Druid. I
There
would
you
not
go.
have suggested Sven here, though, to be fair. I was going to suggest Lone Druid again.
So why
was
wouldn't you have suggested Sven? What's the problem with Sven in this game?
Problem with Sven, as with most Sven games, is you don't like playing against heroes that can kite you. You don't like being stunned through BKB. I don't like playing Sven versus Faceless Void, personally speaking. So that's a problem. And number two, you think your laning is going to be good versus Dawnbreaker because you have a stun. You can stop the Starbreaker. But oftentimes that's not how this lane goes. The hero is quite weak in the laning stage unless you want to commit more points into the stun, which I think you kind of have to do, but that slows down your ability to farm because you get less points in the cleave, you get less points into your war cry, which helps you get around the map quicker to farm even faster. The hero is what it is, though. It's a Sven. If you do get the initiation, you get the blink dagger, you can find the openings, you do a lot of burst damage, you farm really quickly, regardless if you win or lose your lane. It just comes down to the situation of, can I burst a target? Do I have the initiation? And if the answer is no on Sven, then you get kited and then you die. So, very single-dimensional playstyle. It either works and it looks really good, or it just gets in a situation where it looks really bad. And oftentimes, it looks bad.
That's fair. I think it's interesting seeing this come out right now. Also, you maybe have some added value because, like you're talking about, you're playing with this IO. There's good initiators that can set up for a fight with Collapse. Playing on that Primal and Laurel and the Ember that can maybe get you in a good position for a relocate gank. Yeah. But of course, like you talk about, Chronosphere is pretty freaking good. I'll also mention that there have been 2 Sven games so far in DreamLeague. Both of them were played by OG. They won one and they lost one. The one that they lost against was Liquid. The one that they won against was Nigma. So maybe this will be the true telling of how the real state of this hero.
Yep. It all comes down to this one game. If Sven is relevant or not. Nothing else matters.
That's true. Nothing at all.
I mean, to talk about the Chronosphere a bit against the Sven, I think the IO is going to be a bit of an X factor here. Because you can save people from Chrono as an IO.
Yeah.
It is possible. And that's going to be Dark Mago's job here as Storm Spirit to shut down the IO's gameplay. So, Sven can always work. I feel like you can just pick this hero and it always has a chance of working. But it is a bit risky here, and it kind of does show you that this was honestly probably Yatoro's. They're going to try going, but he's just going to leap out of this one, I believe.
Dun, 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 dun. He's gone.
Yeah. It's just the state of the hero right now, and the Yatoro's probably... It was probably his, like, 10th option of what he wanted, but everything else was banned and taken, so what can you do?
Yeah. Fair enough. And maybe he's going to get to that crazy super farmed state. He's going to be going in for a Wraith Band, it looks like. Phase, Mask of Madness, Echo, most likely.
There's only one build for this hero. It's the Mask of Madness, into the Echo Saber, into the Disassemble, into the BKB.
So
into the Blink Dagger.
I have seen some people, like, opt to go back for the mask afterwards, after getting like Echo Saber, rebuy the Mask of Madness. I don't really know. There's like, I feel like a couple weird intricacies that go on in there.
There's a lot.
It didn't look particularly good, but it's all kind of the same items as 3 Bounty Runes for Spirit.
That's basically how you play Sven. You just disassemble your items and make new items with it. And then replace them, and then you disassemble your mask, and you're like, is it a good game for Satanic? This butterfly seems tempting. Now that I have this quarterstaff from the Mask of Madness, you might go into that option. But your power spike is always going to be around the Mask of Madness, the BKB, the Blink Dagger, and the Echo Saber. If you're having a rough game at that stage of the game, it doesn't get better for you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fair. All of the games where we've sort of seen it, it's like, if you're talking about, oh god, what do they need now? What do they need now? You're kind of behind and not going to be in a good position. We'll see if also Mira up on the top side for this IO is going to be able to find some space to step back and try and stack up Ancients or what have you.
Yeah, I really do think that could be something decent for them. Primal is a hero that can clear them, especially if he goes for the Vanguard. Oh, he's not even going for the Vanguard build. He looks like he's going straight into the... Maybe the boots of bearing? No, he's going phase boots into drums. So we might see some double boots later on in this game.
Interesting. Okay.
It's all about the move speed with Primal.
True. And also gets the bonus move speed in immediately from the IO too, so you can kind of double down on that stuff, which could be pretty nifty.
I do think he should, however, get a BKB after the drums. He will need it. There's a lot of stuns in this game. Of course, you can't. Doesn't do much for you against the Faceless Void, but Void isn't always going to be there.
True. Well, in the mid lane, Laurel, Mago, very even in terms of farm at this point. A slight lead right now for the Ember, but there's a whole creep wave that's coming in here too. So trading off farm, we've seen this matchup a million times. It's mainly these side lanes where I feel like we're going to be looking for other action to happen.
If someone dies in the mid lane, there was a grave mistake that has happened. Because as much as we've seen these matchups, these guys have played this exact matchup many times, probably hundreds of times at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Mira. Hector thought about time walking that one off, but only 1 point in it right now. Needs to be kind of judicious because if he does ever use it, Primal can go for the all-in play pretty quickly and just do a ton of damage.
Trouble. Oh, great stun from Schofield there, blocking the spin off.
Well, up top, Stinger getting trampled on, collapse, pushes him all the way back. Mira gets the courier snipe. So a lot of regen in this lane with the headdress and tether going.
Which lane is going to die first? I feel like Beast Coast's bottom lane will be the first one to die, most likely. You're running like a Shaker plus Dawnbreaker lane. Pretty weak lane. Enchantress is going to spam you. Yatoro, he's got 2 points saved up. He might go an extra point on the Stormhammer if he sees a kill opportunity. If not, he'll put those into Cleave or Warcry. Just saving it up for now. Whereas top lane, I feel like you're not really killing anything with a Rubik support and a Faceless Void. And it's going to be very difficult for Collapse to kill the Void as a Primal as well.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like we said, he's always got that time walk available to him. Down bottom, Yadaro's alone while Ench is getting a creep. He throws out the stun to buy a little bit of space between him and Sacred. But you can see Miposhka having to lead the lane. It does provide them a little bit of opportunity to harass back Yadaro a bit. But that does ensure that no rune for Mago.
Yeah, he had an empty bottle there too. That was definitely planned out by Laurel here. Being like, hey, if you get bottom rune here, I'm level 5 now, I'm going to spam the Storm Spirit. He's probably going to have to end up getting his bounty rune or go back to base before the 6-minute rune does come out.
Has been able to keep his mana and HP pretty high though, which is one part that's pretty nice for him.
Say that, but it's going to go down soon.
Uh-oh. Laurel, he glyphed the wave. Good damage? Yeah, he's got to go back and do something. Surely. Oh my god, it's crazy.
That's just mid laners. That's just how you play mid.
Yeah.
These guys just live with slivers of HP, knowing their limits exactly when they're going to die or not. I've seen countless mid laners just sit there on 100 HP, just knowing they have a Fairy Fire and they're not going to die.
Right.
It's the nature of the beast.
Dude, that's why I can't play mid. Among many other reasons. I'd just be too afraid. Well, 1,000 gold into the lead right now off the laning stage. Things going really well. And the main person that's been hurting from all of this has been K1 up top. Still no first blood at 5 minutes. Mago, after... He got the bounty rune, right? He did, but still very low and has to bring out a salve now.
As I mentioned, these lanes are not really easy. And I think you can't underestimate that one move Miposhka made to steal the rune. Is this a kill on Miposhka?
Oh, maybe. First blood comes in. Right. Schofield takes it.
Here I was talking about this is the lane that was going to get first blooded. Instead, they get the first blood themselves. But back to my point of like that one rune that Miposhka took away from Mago is forcing him to buy salves. It's forcing him not able to see us under the tower right now. It put him in a situation where he is now losing the lane. One small water rune can do that. And now you know why your mid laners get so mad when you don't check the runes.
Ooh, big
illusion.
Jump to ensure it, and the illusion is going to keep him alive. So he does manage to pull this back a bit. That rune was really important for him. Sacred, though, does go down bottom. Yadaro able to find that kill.
Yep. And the mid lane, Shaker's TPing in. He wants a bottle refill, but this is awkward.
It is a little bit, but Laurel burns through the entire bit and, well, has to Remnant to get away. So they did get the bottle refill for all that's worth.
So we
Collapse.
can go walk back.
Yeah, well, you know.
It is what it is.
Happens
Time
for the rest
dilation
of us.
is super annoying when you play Primal, by the way. You want to trample around, you want to use your onslaught, but you got the time dilation on you. Slowing your move speed will also make you do less damage. This trample is movement speed based. That's why they went for the void here. Not only do you have the time walk, but I feel like the dilation is the more annoying thing for the Primal Beast than the time walk just itself.
Courier
Going
going
what
down.
Are you doing there, buddy?
Also, battle going as they find Hector up top. Going to try and bring him low. Hector in trouble, is going to die. While in the meantime, Maposhka went in pretty far, ended up getting punished for it. And Schofield hiding away also was brought somewhat low. The Earthshaker barely able to get out of there.
So I wasn't really looking that much at the net worth.
Yeah,
I just looked up, and in 7 minutes, it's already 3,000. It doesn't feel like it's a 3,000
No.
advantage for them. Like, the lanes are going okay. Everyone's chilling and farming out. Feels like Sacred. They got first blood in the bot lane. It seemed pretty even here, but no, they're just not hitting creeps here.
Yeah. No, it's been pretty rough. And these attempts at kills, although this one might work, they find the control. Laurel is going to go down. Dark Mago gets the finish, gets a haste rune. They're trying to bring this back a little bit for themselves.
Yeah, it's been pretty slow as far as action until now, but it's going to pick up a lot, especially when you start getting things like Pulverize online for Collapse. He's going to be a force where he can just be super annoying to the Void, just spamming that off cooldown on him. And then I think after he uses his Time Walk, he's going to try and charge in. So we can expect that coming pretty soon here, but what else we can expect is Dark Mago making a move to the top lane too.
As Maposhka able to get away and turn it, and Yadaro shows back up. Get some good damage onto Sacred, while up top they find him, gonna kill off Mira, trying to look for more with this haste, but just needs to run away while Laurel is pushing in his wave towards mid.
I don't think I've seen this build before on Dark Mago. He has
No?
Arcane Boots. The build right now that most Storms go is for the Falcon Blade into Witchblade, but he's going Arcane Boots. Oh, he got a Fairy's Trinket, a little lucky there. Perfect item for Storm. Into the Kaya. So,
Yeah.
a new type of build here. To remind you, he hasn't really lost with this hero yet, so he knows what he's doing. But it's definitely different and unique. I'm curious to see how this one pans out. You know,
I
Laurel
feel like-
going for a stock standard.
Yeah, then the normal stuff, Orb of Corrosion, Phase, all the rest of that. I feel like I remember hearing somebody as Schofield is going to die. Laurel with the nice nifty kill there. I feel like I remember seeing a Storm Spirit game earlier today maybe where they went Arcanes too, but I can't remember. Sacred tries to get away from Yadaro, does manage to get some separation there, and that keeps him alive. But yeah, it's something that I have not seen that much of. Do you like the decision?
I'm not sure yet. It logically makes sense. You're going to do less damage with this build.
Okay.
Because inherently, Falcon Blade, it gives, and you have less health, right? Falcon Blade gives you damage and health. Witchblade gives you a lot of damage as well. And Sacred? Oh, Maposhka, rather. Getting punished. It feels like... So I'll touch on that really quickly on the Storm Spirit build. It's going to give him a lot of mana to play with the ulti and make moves on the map, but he's going to do a lot less damage as a result. In top lane, we got the Chrono.
Chrono catches on to all three. The damage was not really there, but they do have enough to take down Collapse. Now, can they find more? Laurel, trying to play cleanup, has already taken down Stinger, and Mira in some trouble. The root and only connected onto Sacred, finds the finish with that arrow, and, well, even with this DD, he has one more remnant in a second. The fissure, the echo, the control, the turn, the damage isn't going to be enough. Laurel has to get out of here. The time dilation, it's not back up again. 8 seconds away, and Sacred kills him off with his dying swing of the hit. What a huge fight.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna get in some small like macro plays that are happening on the map efficiency, then all hell breaks loose on the map here as Beast Coast is now online. But what I was getting at, I think things have calmed down now. If you look at Yatoro, he's farming enemy ancients by himself. And then if you look at the Radiance ancients, they're being stacked there. So there's an efficient play here going for Team Spirit to get the Sven really farmed. I say get him really farmed, but at his net worth is already out of control. It's only get worse as they might try and kill Yatoro. Their God Strength is up. Or, sorry, Yatoro is going to try and attack.
Has already jumped. Time dilation's there. Tries to survive. Sacred shows up. Hammer and runaway. Now, at the very least, he did manage to finish his Midas before he died. But
there's always that.
Does not feel great outside of that, because he is down, what, 2,600 gold, while Ancients, like you said, are still being stacked. I don't even know if they can really steal these either. I feel like they have to try and shut down his farm somehow, though.
It's going to be hard. I think you need potentially a rune on Dark Magro, which he does have.
Schofield doing a good job of keeping Collapse off of him. He broke the onslaught with enchant totem timing, which is pretty hype.
Is that possible? I didn't see that.
He did it. Yeah.
Oh, the onslaught. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. That's a very good time. That's really hard. I was thinking pulverize for a second. I was like, oh, it's not possible. But yeah, you have to time that really, really well, especially if there's slow animations of Earthshaker. Right?
Arcane Ring finds him, and another rotation for the kill with Sacred. Now, Enchantress trying to get away. They actually relocated in with Mira and Laurel, trying to find the kill, and Maposhka brings him down. Can they kill Mira afterwards? But the stun! Did they decide to pull him away? They don't, so they leave Laurel to his fate. It's enough to kill off the Storm Spirit. And in the end, because of all these efficient moves that we've been seeing from Yadro and his AFK farming, they're absolutely wrecking now. Good connection. Schofield wanting to run in, has an echo ready. Will it be enough damage though? No. Laurel commits for the kill. They're going to find Sacred after. Sticks around for just a bit too long, and they get punished hard.
Wow. I think at this stage of the game now, some good rotations from Beast Coast. However, this Sven, quite the problem. We talked about what we don't like about this hero, but we also talked about what we do like about him. He can farm fast. You can't change that. But if you get too far ahead on a Sven, this hero is hard to deal with. If you think about what Faceless Void can offer, and that's going to be the Chronosphere to lock him down, but if he's just farmed enough to sit in the Chrono and you can't kill him, at that point, this becomes a much different matchup.
Right. Yeah, they're going to need something big from this lineup here. Sacred's going to need to kind of have damage, and he's going for Greaves. Collapse. It's getting jumped on, but Mago, he's still playing around with the regen rune, has arcane boots. They're moving in. Also with the Chronosphere, it connects onto all, but where's the damage? Do they have enough? Mago trying to bring him down, still has that regen. Control coming out. Yadro off to the side. They find the finish, but it is going to be Schofield going down in turn. They're too strong. No. They are way too strong. And Team Spirit
went up to the high ground.
Oh, this guy's crazy, but the regen rune. Dark Mago tries to make the move, but he runs out. His regen, it wears off. Wants to kill Laurel desperately. It's not going to happen. Triple kill for Laurel.
What did I just watch? Like, literally, Schofield blocked his Void so he couldn't get the last hit on the Primal there with the Fissure. And then Sacred decides to go to the high ground instead of just retreating there, forcing them into a fight that they lost 2 more heroes than that they needed to. That was insane. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Like, literally crazy. Like, I'm not sure what they were thinking there.
Yeah, it's not great. And, like, I'm looking at this lineup from Beast Coast across the board. They really need damage, and they very much do not have it. I feel like it's going to be, like, incumbent upon Stinger to steal something crazy, but what is he actually stealing in this game? Like, the best steal is Stormhammer, I feel like. Which, by the way, down bottom, Sacred, gonna try and escape, does manage to.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. I would argue the best deal he can do is probably Pulverize.
Okay.
But that's about it. Yeah, you're right on the mark there. There's not a lot to steal. Maybe you get a Stormhammer, maybe you get Pulverized.
I was thinking in terms of, like, damage to throw into Chrono, but I guess Pulverize is still good enough to do that to some extent, because you get that, like, AoE damage around it or what have you.
Yeah, no, their Chrono damage is terrible.
Okay.
Top lane, is that enough damage? Don't think so, right? Yeah. Oh, with the relocate, that's enough damage.
Zip in. Mago, he still wants to fight. He's not doing anything to Yadro. Stinger's dying to Maposhka. wants to find a target. There's nobody to hit here. Collapse does not care even a little bit. Schofield, they have vision of him, and he's just going to drop 2. Rooted for a moment. They are all dying one by one. They fall. Able to even slight dodge the stun coming from Sacred. This is a slaughter.
It's not looking good. How do you deal with Sven at this point? That's my only question right now that not even I can answer. You don't have any damage to kill him. I was gonna mention that the fact, like, where's the damage coming from? This is definitely, there's 2 ways to play Faceless. You pick him fairly early in the draft and you rely on your team to add damage to the Chrono, or you just pick him and he provides his own damage for the Chrono. But you need a lot of farm for that, and this is definitely a scenario where Faceless Void needs to do his own damage inside the Chrono series, as no one will provide that. But he doesn't have enough farm. And it's more so the enemy team has too much farm than he doesn't have enough farm. It's definitely difficult. And Yatoro, his BKB is ready now. Has had the Blink Dagger. Going into potentially a Daedalus next, just all out pure damage here. I wouldn't be surprised if he changes it up and decides to go for a Bloodthorn or something. But we'll see.
Well, I think that there is a third way that you can play Faceless Void sometimes, which is, one is your team does damage, one is you do damage, or just no damage is done, and you type GG.
That's the third way. Just lose.
that might be what we're seeing here, depending.
I was going over conditions in which the Void wins the game, but
got it.
The third condition is the one where he does neither of those and he loses.
Well, yep, that's the one right there. As up top, not even needing to pop the BKB, died in about 4 swipes from big old Sven.
Yeah, why don't people pick this hero more? Sven is such a good Dota hero. We've been saying it the whole time.
Oh god. Oh no. Stinger, he wants to get away. It's not gonna happen. They're too fast. Dude, the thing too is, like, you remember back in the day they would build like Sanjin Yasha with it? Oh wait, he relocates in just himself. Did not have the tether back up to bring in Sven, but he has a TP for himself. So
he'll
Laurel
probably
gets the
bring
kill,
him back,
but
or maybe he won't. Perhaps he should. I guess too many dead heroes on Beast Coast can't really punish that relocate.
Has a bottle ruin. Schofield is nearby also. They know that Schofield's there. And blink to try and get away, but they find him. That is nothing doing. Maposhka gets the heal off, has a glimmer too. Collapse finds this Earthshaker dead to Laurel. And ready to go for more. Man, not a whole lot of options.
Yeah, you're down 15k at 19 minutes. It's not looking good. Every single core, at least it hasn't got to the stage yet where there's 4 heroes from the Radiant in the top 4 network slots. That's when you know things are real bad.
Oh yeah.
But it potentially could get there. There is a chance.
Yadaro looking, wanting to find somebody. Dude, he's just hunting now.
Yeah, he's online. He's doing a really good job at using his net worth to contribute. As they he's here.
Heal? Not gonna happen. All right, another kill for Yadaro as he walks on in. Echo Slam onto 2, finds him. Okay, wait a minute now. Yeah, no Yadaro BKB. All alone. No more BKB, but Laurel showing up. Yadaro, he turns to fight, but they kill him off. Laurel, the last one to run on in. Collapse, never mind, is going to join too. So, you know, for how bad it could have... Okay, no. It could have gone worse, and then it did. And Mago tries to escape, but no. Triple kill. It could have gone worse for Beast Coast.
Well, if you want to look at it, technically they were 15... never mind. They were 15k up. They went down to 14k, so that was a 1,000 gold trade there because of how farmed Sven was.
Yeah.
So technically, that was a Beast Coast win.
There you go. Team wipe win.
It literally was a Beast Coast win. They got 1,000 net worth advantage over that one fight.
I did see Storm Spirit take away the tome. He's building into that one. And also, I think it's pretty interesting going for the Aghanim shard on him. He bought it himself, so that is buying his team some amount of damage. you know? And it's maybe a way to throw some damage into Chrono.
This is definitely a different way of playing Storm than we normally see.
There it is. They use it immediately. Shard gets a kill onto Io, blows him up very quickly.
Oh, I heard
But now Sven. Oh, he dodges. He's able to get away from that stun. Fissure,
well timed
thrown out. No echo, but a good Chrono. Is it going to be enough damage? Mago, he tries to go in, doesn't have overload again for a little bit, able to remnant out with Laurel. Dark Mago low on mana, needs to escape, zips to the side, able to get away, but
he died in one
Hector,
stun.
Not so lucky. Not so lucky. They try and move in with Schofield a little ways away. The stun, the cleave, he one-shots for 2 kills.
He got a crit.
Yatoro playing some good dotes here. Wants to go in for a snipe, but Dark Mago gets punished. The tip onto Laurel, the tip onto Mago. Yeah, they really were cooking him here. Team Spirit, they don't want to lose anymore.
That's the thing you were mentioning at the beginning. You were expecting there to be mayhem and chaos in this game, and you got exactly that. I can't even keep up with what's going on. Heroes are dying, coming into the fight. 2 more heroes die, and then when you think the dust has settled, here comes Dark Mago coming for some more. This game is absolutely insane.
It's 51 kills in 23 minutes. And the only thing that's surprising to me about this the most is that they've actually got 17 kills on Beast Coast. They found a way to actually find some kills in this game, which I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to.
It's a Beast Coast factor. They always find a way to make things chaotic, and when you count them out, that's when they're the strongest.
True.
So technically, they're in peak form right now.
Yeah, they are.
You gotta be careful.
Also, oh my god, Beast Coast, they have a Philosopher's Stone, but nobody's holding it.
Oh no.
Guys, get the Philly.
The thing is, Stinger, he wants to hold the Pupil's Gift, because that 15 stats could be the difference of him getting spells off or not.
That's
Nobody else really wants it. Shaker, actually, maybe the Lance of Pursuit is... No, he kind of needs the mana. He legitimately needs the mana from the Lance of Pursuit to do his spells.
Yeah.
So, nobody wants it. Literally, there's just nobody who wants it. I would argue Stinger could rotate it into his inventory when he's not fighting.
Wait a minute.
Oh, Sacred.
No, yeah, that is, that's a dead hero. Laurel, I don't think he dies here. Oh, Echo, maybe. Wait, hold, no! Laurel, he gets away the Glimmer! Oh my god, and Stinger tried to kill him with the Slight. Maybe he gets
they got him!
Fade Bolt. That was needed. So much gold going to Stinger. And I also just point out, Philly also has 200 mana bonus, as does Lance of Pursuit. So, yeah. Collapse. They're dropping sprays, and there we go. A little bit of love before the death.
Okay, hold on, I gotta check this out. I don't play enough support. Oh, it does give you 200 mana. All right, very interesting.
There you go. He swapped it.
Yeah, there was no reason for him not to have it, unless he thinks the right-click damage is gonna get him some kills.
Right.
Which is kind of substantial for a Shaker, to be fair.
Yeah,
at this stage of the game, I'd rather have the gold.
Yeah. Well, he does have his shard now. They've been able to hold high ground. It's a 20,000 gold lead. And yeah, more kills just coming out as they're just slamming their faces into each other. But eventually, like you said, even if your entire team dies because they're so far ahead, the kills start to become worth it, right?
I'm just stuck on the fact that Philosopher's Stone gives you mana. You blew my mind. What have I known this whole time? It was a lie.
It's these damn neutral items, man. They're crazy.
They really are. I feel like that shouldn't give you mana. I think 80
right?
GPM and minus 30 attack damage is already OP. Why the hell does it give you mana? Anyway, moving on. What's going on in this game? Sven has a Daedalus. So pretty much state of the game that worries me the most is every single time Sven stuns Void, he dies in one stun.
Right.
And that's bad, obviously. Because if you can time walk off that initiation, alright, we gotta relocate and speaking of dying in one stun, that was 2 stuns, so
True. They're cheating.
improvement.
Yeah.
Oh, Halberd on the Faceless Void.
Whoa. I mean, Hector does know Sven very well. He's played this hero more than a few times. Are we seeing some crazy too? No, not gonna go for it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. Laurel gets saved. Oh, in the turn. GG. They're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fair.
Well,
it's only so long you'll allow the slaughter to continue.
So 61 kills in a 27-minute game. The absolute bloodbath. It was fun though, you know?
That was
it's
a fun
entertaining
game.
Dota.
Maybe not for Beast Coast, but it was fun to watch. And definitely fun for Team Spirit. Being in a situation here where, yet again, we see a game where we are being blessed with games that all 3 lanes lose. In every single game that we watch. For one team. And the games end up very, very one-sided and very quick. We're not in a patch right now where you can just lose all 3 lanes and come back.
Yeah. And that, you know, that's I think sometimes been a bit annoying when that is possible. It is kind of crazy that like our game time of watching Dota today has been like an hour and like 2 minutes or something. We've kind of been chilling. It's just been nice. But I hope we get a pretty action-packed one again, because I like to see that. Change-ups in game number 2. I mean, I don't even know. I guess they just need to win their lanes, so more focus on laning heroes or something? Or was it outplay the whole time? What was the issue?
So, I'm looking at the lanes, right? So you're playing versus the Primal Beast of the Void, which is a fine matchup. I think the support duo is the culprit here. You have Rubik Shaker supports, infamously weak laners. So if you make adjustments there, I think you're going to have a lot better time in the laning stage. I think the rotation Miposhka made to shut down Dark Mago is what made him lose the mid lane, so that was just an outplay there. And the fact that Yatoro was winning his lane so hard that he could allow his support to leave to make that play. So everything kind of is like connected in some way. So if you're just looking at a quick fix, support duo a bit too greedy here.
Okay. Well, we'll see if they can make that quick fix, or if we're going to get in for another sort of walloping coming out from Spirit onto Beast Coast. For now, we're going to head to a quick break. When we get back, it's game number 2. See y'all then. Welcome back, you wonderful people out there. We got more action coming up. The final game of the day, for us at least. I think we're probably way ahead of the other stream.
I would
at
imagine
this
so.
point. Yeah.
I mean, if we had like a 25-minute series before, then a 27-minute game here.
Yeah.
Couldn't go much faster.
So good stuff so far from Team Spirit in game number 2 now coming up pretty soon here. It is going to be Beast Coast taking second pick, Spirit getting Radiant, so same sides as we saw last time around. And Beast Coast, though, are going to have the one with the last pick overall. So it does change around a couple things. I don't know. I don't want to see the Rubik first overall. I'm tired of it. I don't do it anymore. And I feel like Beast Coast is a team that would change up their style in between games a lot, too. They might be willing to.
Oh, definitely. For sure. I talked to Moose back probably a few years ago, and I asked him... Things have definitely changed, so this is a joke, by the way. He talked about, like, how does Beast Coast draft? What's your guys' preparation like? And he was like, I don't know, bro. We just go into the game. We freestyle it. We just go in and just pick some heroes for the game and see what happens. That was a couple of years ago. I'm sure things have changed. They have ideas. They have coaches. How they're going to play this game, we will see. We will definitely see. I agree with you on the Rubik. I specifically don't like the Rubik on the POS 5 position. It is playable. I know it has some merit. I think the merits are too little to warrant it being picked in that position. Most POS 5s right now, they win you the lane for one. Rubik doesn't do that. Number two is they oftentimes can heal you and sustain you throughout the game. Not only just in the laning stage, but in the mid game. Rubik doesn't do either of those. I can't think of a more greedy POS 5. They're just playing for themselves, and hopefully you have a way to find your own game as a carry, and that's not a very supportive mentality, if you were to ask me.
Right, I agree. And kind of falling in with that, too, is we kind of saw how rough Hector's lane kind of became eventually. He had to go back for that Midas, couldn't really get things going that well for himself. Yeah. And there were a couple of like solid moves that they've made around the map. We saw like the jump in from Dark Mago into like, you know, the Dawnbreaker ulti, and suddenly they find these kills, which were really solid. But yeah, a little bit weird, the whole dynamic of that one when it kind of was falling apart. And I mean, I think no matter what, there's still an element to this team where it's like, you know, 4 heroes running around making some space, Hector's farming, and then like, you know, he just comes in eventually and shows up for a solid fight here and there. So we'll see what the style is.
Yeah, they made some good like rotations on the map. There's nothing wrong with their rotations. The problem is most of your gold in Dota right now comes from killing creeps.
Yeah.
Not from killing heroes. So you're in a situation where you get a couple of cool kills here and there, but you're still super far behind because you didn't get any CS in the laning stage. So if they can fix the laning stage CS situation, the rotations will be more meaningful and more impactful.
Well, already the draft, is there any type of a switch up here? Tiny Band first overall. It was then Doom, Snapfire, Anti-Mage. But Beast Coast taking a little bit of time now. Not building into reserve yet to figure it out, but they still take the Anti-Mage out of the pool.
Like, what happened? Like, literally, what happened over the past week that made Anti-Mage a first phase ban? I was tuning into a little bit of the other series because we had such a quick one, and Anti-Mage Miracle was playing it. He just won another game with it, so every game other than the ones we're casting, Anti-Mage seems to be doing really well.
Yeah. I'm curious as well. It must be like all of these teams coming together in one region. There's probably a lot of scrimming going on, I would imagine. You know? Sure. And like that might constitute the way that these drafts are working. Undying first overall, Maposhka gonna take it this time. Apparently doesn't like to play it into Rubik because he picked the Enchantress last time, or they're just deciding, hey, we're gonna switch up everything again because why not?
Almost impossible to predict what Beast Coast is going to do. Team Spirit, I feel like they have their own flair too. One thing that I see Spirit typically lack on when they pick is objective taking. They often like to pick heroes that just like to skirmish and battle, and maybe that's why this could be a really bad matchup for Beast Coast for that reason, because Team Spirit are secretly also very chaotic, and they want to fight you all the time. And these little skirmishes, right? They were not afraid to take any fights back to Beast Coast in that game, and they beat them at their own game. Of course, the laning stage was a big part of that, but when we saw Team Spirit struggle, it was against, like, Tundra, a team that's more methodical, likes to run around the map, buy the auras, doesn't want to be a part of these, like, small macro plays on the map. They'll fight you when they hit their timing. Beast Coast is not going to be that type of team. They're going to run at you with everything they got from the beginning of the game, and Spirit seems to be a team that responds really well to that.
I think that there's an element of, like, you know, you do well against what you had to deal with a lot. And I think Team Spirit playing out of Eastern Europe and becoming the best team at various points in time over the last couple of years in that region has had to learn how to deal with aggression very well. And like you're saying, you know, Beast Coast, that is what they do. So that, yeah, maybe is a bit just of a tough matchup in general. But we have seen Beast Coast switch things up and go for a more methodical style of play. This time, they're going to have to deal with the Drow, though. Taken in the first phase for Yadro. He was like, hey, they banned all my heroes last game. I had to play Sven. We won, but I don't want to do it again. Let's play Drow.
That is one way of looking at it. It could be slightly true. The other way of looking at it is Undying Drow is something that we saw a lot in the North American region and across other regions as well. It's just an opening that's super powerful, and if there's a Leshrac in the game, you're always looking at Drow. We talk about how strong this Bloodstone can be. This hero heals a lot. You got the Hypothermia from the Frost heroes. You're able to slow his regeneration down and burst him down in that. And I've done a lot of theory crafting on Undying Drow together. These two heroes don't have weaknesses. Not many, at least. Drow covers a lot of the things Undying doesn't like playing against. You have good illusion protection with the Drow Ranger, with that shard we talked about. You can get into the Ag's Maelstrom if you want, if it's a really bad situation like PL, but that hero's kind of dead. And Undying takes care of all the rest. Just pretty much Undying doesn't want to play against mobile heroes. And you got the silence from Drow. This opening is just very stable, it's very classic, and it gets the job done.
But Fear, there's no stuns. How can they cover everything? There's no stuns.
Luckily for these two heroes, they die before you can do anything.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's
something to consider. Well, Beast Coast, they are going to go for a couple of heroes that we saw in the last series, actually, that Gaming Gladiators played. The Tusk and the Lesh. So another snowball save potential for this Leshrac, but also, as you talked about in the last series, a good way to set up for these Lesh rotations. Not playing with an IO, though. Obviously, could come back in the second phase, but I feel like I remember Beast Coast not really being an IO team, if I'm not mistaken.
They can play it, for sure, but I don't think you're incentivized to play IO this game. You're against Drow already, so they have the answer that can like stack up to 70% reduction of healing.
Yeah.
You don't want to deal with that and go all in into like the healing side of things. So I think you skip on that and you focus more on how can we get on top of this Drow. That is the better question here. And this is kind of going back to why Undying Drow is kind of strong. You do want heroes that can get on top of the Drow Ranger, such as the Spectre, but those type of heroes are not really good versus Undying. Undying loves to play that style of, I'm going to drop a Tombstone, and Drow is a great hero playing around the Tombstone. And you got the heals as well from Undying. He's going to buy some utility items to keep you safe, like a Glimmer or a Force Staff, maybe a mech if the team needs it. It's not an easy equation to solve.
Yeah, it feels, again, like, you know, maybe this is a good game for, like, that Faceless Void because they'll have the damage and all the rest of it. But, you know, he also does run into some issues of getting his armor absolutely chewed through if Drow just has some free reign to hit him. I guess that there's the other option of, like, trying to defend against the damage that Drow's throwing in with, like, a Mars or an Arc Warden or something. But
Arc Warden, that's spicy.
Yeah, I feel like probably Mars would be the more normal play if they wanted
Beast
to go
Coast
that
is
route.
not playing Arc Warden, that's all
Yeah,
I know.
okay, yeah, fair.
I have never seen Hector touch that hero. Same with Dark Magos. Not the type of team.
Ooh. Sounds are taken. Also, Bat's still in the pool.
That is a hero Dark Magu does play. So for Team Spirit here, they have to pick two heroes. One of them is going to be their POS 4. I was thinking Clockwork could be kind of good in this game. Against the Leshrac, against the Silencer, you don't like getting hooked. give you some. What Drow was missing is what you said. I memed about like there's no stuns. Drow does like stuns. Drow likes stuns a lot, but Drow also likes the ability to be healed and reposition. So some heroes that can do that is definitely Clock. You can get in there, drop the cogs. Leshrac is a hero that never wants to buy a Force Staff. Silencer, you can't buy a Force Staff if you're feeding the Clockwork in the map. I'd like to see that, but they also have to pick their offlaner or mid with this, depending on what they want, or they could pick a flex. That could potentially go to both, which would be more of like the Death Prophet type of route. Could work as well. So I'm just going to call it Clockwork Death Prophet right now.
That sounds pretty hype.
Pretty hype, yeah. There's a lot of push. Good to go. But we get a Monkey King. That's spicy. And like
Interesting.
Well, it looks like my prediction was really wrong. I shouldn't have said anything.
No. Well, I mean, I think that there's like one of a couple of different options for how to go, right? Like one is positioning. Think about, I mean, to me, when I look at this, I'm just seeing, okay, we want to end this game in 27 minutes again.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Monkey King is the Clockwork I suggested.
Yeah.
It's your stun, it gets around the map, it's going to be a support in my eyes, for sure. And then the Lycan is a Death Prophet. Something similar as well that can get in there, do some building damage. They both have their merits. I was expecting a flex from Spirit, though. That's why I suggested the Death Prophet, but Lycan's just, it's going offlane. There's no other way to play this hero. It could go mid, but I haven't seen that in a very long time, so that's a bit of a situation that probably won't happen. So it's going to be the Lycan in the Monkey King supporting it. Monkey King can make some rotations.
I feel like this would have been such a good. I hope that they take it Underlord game for Beast Coast. Although, wait, does Dark Mago play Lesh?
Yes.
Okay.
Sacred plays it too. They can play it on 2 different rules.
Dude, you get Underlord, you get like a Crimson Guard, a Wraith Pack. It's like all physical damage from Team Spirit right now.
Yes, the Wraith Pact could be good. Crimson for sure is good. But ranged heroes, if you remember the TI meta, you couldn't pick any carry unless it was ranged because Wraith Pact was that OP. Drow was pretty good at killing the Wraith Pact, so
true.
There is that.
That's fair. They made it bigger too, so you can see it.
Yeah, I remember when it first came out. Yeah, it was like super tiny. But no one bought it still, so they had to buff it to the point where... Anyway, I don't want to talk about Wraith Pact. It just gets me in a bad mood.
Dude, I think they're going to buy it this game on whoever they play for Beast Coast. It's
I'm fine
all
with
physical damage.
Yeah, Wraith Pact is fair now. Now that it's only physical, it's an okay item. It's no longer disgusting. In fact, you're honorable if you buy a Wraith Pact now. You're literally buying an item that just isn't very good now.
Yeah.
That's respect.
That's good. I like it. Well, we'll see if they can get it. Is it a concern at all to you that they only have physical damage for Team Spirit right now, or do you think it's kind of okay because they have so much of it?
I don't think it's an issue. I highly favor Team Spirit's draft right now. Like, it's not even funny how much I favor. You literally pick Troll into Drow. It's suicide. You're playing Drow. You're playing Drow. You're gonna play against a Lesh and a Troll. How much happier can you be?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's a good point. Troll seems like he is ready to freaking party.
He always is, but sometimes he's that guy that goes to the party and just drinks a little too much and ends up on the floor.
Fair. That's a fair point. Well, Team Spirit, last pick now. So you're in a mood of like literally anything, and you're cool with it.
They want a mid laner now. So ideally I want something that can make rotations across the map. What's in the pool? I have not been paying attention. Is Ember in the pool?
Ember? Yeah,
Ember could be fine. They just need something that can, when Lycan comes online, Laurel can just walk to his lane and allow Lycan to take that tower, threaten the troll and kick him out, without losing mid too hard as well. I think Lesh does beat Ember in the mid lane. However, it's not going to be by a margin where it's unplayable. So that's something I'd like to see. Ember looks good. All the other options have been banned out. I would have said Batrider, but that one, of course, is gone, along with the Mars.
Kunkka. Interesting.
This is, it's the same theory.
Yeah.
It's better versus Lesh, though, in the laning stage. However, I think it's slightly worse against the Troll. And the lockdown... there's a reason why we don't see a lot of Kunkka, and it's mainly just the fact that his lockdown is so unreliable. It's like super reliable for the first 15 minutes, but once you start buying items, it is no longer reliable. You just buy a BKB, you have a Yules. There's a lot of things that can break the X mark combination. Silencer can just press global and kind of mess up your timing as well.
It's really annoying, some of those things. I'll say this, if they pick Underlord right now, I'm going Beast Coast. I don't care.
No, you don't
Call
care,
me crazy.
Man.
Call me crazy. If they take it...
That's not enough.
You don't think so?
Nah, I think they need something more in this situation. I think Tide Hunter might be something. That's something.
It's
more.
gone.
Well, GG.
Tide versus Kunkka. It would have been the beautiful matchup. It would have been everything, but it's not going to happen.
All right, what do we got for some heroes here? Oh, there's not a lot left.
No,
that is for sure.
No,
Enigma? Is that good?
Oh,
I don't know if that's good.
Interesting.
Oh.
What?
What?
Oh, no.
Flash offlane. All right.
Oh, no. All right.
No? You don't like this one?
Is GG.
Oh, it's not Underlord. All right, gotcha. There was only one option for you.
I mean, I just wanted an offlaner that could buy a bunch of auras, because to me, at least, when I'm looking at this, and correct me if I'm wrong, I see like these long extended fights right now for Team Spirit looking so good. And I think the only way that you can win this is if you can find a way to just run at Drow and force them to run away from you on Team Spirit. And the only way that I see that happening is if you build all the team fight items and just like kind of force them into a situation where Beast Coast are stronger, running at you team fight wise. And I don't see that happening with the heroes they've got now. Look, he doesn't even want to pick Lesh. He's done.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a good Lesh game. It's a really bad Lesh game. However, I will say, I'm not going to correct you because you're not wrong. Because I also cannot... However, you're not right either.
Okay, fair.
So at the same time, I don't know exactly because I don't think anything could have salvaged this Beast Coast draft from a theory point of view. They're just so far deep with their draft right now. Nobody can buy the auras anyway. You're playing in a situation that is going to be so chaotic, and I think that's to Beast Coast's advantage here. The way these fights are going to go, they might be long and drawn out, but they're going to be long and drawn out for all the strangest reasons, I think. And it's going to come down a lot to what can K1 do on this troll?
Yeah.
Can he get on top of Yatoro? I guess it's not just about K1. It's going to be all about Yatoro. Can you stop Yatoro this game? Because he is the hero to stop. You haven't necessarily addressed him in any way in this draft. Maybe you can argue the Ember, in a way, kind of deals with him. But you can buy things like a Pike. You can buy Manta on Drow. You have options to get away from this Ember. So are you going to get a Blink Dagger on K1? Going to be able to use a Troll ulti and just stop her in her tracks? Because that's what you're going to have to do. And it's not going to be easy. So it's going to be all about positioning for Yatoro here. And I guess the one small added benefit to this Ember pick, I think it's going to lose the mid laning stage pretty hard against Kunkka. However, they don't have a single reliable stun for this Ember, which is a plus.
No, it's true. And that matchup, like, you should never be able to hit, like, you know, the X combo on him pretty much. Sacred T-Ray. We're into the game right now, right? We can hop into game number 2 here. Spirit facing off against Beast Coast. But yeah, one of those things that, to me at least, feels like they're kind of in a really bad way. And I think the Kunkka pick also salvaged a lot, too. Because now you're in this situation where you also have the boat buff, which is going to keep you alive that much longer. Very scary stuff coming out for Team Spirit. And I think the lack of auras, like you talk about, is going to be a serious problem. Because holy moly, do they hit hard on Team Spirit.
Beast Coast is playing the Beast Coast way. They're not going to buy auras and run around and play the team game. They're playing individual... high-octane Dota.
Okay.
Everyone's going to have, like, their own say of the game. They're going to build the items they want to build to carry the game. And there's going to be, most likely, a lot of chaotic moments where we see Beast Coast running around. As you see Stinger right now, it's like, what's he doing there? He's by himself. He's chilling, dropping a ward, and behind enemy lines here.
Oh, is
And
he
this is
going
just
for
how
it?
they play.
Mira.
30 seconds
Mira.
to battle.
Look at him. They're going to make some chaos over here, and then he's going to run in. Try and go for some courier snipes? Maybe.
Oh, the monkey's going in for sure.
Yeah.
So is a snowball from Schofield.
Oh my god, they found Yadro right at the start. Trying to kill him off, and it is going to be first blood for Stinger, but look at our Monkey King. The Monkey King, it's going to be a slaughter.
Oh, get the mid court.
Blah,
Oh,
blah,
there's no
blah,
mid
blah,
court.
blah, blah. Death.
He's moving it back.
Oh, he couldn't get it.
Oh, the Tusk?
Oh.
Yeah, it went into, it's invulnerable within the range of the fountain. so
Yeah,
He got one courier.
there you go.
That's something. I mean, they lost their drow for it potentially, but
I think they lost a bunch of bounty runes too. Whatever. Gonna tip Collapse, appreciating him going to pick up that bounty rune. So it does look like, how many is that? Oh, he denied one of the bounty runes on Collapse too. So 2 for 1, not bad.
Collapse got 3 bounty runes there. He denied one and took the other 2.
Yeah, very good.
Beast mode. And they got a courier, so it's a win. Minus the first blood.
Schofield? Oh, he's
Have
just
you seen
trying
Schofield play before?
to. Yeah,
This is what he does.
yeah. What a
He
guy.
annoys you.
Well, Sacred playing in mid, trying to disrupt Yadaro's farm as much as possible. Well, Maposhka's going to be throwing out these decays. It's going to be interesting to watch. And like
Well,
you talked,
Makoshka missed the wave. He only got the range creep. Uh-oh. That's going to make things awkward.
still trying to connect this one through to it. And it looks like that's just going to end up being a double wave. Is that right? Yeah, they're going to double up the wave and send it in. Interesting.
Yep. This is just classic I'm playing versus Undying gameplay. You don't want to play the laning stage against Undying. It's just something that is not enjoyable. It's not fun to get a bunch of waves stacked up and you just don't play Dota anymore. You just play this fun mini game of called drag the waves to random locations and play keep away from Undying, basically.
Does he lose any of these creeps here, though? Sometimes they get drawn into aggro by the tower, but it looks like he's going to be able to get the full thing connected there. So Drow now has the wave chased back over towards here while they're keeping this double wave underneath the tower. And, I mean, they still are gonna have to deal with Undying, but at the very least... Actually, no, it's going to be kind of rough. Interesting.
Pulling into the tier 2, this is not good for Sacred.
Yeah, Sacred now hurting a lot because the full wave is punching him also.
It's because the Tusk decided to get the wave against the Drow here, but that turned out to be a situation that highly favored Team Spirit here. I think Schofield should have zoned out the Undying from the wave there. It's not easy, it is Undying, it's kind of what he does, but if they keep clicking him, there's a chance they could have killed him and zoned him out.
Right.
It was an efficiency play. They got some CS on Sacred, but he lost a lot just by dragging their tower. He did get the EXP though, so that is good.
Right. I think there weren't many denies there, if any. No denies. So, yeah, getting good experience. Also securing that range creep. This bottom lane has been where all the action is. Laurel versus Mago in the mid, and up top it's sort of just been this back and forth of Stinger trying to force back Mira to the best of his abilities.
What the hell happened in this top lane? Why is Collapse out farming a troll? That's a Lycan.
Yeah. I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, it's fine. It's unanswerable phenomenon.
Oh?
Especially when you have a Monkey King.
Well, Schofield Sacred. Sacred's stuck? Oh my god, he's in that stupid place. Mira is going to end up getting ran down. Dude, I don't know if you've noticed this.
Oh, he dodged it there. Is he going to get out?
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
I love watching Beast Coast.
They're crazy.
They really are. They live life on the edge. They play for our entertainment, it feels like.
So,
narrowly dodges the multi-shot there, then just TP's out on a sliver of HP.
So I don't know if you were watching Sacred for a moment, but he was over on the staircase right below that Cliff Ward spot. And right now in Dota, there's like some weird things going on with stairs where sometimes like you just get stuck on them and you can't move. Do you know what I'm talking about at all? It happens by like the Dire tier 3 tower mid too, where you just like suddenly walking and you try and turn a corner too tight and then like I don't know, your leg gets stuck in the stairs. It's not good.
That has not happened to me, but that sounds very annoying.
It happened, I'm pretty sure, to Sacred just there too. I don't think it was the zombies that was blocking him, but regardless, 4 minutes, 3 kills for Beast Coast. They're killing it. Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, they're still not winning in net worth, but it is an improvement for sure. I think the mid lane is going a lot better than I expected it to.
Yeah.
I normally always see... It's like a trade-off, this lane, most of the time. If it was this Ember favored, this would be picked up way more than it currently is. Normally I just see the cleave constantly harassing the Ember, getting him low, making him have a hard time, but the trade-off is you can never get comboed by Kunkka throughout the entire game. And that's the nice part, but he's even skipping that phase and just doing well in the laning stage, winning mid, in fact, as he has a whole wave coming towards him right now, which he should not miss a single CS because he is a pro player, right?
Oh, no. Oh, Mago. Oh, no. It happens, though, to the best of us.
No, I've never missed a CS in my life.
Okay, well, you're not the best of us, so take that.
Got him.
You're better than the best of us, apparently. Yadro? Oh, Tombstone's down. They got to go for the all-in. They got to kill him off. They want to take down the Drought, and they will. And now, needing to run out of here, Schofield, the zombies. Oh, he dies. One last hit to it. Maposhka.
Killed them both.
He got him.
Yeah. Koshka's the real breadwinner here, and he takes the creeps on the wave he's farming to in mid lane. Rotation from the monkey. So that is a way you can guarantee hit your combo.
He came
Just
in
stun them.
Well, he came in at the end, though, so they still caught the Ember with his level 6 online as Collapse. Wanting to get out of here. Hector chasing. Root comes out in time, and it's enough for the finish. And your little dogs, too. Oh, wait, bottom?
Oh, no. Oh.
Yadro dies again. Schofield
Again?
this time able to escape, and Maposhka, with not having his killing ability, the Tombstone back up again. That is a huge win.
You know what you can't do with Aura's Lyrical?
What's that?
You can't kill enemy heroes like this.
That's fair.
And that is the Beast Coast way. They want to play to slaughter you. They don't want to play for any timings around Auras. And they are doing just that, as Yatoro is 0-3.
Yeah. Smoking out.
He is having a rough one. That's called the smoke of shame.
Yeah.
When you die without TP, you have to use one of the team's smoke just to get back to the lane that much faster.
The good old SOS.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
SOS.
A miscue. Maposhka trying to go for the double yet again. And is bringing
got him.
Schofield.
Oh, just decay him, bro, he said.
The turn. Maposhka gets in the punch. All right, there's some craziness
Maposhka is
going
almost
on.
level 6 and Drow's level 4, by the way.
Yeah, that's a little something. I'm not sure what exactly. Oh my god, he bought arcanes. He's a monster. Oh my god, and then he just fed.
Oh, Sacred's gonna kill him, yeah.
Maposhka, no, not like this.
Yeah, that was a big death, actually. Maposhka might think he's a support and is fine, he's dying as a pos 5, but he's more than a support this game. He's been getting pretty much all the resources from the spot lane.
I think he has more net worth than he had at like 10 minutes last game. Maybe not. He was playing Enchantress. He was doing a lot.
Yeah.
Regardless, 8 minutes in, 11 kills, and they're going again down bottom, and the stun. Oh my god, with Maposhka not there, every time Drought shows up here, she's just dead.
Beast Coast making good argument for the negatives, right? I was making an argument for the positives of Drow this game.
Yeah.
One of the negatives is that Tusk can get on top of you with the Leshrac, and they can kill you real fast. And that's why we kind of talked a bit about positioning is super important for Yatoro. But no one could have predicted that positioning would have came into play here at 8 minutes in the game, or she has already had 4 deaths.
Yeah. That's a pretty serious problem. Oh, and Sacred deciding that he's going to go for some of these auras. Is queuing up the mech while down bottom they're going in, but up top they're trying to find the kill onto Troll.
He's
they
not
have the
6
clap.
yet.
The damage. He's in trouble. Stay alive. Not going to stay alive.
Not enough staying alive, and they're going to head down bottom here. Dark Magoo has arrived. Maposhka, level 6, botting for the team. This ulti off.
Yadro, if you show yourself, you might just die here, buddy. Okay, Laurel shows up. Wants to make some type of a play, is going to connect now onto the Lesh. It's enough for the kill, but Stinger makes the move. Throws out the stun, the torrent. It's not going to connect. Mago trying to take down Laurel, still going toe-to-toe against him, while Stinger backs away from Mira. Schofield there, a couple punches. Snowball tries to dodge it. Not gonna happen, but they do get the gust off on to Dark Mago. Don't know if that matters. Connection now, too, is the... Well, buff is wearing off. They almost have enough for this drow. Schofield is so low. Dark Mago gets the kill. Bottle this man. He does not decide to, but does have his Tranquils back up soon. Maposhka has a tombstone if he wants to run in for that. Looked for Schofield, but couldn't find him. Mayhem.
Beast Coast is just outplaying them so hard. This is peak Schofield right now, just sitting in the fight at 25% HP, waiting patiently for his spells to get off cooldown. I think if Maposhka gets his Flesh Golem off there before they initiate on him, that would have been a different fight, because he would have got his heal off, he would have got the Tombstone off, but got none of it off as a result. Because he did not get that bonus HP from the Flesh Golem. Very unfortunate.
Well, could have changed, would have changed, didn't change, and here we are. Still, very little structural damage done in this one. Could change soon, but it's
a lot of emotional damage, though.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I mean, it's just got crazy things. Is they're down bottom again onto Maposhka. Maposhka's so tanky though, and it might actually be enough to keep him alive. With 4 points in decay, he does live a very long time at Dark Mago. They overestimated it. They thought that this was an Undying they could just kill, but no. He's truly Undying. Except for those times he died. And now Mira.
Those don't count. Slight? Oh, he tried to dodge it. Oh, but he'll die.
Burned on down. Okay. Silencer hasn't leveled Glaive, so no int stolen yet as Collapse takes that top tower. What is Undying?
Trying to dissect the Kunkka build here.
Okay.
He's going for Blade Mill. I guess for Celestrak it does make sense.
Huh.
You do have the Rum buff, you can run in and Blade Mill yourself. I'm not sure if I like it yet. It definitely gives you damage, which you like, and armor. You do enjoy that too as a Kunkka. I thought he might go for the Orchid route against heroes like the Ember, which they have 0 catch for. Pretty good versus Troll as well, but I'm very intrigued to see how this will pay off.
I think this is the type of game where you want to go for it, right? He knows it's going to be scrappy and weird and crazy, so like, why not, you know? Mira, level 6, just drops the Wukongs. Dark Mago, still willing to run in right on top of him. Couple more hit, Remnant, it's not enough. Now the X onto Stinger, global out. Still going to get hit by that bow.
Global fast enough.
And then they show up with more. Collapse brings the crew. A Centaur beats him in the face with the mace. Schofield tries to get out. They see the stacks, doesn't get the full block. Blocks off the vision, but no more Snowball and the Tusk. He too is going to die. Ramping up right now on Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, Stinger basically just made sure that he couldn't miss that combo.
Yeah.
Basically, the way it works with Kunkka is you X him, you count 1 second, and then you throw your bow. If anything between that happens, if you get silenced after half a second, let's say, then the combo will miss. So he waited a full second, then decided to use global, which kind of made sure that Laurel could not miss there.
Oh. Hector. He's still feeling comfy staying here. They do have Maposhka in the area, as Sacred is pressuring this bottom tower, trying to find Mira, but they're just going to take it, it looks like. So a trade-off, and Yadaro, after all the battling that's gone on, he decides to go back for the Midas on the Drow.
He's been in this situation before. You get in a pub game every once in a while that just things aren't going your way. You mute your mic, you buy a Midas, you know what your game's looking like.
Yeah.
That's going to be him for a while. Just not really saying anything, hitting creeps. Hope his team carries him through the hard times in life.
Well,
and then he'll come back when things look better.
Maposhka is like, in terms of levels, right there with him. They're both level 9 and very close to each other in terms of XP. His deaths are actually like kind of a problem for them if he goes down. He's giving up so much, I feel like.
Yeah, but on the plus side, he should in theory be hard to take down.
True.
He's got the fluffy hat and the cloak. 3 points in the soul rip, max decay. He's a tanky boy, and Collapse, he's got the dream timing right now. 14 minutes with the Ancient Black Dragon, which is the preferred creep you do want to have here. So that's a lot of things were happening in that bottom lane, and Yatoro's game not going well. Collapse has been having a grand old time in the top lane, getting one of the fastest timings you can get on Lycan. And it's going to be an issue, because now all of a sudden, this Leshrac is going to have a hard time running in. He did go Greaves, by the way, so he went for some Orbs, regardless of playing this type of style. And it looks like it'll just be Roche here. I just hope Yatoro does not take this Aegis.
Yeah.
It's too early for him to participate. I want him to give this Aegis to probably his Kunkka, and then he just goes back and farms. 10 more minutes of farming, and I think Yatoro will be back in this game.
Well, it looks like they are going to do just that. Laurel opts to take it himself. Beast Coast not in a position to either know, or maybe they knew but just didn't want to go for it. Oh my god, Laurel. You can't die after you get that Aegis. Yatoro's going to flame you. Oh no. Oh no. It's being brought low, still silenced for a bit. Doesn't go for the full commit though, but instead it's Sacred that will. Tries to find him, but the tidal wave able to dodge it for a moment. And X gonna TP back home, but this is gonna be a tower taken.
K1 arriving to the party here. He has a Blade of Alacrity. Is he going Yasha? Oh, that is so greedy. He's going the greed route. Normally Troll is unplayable until you get a BKB.
Right.
That's just how the hero works. A couple stuns, you're kited, you're dead. Going for anything other than that kind of just means he doesn't want to fight right now. He wants to keep farming. So he's going to end up buying the Blade of Alacrity into Yasha, which is going to accelerate his farm, but it's also going to mean he will not be participating anytime soon in these upcoming fights.
Maybe he goes back for the BKB. It's a casual Blade of Alacrity.
That sounds absolutely awful.
The global comes out now, and, well, for the moment, Yatoro is beating away at Stinger. The rest of the team from Team Spirit moving on in. It's Dark Mago alone. Does try and Remnant away, and the turn collapse. Right on top of Sacred now. Still has Guardian Greaves ready to go to turn this one. Backs away. The stun turnaround hits onto both of them. Oh, Sacred with the perfect connection. And now Schofield right on top of Collapse. Collapse is maybe right on top of him, but this is going to be the Aegis likely claimed. And then the second life too. They do go for that torrent, or rather, excuse me, the tidal wave, but Laurel is going to die. And Schofield, he bought so much space on this snowballing tusk. Can they find more? Maposhka turns, ready to battle this. They're turning now onto the tombstone, trying to take that down. Sacred Low is going to die, but gets the kill. And guess who's here? It's Mr. Blade of Alacrity, K1 Hector. It's upgraded to the Yasha. Yeah. Dark Mago dying to the burn, and it's actually the little wolves that managed to take him down in the end. All out aggro, all out aggression. At the very least, Yatoro didn't die.
No, he did.
Oh, yeah, he did. You're right. Never mind. He's back alive again. He's ready to die again.
Yeah, no, he definitely died there. But K1 coming in to tell him the fight, realizing that Team Spirit completely ran out of resources there, comes and cleans up the kills. Really good awareness by him, because he's a very efficient player. He'll normally, in the early game, do what is best for his farm, and he decided coming and cleaning up some kills there would be best for his farm there, which I agree with. Goes in there, gets a couple of kills, and accelerates even further here. So now he has a choice. He made his choice. He's going BKB.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to go with the full greed route and just finish the Manta off. But I think against this Kunkka, you definitely need the BKB.
I mean...
And speaking of the Kunkka real quick, sorry, is he went for the Shard after the Blade Mill.
Yeah.
So his build went from kind of useless to even more useless.
What? What do you mean?
I don't know what did this Blade Mill do last fight?
Yeah, not a lot. Maybe did some damage to him. As another dead. Mago.
But you know what would happen? I mean, they'll definitely get a return kill here. Oh, the Greaves? That's not enough, right?
No, it's not enough. Sacred still chasing down Collapse. He has about half duration left on the shapeshift. A creep dropped a neutral there. A Grove Bow left behind. Gonna need to go get that one in a second as they try and chase down the big creep, catch him with the shards. Schofield, he'll pay the price for this. Oh, the smoke! What a winner.
Yeah.
Nice.
I feel like Schofield actively thinks about these things.
Yeah.
I've played against him a lot, and I've seen a lot of games where he's just played. He smoke dodges a lot of things. This is something he does really well. Saving his life there, which is nice. But back to the Kunkka build. Yeah, the Blade Mail did a little bit of damage, that is correct. But you know what item makes it so you take 0 damage from Leshrac?
What's that?
It's called the Black King Bar.
That's pretty good.
It's a very powerful item.
Yeah.
That I think they could have benefited a lot from that fight.
All right, I have no problem flaming the Blade Mail, but I think that this Kunkka shard is kind of sick.
It is good, I agree.
Especially like against these heroes that want to stay on top of you with like Troll and stuff before he gets BKB. Lesh who wants to stay on top of you. It feels like it has some value in like an additional room for Yadro to kite people with. But Yadro still died, so whatever.
The tidal wave is pretty cool. You can push people away, which is nice, but they have the better option of just pushing them into you.
Yeah.
And repositioning them there. So that is definitely nice. I'm just a Blade Mill hater unless Spectre picks it up, because every single mid laner I've seen try this Blade Mill ends up not having impact in the game. And I know it's a cheap item, it's not super expensive, and in defense of the item, most people will be like, it's cheap, well, there's nothing I could have bought, but I think your BKB timing is something. If you even miss marginally, you get in a situation like this, where you just can't fight for maybe 4 to 5 minutes, and then you lose your whole map.
Yeah, I mean, the armor can sometimes be like kind of nifty too, but there's better armor items, and you're like going for these sort of mediocre, middle of the road things when realistically, like, getting into BKB and then an AC later is just so comfy.
Do you remember when the Embers were buying Blade Mail mid? It was this patch. They don't do that anymore.
No. No,
and there's a reason for that.
It was like Blade Mail, and then Spirit Vessel was the other like middle of the road one for Embers too.
Yeah.
Should also mention Collapse is kind of carrying this game on this Lycan. He is making up the difference and doing so much, and now has an AC completed.
Yeah, I told you I'm a Collapse fan. Yeah. If there's one constant in Team Spirit games, Collapse is owning.
Yeah.
Winning or losing, this guy performs.
Schofield. Snowball's over. Yadro staying in his secret spot. Don't touch me. And he decides to TP away. So they do manage to get out with that drow. A minute until Roche is capable of respawning.
Yeah, let's just do a quick checkup on drow here. Midas sends a Hurricane Pike. No Shard queued up.
Ooh.
Interesting. Shard is quite nice against the Troll and the Leshrac with the Greaves. Oh, Leshrac has a Heaven's Halberd too.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting pickup.
Seems like Lesh is sort of just fulfilling that role of wanting to get on top of Drow 2, going in for that Blink Dagger next. With the Shard, could be really good. Maposhka found, but they go for the bigger target in towards mid. The Blade Mail!
It's active!
Mail! Big
Look how much damage it did.
That was good. That was a good play. I mean, he did more damage than most of the other heroes there. That was crazy.
That's one way of looking at it.
Well, Sacred and the rest of Beast Coast, they're done killing heroes. They are ready to kill buildings. Hector online, K1 making moves, and the tower going to fall. And no real answer. They drop the tombstone. Sacred wants to take that one down slowly, and it's gone. Okay. With everybody back, they feel confident, retreating, finishing off these BKBs, and maybe going to go think about Roche soon. Yeah, look at the drawings. Sacred knows what's up.
Yeah, it's not quite up yet. But it will be soon. I don't know exactly when, but...
I said knows what's up. That's where they want to go.
Yeah, of course. I'm just thinking, like, what are they going to do in this situation? Because they're waiting for Roche to respawn. They don't know exactly when it is, so they're just going to retreat out for now and just get some positioning around that area. Probably drop a ward. And I think they should try and protect that ward as well, the best they can. But Team Spirit also knows what's up as well, and they're going to smoke in and try to get that positioning back as well. Hector?
Oh!
Manta dodged the stun!
Does it matter? Yes, it does. Sacred, he might be in a little bit of trouble with the snowball. Who's it onto? It's onto the small
neutrals.
creeps over there.
Beautiful.
That was very well played. But Collapse still does a lot of damage, and Stinger, Ghost Scepter backs away, buys the time for Dark Mago to run in, starts doing damage to him. The big creep still ripping through these heroes. They might just be too strong, and now has to turn to fight. They've got control onto this troll. No BKB available, and he is going to fall. When Team Spirit group together, they are a force to be reckoned with, and they might find another now. Oh, the tidal wave, but the snowball
snowball
save.
down.
Okay, to get away from them, but the gust brings it to the low ground. No way out. Sacred, he's going to fall. And one by one, everybody is dropping. They also have an X now onto Dark Mago. Pulls him back in. Disarm, tidal wave, he's out. Snowball onto the Drow. Maybe trying to do some damage there. Schofield on him, doing something. I mean, they're taking a lot of damage, but nobody's dying. Unreal.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, that could have been way worse. I think that's just the result of that play is because Team Spirit were able to group up together and get the jump on Troll and made him use his BKB defensively, right?
Yeah.
And once you use your BKB defensively as a Troll, it feels like you just can't fight. So they kept chasing afterwards, and Schofield did his best to try and salvage that fight. It still ended up pretty bad, but he had some really sick snowballs to prolong the fight, to potentially give some options to make things happen later on. But either way, Spirit really needed that. Drow needs to get in a position where she's relevant again. Oh no, not the ancient Rumble Hide.
The Rumble Hide. Oh, Gust. Global. Control. Schofield, Ghost Scepter wearing off now, tries to back away. Mago can run in if he wants. He does have his BKB ready, so too does Hector. They're up on the high ground, though, in really good positioning, and has to round it away from Collapse, who had his ulti back up again. Mira gets his ulti down. Sacred trying to stay onto him. They're on top of her. The Aturo tries to get away, hits onto Stinger. The Gust buying extra time, buying extra space. Hurricane Pike off cooldown in 5 seconds, but it's a little bit too late. Do they have the damage with Collapse, though? Hitting hard, so too is Mapochka. Mapochka, the monster,
gonna get him?
goes on in, but the Greaves, they come back up. And in the end, it is a ton of gold coming in from that Collapse kill.
Yeah, and the Troll there did go down, but I feel like K1 got incredibly blessed by RNGesus there.
Yeah.
Got so many roots on the Drow on the multiple hits while she was in Viz to continuously get that damage out and then pop the ultimate. Sure, it got disengaged at some point, however, but that's exactly what they need to do in these fights. If Drow gets jumped by the Troll, it is the only way I feel like Beast Ghosts are going to win these fights.
Dude. Dark Mago keeps on finding these like crazy good neutral items and sending it back. My man is still sitting with a Lance of Pursuit. Like, what the hell? There's so many other choices. 200 mana?
Love that item.
Yeah.
Last game they were sitting on it as well. Don't want to give it up. I mean, what other item is he going to choose? The Nether Shawl? I feel like
Aquila? Oh, wait, no, that's on the other team. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
He does have
I'm
Aquila.
on the wrong team. I'm on the wrong team, sorry. Let's click on tie here. Alright, so they have the options. I mean, there's a Titan Sliver, Quickening Charm. Yeah, that one sounds pretty good. But Silencer's going to hold on to that.
Mindbreaker? Oh, man.
Yeah, he had the option of the Dagger of Ristool as well to improve on people.
Yeah.
Yeah, either way. Surely he'll drop it now with the tier 3 items coming out.
They find the Monkey King up on the high ground now. Mira tries to turn it, but it won't happen. And this does set up for a option for Roche.
Yeah, 40 seconds, no Monkey King. So if you want to fight this, it's 4 vs 5.
Laurel can scout it pretty effectively. Torrent goes out. The tidal wave a little off the mark. They also do have that tombstone.
Oh, the boat misses too.
Okay. A little spicy. Collapse. Thinking about going ring around the rosy there. Dark Mago onto him with the Lance of Pursuit, bringing down Mapochka. Couple more punches and he's dead. Does have buyback though. Roche down to about a 3rd HP. Sacred in pretty far along with Schofield. They're all out of the pit now, wanting to chase down these big creeps. They do manage to get away with the Ancient Granite Golem's life, but they want to move back in. Roche, it's going to fall really quickly. Kunkka needs to head on in, does have the torrent again. Mira goes for the jump in, but it's not quite going to happen. They pull Schofield outside, but the snowball keeps him alive, and now they pull in K1 Hector even a little bit closer himself. Stinger, Ghost Scepter stays alive. Dark Mago trying to get out of there, burns through the Aegis. Okay, Team Spirit, they burned through one. Can they find more? They pop the BKB, turns to fight, and now the cleave is going to go to work. Collapse. He's out of his ulti form, in trouble. They find Yatoro, doesn't have anywhere left to go, and Beast Coast. They wipe the floor with them.
Beast Coast are in their element for sure at this point. Yatoro just can't find the opening to make things happen here. They're fighting into the Aegis. I guess the fact that Mira ended up dying there was really big. It allowed them to get into that situation to begin with. But for Yatoro, he doesn't have the farm anymore or the control on this team to take down these heroes. This Leshrac already with Greaves, Blink Dagger, Heaven's Halberd, and a Kayan Sange just gets on top of the Drow. Like, this Lesh offlane is more farm than you at this point. It's difficult times.
No, it is incredibly tough in that regard to sort of keep anything going, and you know, Rax just starting to fall across the board. If they want to hold off, it's got to be for super late game scenarios. They do still have that tier 2 up top, but Lesh already moving over that direction to try and remedy that fact as Laurel just tidal waving, you know, making something happen. They don't have their Lesh here. If there's a time, a place, it might be now.
And we're kind of seeing the weaknesses of Kunkka. Surely, I mean, Laurel didn't have his best teamfight performance there, missing the boat entirely and the tidal wave, however, but this hero doesn't scale very well. That's what I'm getting at. As the game goes on, you kind of feel like you throw the rum on, but you're not really doing any damage, as BKB, for the most part, counters your hero if you don't have, like, overwhelming physical damage by this point, which he does not. He just has a BKB going into, like, the water park build, which... This build does get really strong.
Yeah.
But it has to be really late in the game. It's around the level 25 talent where you get the fleet, the water park, perhaps you buy a refresher with it too. Then it's actually obnoxiously strong, but right now, it's not going to cut it. And how much time do you have in this game?
Yeah.
That's the real question here.
I mean, they're going to
potentially not a lot.
They're going to be able to hold against Megas if that even ends up happening to some extent, right? You've got Drow with a shard, all that good stuff, but then you're stuck in your base. It feels really bad. I also think that, like, the thing with this Kunkka build too is you kind of need a Hex in there, either from like the rest of your team or
need
from
a lot of
himself.
items. Yeah,
it's like you just have to be ahead, and he's very much not. Schofield gonna get caught.
There we go. Brought him in.
I mean, that's
But
the nice
snowball
type
back
of play.
down.
We'll find him there. Tidal wave back off cooldown in 2, but won't be able to get it. Another torrent. Doesn't quite connect that time. Yeah, feels bad for Laurel.
Just doing what he can. Kunkka has a very atrocious win rate this patch.
Yeah.
In theory, it seems like it can be good in a lot of games, but when you get into the late game, this hero just doesn't feel like a hero. The most common build I see with Kunkka win. Oh, I'll hold that thought.
Tries to get away. Does manage to. Now, underneath some vision, Mira barely
Bot
getting
lane,
out of
Collapse
there.
is dying to Dark Mago here.
Oh, slide dodge X. No, won't get him. BKBs. Okay. That's
They forced out a BKB and a shapeshift there, so what's more important here? I think if you're Beast Coast, just wait for your BKB.
Yeah. But they are Beast Coast. That's another thing to consider.
They are, that is true. That's why I say I think they should do it. What they will actually do is probably not that.
Anybody's guess.
However, they are winning this game, so.
Yeah, true.
What do I know?
I mean, they're crazy, but it's working.
They're crazy good.
Yeah.
So we did not get a Blink Dagger. Instead, we got a Scotty, which is even better than a Blink Dagger in some ways. Makes you tankier. And if you hit the Drow,
True.
it's going to die immediately. The only thing to make this build better is buying a Blink Dagger.
Okay. So it's going to
So-
do that.
Yeah, but this is ideal Blink now. You have a Blink Abyssal into the Scotty. I think with this type of net worth, this matchup has flipped from really Drow favored to Troll's definitely going to eat your face.
So what do you drop then for the blink? That's the question I've got.
your boots.
Okay. That
You don't
also
need boots anymore.
could be a bit of an issue if you don't get the Abyssal Blade. Suddenly you're Hurricane Piked without boots, and, you know, life feels hard.
Yeah, you definitely have to blink Abyssal, press BKB, press R, and then take hands off the keyboard and hope you kill him.
Okay.
And Troll just ulted bottom. For what?
It's, you know,
I'm not
testing
sure.
it. Laurel! Oh my god. That was so close. But he gets the Ags. All right, Water Park, it's enabled. It's the Therme build. Let's go.
Phase 1. This isn't an all-access ticket. This is just for the first level.
See if they can make it happen. Need to buy some more time for everything to come online. Now, the other thing that they do have, which is going to be really helpful, is Yatoro has a Midas. So when they get on the map, the next neutral he gets is going to give him a neutral item.
That is true.
Oh, no. Creep is dead. Goodbye, Creep. It didn't even get to last a nighttime to get the extra 3 gold to it. Very sad.
So we unfortunately have 2 heroes on Spirit that missed their timings.
Yeah.
We talked about how Laurel has missed his timing this game, but Lycan is also a hero that, when you miss your timing, it doesn't feel great playing from behind. You just become... You're an Aura bot at first. The Auras are online, which is good, as Monkey King does die. Now you're just going to the Hex, so it'll be more control. I think that's something you should be doing if you're Laurel as well. Just get some Hexes. Take it ultra late game. If somehow you can get your net worth up on this Drow Ranger,
yeah,
you still have a way to kill heroes very easily. This Yatoro Drow Ranger will kill this troll really quickly if he is isolated, and the Leshrac. But the issue is, they have so much money to play with now if you're Beast Coast to get on top of this Drow. It's going to make it very challenging. As the Blink Dagger... You know what's going to happen with K1? He doesn't want to buy Blink Dagger, because he doesn't want to lose his boots.
Oh.
So, how do you fix that? You buy Swift Blink in one purchase.
Yes.
And now you have the movement speed.
I like it. It's the safe route.
Yeah.
You buy Swift Blink with no buyback in one purchase. No, he goes
It's a
for it.
safe option.
Yeah. No, he's going for it. He wanted to make sure that he had buyback available, although he still doesn't, but that's okay. 27,000 gold.
Soon.
Yeah, and probably they wait for this next Roche anyways,
No,
right?
he bought the recipe.
Okay.
And he sent the courier back.
Okay.
So and now he has no Swift Blink and no buyback. So there you go.
But he does have boots.
That is true.
Roche, they're waiting for it. Still 15 seconds till it's capable of respawning. Sacred, looks like he's found his place in life. But 37 minutes, we got next round of neutrals up.
I do.
I'll also say that I think for Team Spirit, I think as bad as this game has felt for them, I think this is a position they're somewhat comfortable with. I've seen a lot of Team Spirit games that go super late game where they're stuck inside their base, not doing anything. It feels terrible. And then they sometimes and often will just lose from that point. But every now and then, there's a special something that happens.
You are playing against Beast Coast as well, so to add to that,
Yeah.
throwing high ground is not something that is very rare. It happens all the time, right?
Yeah.
You're playing versus Beast Coast, a team that sometimes likes to get a little wild. You're in a situation of turtling. They might get impatient.
Mm-hmm.
And you could argue you're in a good spot here for Team Spirit, playing against a team that oftentimes wants to just run at you.
Right.
And you're in one spot where you're stuck. But right now, Beast Coast is showing that they're not going to fall for that bait.
Yeah.
I think that bait might happen around the time to get this Roshan, though.
They're doing really cool things, too, with the collapse and just, like, sending out his creep to farm because he can't do it himself. It's too scary. So he, like, took over a Satyr Tormentor and was farming over there with Mira, who is getting towards a Nullifier. Had an Ogre Axe in inventory, wanted to get BKB and said, screw that, we're going for Nullifier.
And he's one of the few people that can actually get on the map right now. As you mentioned, the creep can get on the map, but so can Mira is the Monkey King. A couple of heroes that can't get on the map is going to be the Drow, the Undying, and the Kunkka. They're kind of just relegated to sitting in base. But Yatoro does have the Midas, so he's still getting more... It's paying off more than ever. I think he's really happy with this choice to buy Midas this game, after how poorly his laning stage went.
Right. Maybe not happy about the game itself, but the choices.
Yes.
You know?
The choices thereafter.
I've done a lot of losing in my life as part of regulated sports. And one thing that I always think about with it is, you know, the way to lose in a way where it's like building confidence, forward thinking, you know, trying to find the little good things that are going on in a sea of sadness. And that's what I feel like we're doing here.
So you're good at losing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
I'm really good at it.
I mean, that is a good skill to have, actually.
Yeah.
But it's nice to win, too, sometimes.
Nah, overrated. Overrated. Oh my god, he has an Ags. Silencer Aghanims. Last word AoE. But they see him. Wait a minute. Could this be the big fight? It's on the courier coming out.
Oh, it's coming in. All right.
All right. They have to know on Beast Coast that they're out here. There are creeps hitting their base, hitting the tier 4 towers. But also, Roche is up. And they saw that with the Wolf. The Wolf dies now. Second round of smokes available, but not willing to go in for this. So
why is there a DD bomb? It feels like, is it just coded in the game when Roche respawns, DD spawns?
I think so.
It has to be.
Yeah.
It's like no other explanation. He did use the DD though, so it's not going to be bottled at least.
Yeah.
By the troll. So they have some moments to chill. I don't even know if troll is the best with the DD. In theory, it is, but you have the AoE damage from Mago with the DD, quite nice as well. And here it becomes the beginning of Team Spirit's comeback.
There it is. Schofield is going to accidentally kick his team into the fountain instead. They find Schofield. Tidal wave. Global down. Damage out. BKB popped and starting to drop low. Everybody's dying. The buybacks come out quickly, though. Will they be able to do anything with it? Does not appear so. That is Mega Creeps, and into the fountain they go. Schofield also Dark Mago in there with the Ghost Scepter. He's still sitting pretty. Starts to get all of this damage ramped up on him, but they don't quite have enough. Now finding him off to the side. The slowdown is going to be there. BKB out. They find Yatoro in trouble. The rum buff, the push away with the tidal wave. Collapse finds 1 kill. Can they get more? It's also a buyback now from this Ember. But GG is called because they lose everything.
Yeah, that could have won one of two ways. That could have been the comeback or the GG.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're just too far behind in numbers. Yeah, when you can fountain dive the enemy and get away with it.
True.
Things are going pretty well for you.
Well, look at this new and improved Beast Coast playing the game incredibly safely. They push it to 46 minutes. They get 46,000 net worth lead in 41 minutes, doing that Tundra Classic. Really impressed with what we saw there in game number 2, and another 1-1, as has been the more common theme, I feel like, throughout this group stage.
Yeah, it seems like it. That's what happens when you take a lot of talented teams, put them up against each other. Competition has always been pretty stiff here for the last few years. That's why we haven't had like a back-to-back winner for some time now. But this particular game, Yatoro, the game was going to be about his positioning. And I believe Beast Coast just exploited that really well. They knew what was up. They killed Yatoro like 4 times in the laning stage with this Leshrac with Tusk combination, completely just outplaying them several times in bot lane. Schofield, for me, has to be the MVP for this game. He played so damn well on this Tusk. And they just kind of outpaced him. Laurel, questionable item builds, I think, for the Kunkka here, but I think the hero itself has innately a lot of flaws. And that's why we don't see it very frequently. But the fact that they shut down Yatoro's game so hard was the driving force of how Beast Coast was able to take this game number 2.
Well, and I think that that's, a pretty important and impressive thing to sort of understand, right? When we're looking at this draft, we see this Drow Ranger. It looks so incredibly strong, but they're like, hey, we can switch this Leshrac to offlane. We can run it together with that Tusk, and we're just going to kill her. We're going to run at her. And Yatoro kept dying. Maposhka did clean up a lot. He was pretty freaking fat Undying.
He was. What won you the game? An Undying with farm or the Drow? That's like the issue at hand.
True. And they kind of ended up with neither in the end, too, which is a little bit of a tough one. I am going to wait to hear if we do have an interview or not. Waiting for the player. Not sure who it is yet. But it's going to be somebody. And we're going to even have a translator. Amazing.
Perfect.
Love to see that. I don't know. Who do you want to hear from? Who would be your dream interview right now?
My dream interview. I don't want to say. What if I get someone else? I'm gonna just feel bad.
All right, how about this? Who would be your least favorite interview person? That will work, right?
From Beast Coast, or
Yeah, exactly. Who do you not want to interview?
really putting me on the spot here.
Don't answer that question.
is it
Don't answer that
Whisper?
question. Oh, what? Whisper? What are you talking about? Whisper?
Yeah.
Whisper? Sacred? What?
No, Whisper, the old Beast Coast player. I don't want to
Oh, I
interview
see.
him.
That's fair. That's understandable.
See what I did there?
I did. For a
right.
second, I was like, oh, God. We just watched all their games.
Oh no.
Man. So, yeah, impressive showing. I think that means that particularly amongst the teams that are there in Dream League right now, these two still are remaining on the top of Group B. We can take a look at the standings real quickly.
Yep.
Liquid still very strong, but 5-3, 5-3 apiece. OG ended up losing earlier today to Liquid, so somewhat understanding there. But yeah, looking good for both of these teams. Oh God! And I think that we have an interview. It is Stinger, and it is very loud. No problem. So let's get ready to hop on into this interview now and hear from the winners themselves.
Well, they technically
Stinger.
true, but yeah.
Can you hear us? Oh yeah, well they won the last game though.
Hello.
Was that hello? How you doing? I love your hair.
Thank you. No, we are doing the best we can, I think.
Yeah. Was very impressed with your guys' game. I think game number 1, 50 kills. Game number 2, we're at now what? 64 kills. Everybody is just killing each other and dying all the time. Do you intentionally go in thinking we want to just fight all the time? Or is that just something that happens?
The second game, we have Ember Spirit and they don't have control for this hero, so he want to fight all the time, and yeah, we are following him.
Fair. I like it. Fear, you got some questions? I'll come back with mine afterwards.
Sure. I was just gonna ask, like, for the communication for the team, who on the team is doing most of the calling to make moves on the map?
Most of the time is Dark Mago. When he feels that he can go and own some enemies, yeah, he call for support, and we move around him. After that, in late game probably is K1 because he feels like the stronger hero in the map, the strongest hero.
All right. Next question will be, like, your guys' drafting. Sometimes you pick new heroes that a lot of teams don't pick. How do you guys draft? Like, what is, like, the talks that happen behind the scenes when you're picking the heroes? Do you guys have a coach, or is it off feel, like, I want to play this hero this game, it looks good, and you just trust the player to play it? How does that work?
No, we have a coach, and we talk about the draft before games, and we prepare for each team.
So specifically, like the Dawnbreaker, a lot of teams don't play these type of heroes. Who comes up with the idea to, like, play these heroes that a lot of the teams aren't playing right now?
The idea behind that hero was we played the hero early today. We was good against summons, but in this scenario we just pick like blindly, and yeah, we do wrong this time. The hero doesn't fit any matchup, right? You need to make the hero works, and in this time, no, it wasn't the case.
All right, I have one more question for you actually here. I want to talk a little bit about your rivalry with, like, EG. You guys seem to beat them in the division, but they knocked you guys out of the Lima Major. What's going on with that matchup there between you guys and Evil Geniuses?
I don't know. I just think they play really good, and apart from that, is everything okay for me? There's no. I don't know.
I mean, who's the better team? I guess. Do you feel like you're better than them, or you guys feel like you're equal on skill?
I think we are better.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
There we go. I thought you were going to take the no drama answer and be like, we're all equal. Everybody's good. Yeah, it's great. But you went for it. All right. I like that. I wanted to ask about the Lima Major a little bit, and just not necessarily just your guys' experience of what the games were like, but how is it going from that crazy crowd where everybody's losing their mind and losing their voice to now you're playing in like a room and you're back to it again? Does it feel different after that event where everybody was cheering for you, or does it all still feel about the same?
No, it's feel different. Like here we are like chilling all the time. Like no one has to stress out about the public or stuff. Yeah, I like in both scenarios, like when the fans cheer for us, and here as well. Yeah, I don't. ¿Cómo se dice? I don't complain. I don't complain.
Okay. All right. Cool. Awesome. Your English has been immaculate. Thank you so much for this interview. We really appreciate it. And really good games as well. We hope to hear from you again. Good luck in the rest of them.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Love to see that team and all of those guys be more willing to just do the interviews themselves. It's great.
Yeah. Don't need a translator. His English is just fine.
Exactly. Love to see it. All right. Well, Fear, holy moly, we're done for the day. It was a quick one.
That's true. It was pretty quick. I mean, the last game was quite good. It was a little bit. I don't know if it was back and forth, but at least it wasn't one of those games where all three lanes lost and it was an obvious outcome. So a little more interesting.
Yeah. I think that I'd love to take another look at the standings if we could, just to see sort of how this day is shaken out. I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure that we're not going to be the last stream that's open. But are there any surprises for you? Looking just real quickly at what we're seeing again, Liquid, Beast Coast, Spirit, OG in Group B.
My boys.
Who?
Nouns.
Oh.
Not doing so hot.
They did win a game?
Yeah, there's that. Sure, but this is going to be like... I come from NA Dota. I've played it most of my life, obviously, but on top of that, I've been covering them in Division 1 of North America. They've always been that team just coming shy of Shopify Rebellion, coming shy of TSM, not being able to make it to the big stage because we only have 2 slots. They get invited here to the DreamLeague. They get their chance to prove themselves, right, on the big stage. Right. And they're not doing so hot, and that's sad to see.
I will say that I think their better matches are probably still to come. So they've played against Liquid, they've played against Spirit, and they've played against OG, and then they went 1-1 against Nigma. Obviously would love to get that 2-0 over Nigma, but it's not meant to be. They still have to play against Beast Coast, Talon, and Tundra, which by no means are like easy matchups.
Right.
But they're, at least with Beast Coast, I feel like there's some amount of like familiarity that probably exists there.
Yeah, Nouns doesn't get a play. They have players that have previously played internationally a lot, but it's been a minute since these players got to play internationally, right? A lot has changed. Whereas playing Comfort, Beast Coast, I'm sure they scrim them all the time, will be definitely more in their comfort zone, whereas Beast Coast, they play internationally all the time. They know how this works, right? And on the other side of the bracket, I'm just looking at some other teams, at least from the NA region. I'll just start there. Rebellion always does best on land. TSM drawing everything. Nouns is okay. I always want to look at Southeast Asia as well when I do that as well. Talon struggling a little bit in this situation, but Execration doing pretty decent as well.
Yeah.
Any other teams from other regions that you had expectations for?
I think for me, the Shopify, I think that I had Liquid as... I think I took like Liquid, LGD, and then obviously it didn't end up going. Liquid, LGD, and Shopify were like sort of my top 3 placements that I felt like I was going to be seeing. And I wasn't really sure. Oh, Gaming Gladiator, sorry, not Liquid, or not LGD. Liquid, Gaming Gladiator, Shopify. And they're all doing well, so I'm pretty pleased with that. Evil Geniuses, I think, is doing a little bit better than I expected. Not because I expected like bad things from them, but I think particularly in online matches, they sometimes can be a little bit hit or miss. where they'll drop games that they're not necessarily, I feel like, quote unquote, supposed to, which is what happened to them a little bit. They lost one of those matches, I would say, against TSM, versus the other team that they took a game off of was Gaming Gladiators, and then they 2-0'd Aster and X Hellraisers. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag in there.
Of course, and there's a lot of surprises in here. Like I was talking about some of the NA surprises, but South America, damn, Beast Coast and Evil Geniuses,
they're killing
top of the boards here. Yeah, just doing really well.
You know what it is? It's after the major, the power up. That's what happens.
Could be.
Well, impressive showing. I think that's going to do it for us. Fear, we've got more awesome Dota to come tomorrow, but for now, we're ending it. You ready?
I'm ready to end it. Yep. We won't keep the viewers any longer for talks.
All right. Have a good one, everybody. We will see you tomorrow for more from the Dream League Season 19. Have yourselves a wonderful day, and catch you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside.